What's going on, everybody? Happy Saturday. For the weekend, I wanted to do something a little lighter, maybe a little funnier, and might even help me evolve into a stronger duelist. But probably not. I'm going to take the opportunity in this series to read, sometimes for the first time, cards that belong to archetypes that I'm unfamiliar with and have hitherto completely ignored. People like to make fun of me for not reading cards, but no longer. By the end of this series, I will know how every single card in the game works, and then who will look dumb, yeah? At the end of the video, I'll give you my thoughts on the deck as a whole, as a newly minted expert in the strategy, and let you guys yell at me in the comments about what I got wrong. Alright, kicking off the first episode of this series, I'm going to start with S-Force. Now, the extent of my knowledge about S-Force is that Rappa Chiyomaru is a card. I know that, that's my starting place, and that Bridgehead, I believe, is an ultra rare in Duel Links, because I saw that in a box one time. I know a friend, hey, shout out Ryan if you're listening to this, I know a friend who plays it, but I don't know anything about it, so I'm using my handy-dandy AI program here I told it to make a summary of what S-Force wants to do. So it says, the S-Force archetype in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a versatile and control-oriented archetype introduced in Blazing Vortex. Okay, first off, that's a big red flag. Blazing Vortex is like one of the worst sets of all time, right? Isn't the Pot of Prosperity set? So that we're already off to a bad start. Centered around the theme of a sci-fi security force, its playstyle revolves around column-based mechanics, banishing opponents' cards and locking down the opponent's plays while maintaining field presence and generating advantage. I'm in. I'm sold. This is Paul Blart Mall Cop, but for space. I'm with it. I like control strategies. I'm a notorious Altergeist player. Column-based mechanics is kind of sketchy, but I like the Mech Knights. Like, I'm a big Mech Knight guy. Okay, so what I'm going to do in this video, I'm going to go through all the... Wow, they have a lot of cards. Holy cow. Are there 15 of these? Okay. Yeah, I'm going to go through all of the cards. I'm going to read them, give my thoughts on them, and then I'm just going to tell you how I think the deck works. So we're going to start off. They have a Link 1, S-Force Night Chaser. It is a Link 1 with a downward pointing arrow, takes one non-Link S-Force monster. That's pretty crazy. So like any monster in the deck turns into this guy, or yeah, that's a chick. It turns into this chick. Let's see what its effect is. It's got 800 attack. Each of your opponent's monsters in the same column as one of your S-Force monsters cannot target the monster in the same column for attack. So it kind of provides like blanket attack protection to like column-based stuff. That's cool. During the main phase, quick effect, you can target one S-Force monster you control, shuffle it into the deck, then you can special summon one of your banished S-Force monsters. Okay. You can only use this effect of S-Force Night Chaser once per turn. That's pretty cool. So it's like a Link 1, it's got some battle protection, and then you get to put one of your guys on field and tag it out for a banished S-Force. So I'm assuming that these guys banish themselves in some way. That's a pretty cool. It doesn't special summon from the deck though as a Link 1, so I think that that's probably not as strong as it needs to be, but we're going to move on. Let's see, next we have S-Force Retroactive. This is a level 1. Is this the same monster that's on the Link 1? Are they the same guy? I don't think so. Let's see, light level 1 warrior effect, no attack, no defense, that's fine, it's a level 1. If a monster you control would be used as link material for an S-Force monster, ooh, this card in your hand can also be used as material. So it's like a microcoder. That's sick. I like microcoder. It's like Pukari, actually. It's more like Pukari. During the main phase, quick effect, you can return this card to the hand, and if you do, special summon one level 2 or higher S-Force monster from your hand. Okay, so it bounces itself and then can special summon a high level. That's really cool, because it's like an Ultra Athlete, right? It's like a Mighty Slugger. That's sick. If an S-Force monster you control would banish a card from your hand to activate its effect, you can banish this card from your grave instead. Oh, so it's like a prank kid. Okay. You can only use each effect of S-Force Retroactive per turn. What set did this come out in? Battle of Chaos? Yeah, there's no way that this was like a first set release card, because this card is awesome. Level 1, it like banish from your grave, and then you can special it back off Night Chaser, because that's what Night Chaser does. So it like banishes itself to replace your cost, and it can tag itself out for like a high level guy. So I haven't gotten any high level guys yet. This card is awesome. I'm giving S-Force Retroactive. I don't know if I'm going to be giving star reviews on these guys. I'm going to give them 3 stars. I won't tell you how many it's out of. Let's see. Next we have S-Force Lape Swell. What is this guy? This guy, oh my god, he looks cool. What the hell? S-Force Lapeswell. He is a level 6. That's a good one. Level 6 Light Fiend. Hey, so he's a, on his own, he is a Fiendsmith enabler, so that's good in any deck. 2,400 attack, 2,500 defense. So if this card is special summoned, you can target one S-Force monster in your grave, accept itself, special summon it. Oh, that's a sick effect. So it's like if you bounce the level 1 to special summon it, then you also get to special from grave. So it's kind of like Leon in that way. You can banish one S-Force card from your hand, destroy all of your opponent's monsters. Oh, in the same column as your S-Force monsters. Okay, I got hyped there for a second. So you kind of like set your columns out, and then you just pop all your opponent's dudes. That is pretty sick. And then obviously they're once per turn. Okay, let's break this down. So it's like big, it's beefy, it's a enabler for Fiendsmiths on its own, like easily special summonable off the level 1, and it has like a cool popping effect because you can just special summon it into a column with like one of your opponent's monsters, maybe if they've got like a link and then something behind it, and then just like pop both of them. And then if you've got other guys on the field, you can pop that too. This guy is sick. I really like his design too. Okay, cool. Moving on. We are going to, let's do the monsters first. I'm actually going to skip the traps. We'll do those last. So we have S-Force Edge Razor. Oh my gosh, he looks like Genji. So let's see, he is a level 4 Dark Cyberse monster. That's pretty cool. Each of your opponent's monsters in the same column as one of your S-Force monsters cannot be used as link material for the summon of a link 3 or higher monster. Oh, that's cool. So like, do all of these guys give effects to all the other guys? Because in a way, he's kind of like granting that ability to like the other S-Force monsters. That's pretty cool. So basically it locks your opponent out of link summoning high links. That's sick. It's like a floodgate. It's like the Ice Barrier guy. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can special summon one S-Force monster from your hand in attack position. Oh my god, he's like the other Ice Barrier monster, right? Isn't there an Ice Barrier that does that too? This guy's like 2 Ice Barrier monsters. Except S-Force Edge Razor, you can only use this effect of S-Force Edge Razor once per turn. Holy cow, that guy's sick. He looks cool, and he's like 2 Ice Barrier monsters, so I'm going to give him 2 stars. Moving on. We have S-Force Dog Tag. That's cool, so he's like the pet of the group. Why is he level 5? What? Level 5 Light Machine Effect monster. Or he's got 2 heads, that's why he's level 5. During your main phase, your opponent cannot activate the effects of monsters in the same column as one of your S-Force monsters. Cool. It's skill drain, right? It's just skill drain. If your opponent normal or special summons a monster while you control an S-Force monster, you can special summon this card from your hand. Sick. So you just like, it's like a hand trap. You hold it in your hand while you've already got S-Force monsters on the field, and then they normal or special a monster, and then you can special summon it in response and then negate the monster, like you can negate the effect of the monster they just summoned. So if I go like normal summon Alistair, or if my opponent goes like normal summon Alistair, and then I've got this thing in hand, I can special it and then negate the Alistair, as long as I've got like another S-Force on the field, which I probably will. That's crazy. I'm noticing that there's not a lot of swarming the field with these guys, unfortunately. Like they seem super cool, but nothing so far has really like plussed them, so I wonder if I'm going to see that. Okay, let's get into S-Force Rappa Chiamaru. This is the one that I know exists. This is the one I'm familiar with. Well, I mean, familiar as in I know that it exists. Let's see, level 2. It's a level 2 Dark Warrior, so you can search it off Rhoda. That's important, probably. 800 attack, 1000 defense. Each of your opponent's monsters in the same column, back to the columns, as one of your S-Force monsters can only target that monster for attacks. Can only target that monster for attacks. I don't understand the point of that. That doesn't make any sense. Because if you have a bunch of S-Forces, you can just like always attack, right? Oh no, okay, I see what it's saying. It's saying that the monster can only attack the monster that it's in the same column as. So it's kind of like everyone's lining up mano a mano. I'm sick. I think that's cool. Quick effect, you can banish one S-Force card from your hand, return this card to the hand, and if you do, special summon an S-Force monster from deck in defense position. Okay, that's sick. And then obviously it's a once per turn. Why does it make you banish a card from hand? It's still like not letting you go plus, because you bounce itself, banish a card, then special summon from deck, so you're still not going plus. Oh, but the link one, right? Let me go back to the link one. No, because the link one makes you shuffle a monster you control and then special summon a banished monster. I'm confused. I don't understand this loop at all. Okay, why is this card so... Whatever. It bounces itself, banishes a card, and then special summons from deck in defense position. That's fine. That's cool. I mean, anything that says special summon from deck is pretty sick. And I'm assuming it's pretty searchable. We haven't gotten to the searching yet, but I'm sure it's in here. Let's see. We'll do... Next up, we're going to do S-Force Professor Digamma. This is a level 3 Dark Psychic. I like Psychics. Oh, Gamma. That makes sense. Yeah. 1000 and 1500, and then what does it do? Each of your opponent's monsters in the same column as one of your S-Force monsters cannot change its battle position. Ooh, I'm not having good hopes of this guy. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can target one face-up monster your opponent controls, change its battle position. I am going to guess that this card is not very good. Oh my god, but you can special summon it off emergency teleport. Is that enough? Is that enough that you can just E-Tele into Digamma and then you can make him the Link monster, right? Oh, you can. Okay, I'm gonna guess that all S-Force players in the world use emergency teleport to special summon S-Force Professor Digamma and then link him into the Link one. That is my S-Force strategy. Check out the deck profile after the video. No, real talk, I don't think he's very good. I'm gonna give him 3 stars, because that is what emergency teleport is at in the TCG. So he gets 3 stars. All right, moving on. We have S-Force Platina. Platina. I don't know what that means. Platina. She is a level 6, another level 6. Oh my gosh. Okay, these are like bestial fiends. Is she a fiend? No, she is a dark spellcaster. 2200 attack, 2000 defense. Let me see a special summon condition. Each of your opponent's monsters in the same column as one of your S-Force monsters loses 600 attack. That's how you know it's a good card. If this card is normal or special summon, you can target one of your banished S-Force monsters, except itself, special summon it. Hell yeah. Okay, it's all coming together. So you go Rappa Chiamaru, and then you bounce itself, banish a card, special Platina, and then Platina special summons whatever you banish from hand. Am I right? Is that the strategy? Oh man, that's super cool. And then you've just got a bunch of like monster effects in the same, like you've got the column lockdown, you've got everyone's losing attack, no one's allowed to activate their effects, no one's changing their battle position because you special summon Digamma off of emergency teleport. Hell yeah. Okay, Platina, good card. I'm going to give her, she's a 5. She gets 5. All right, we have 3 more monsters. We've got S-Force Orifice. Orifice? Or a fist? Okay, that T, man, that T is doing a lot of heavy lifting here. Level 4 Light Cyburst, another Cyburst, hell yeah. Searchable, right? Like searchable off all the Cyburst stuff. I didn't say that about the other guy too, but he's searchable off of all the Cyburst stuff as well. 1800 and 1000, your opponent cannot target any of the monsters in the same column as one of your S-Force monsters with card effects. Targeting protection, sure. When a monster your opponent controls activates its effect, quick effect, you can banish an S-Force from your hand to destroy that monster. Okay, but you don't negate. Huh. So you banish, destroy, but don't negate. I kind of feel like this effect is okay because it puts a monster in banish, which I feel like this deck really wants to do. Yeah, so I don't know. I think that's pretty good. I am going to give him 12 stars because he looks like he stands in the middle of the alleyway at high noon. What is next? What do we have next? We have one more monster. We are almost already at the end of the monster lineup. S-Force Gravitino. Let's see, level 5 Light Psychic, another Psychic. Each of your opponent's monsters in the same column as one of your S-Force monsters is banished when it leaves the field. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can add one S-Force card from your deck to your hand except for itself, and that's once per turn. Okay, so this is like just a searcher, right? It's pretty good. Each of your opponent's monsters is banished when it leaves the field, so it's like a macrocosmos, that's fine. And then if it's normal or special, which like you can do a billion different ways, you just get to search, and you can like search the level 1 that you get to use as link material. I think that this card's good. Like the level 5 is kind of awkward because it doesn't special summon itself, but I think that's really good. I mean, it's your searcher, right? It's like the best searcher that I've seen in the deck so far. So I'm gonna guess that is really good. All right, so we have one more monster actually. We have S-Force Justify. Hell yeah, Link 3. This is the boss monster. He looks like a fantasy football player. What the hell? Oh, that is sick. He's got like the big bumpers on the shoulders too. That's really cool. Okay, he's got a Link 3. He's a Link 3, but he's got upward pointing arrows. That's weird. I don't know what to do with upward pointing arrows on a Link 3. I guess this is, you're not going to want to Link summon. This guy must be so good that you're not going to want to Link summon anything after you've summoned him. 3 effect monsters, including an S-Force monster. Okay, so but it doesn't have to be 3 S-Force monsters, so you can have a bunch of different monsters and then an S-Force, so that's kind of cool. He's a Light Cyburst with 2600 attack, and what does he do? You cannot normal summon set monsters to a zone this card points to. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, so he's blocking your opponent's zones. This guy's Ojama King, right? Or is Ojama Knight? Which one's the one that blocks 3? I think he's definitely an Ojama. Quick effect, you can target one face-up effect monster your opponent controls, negate its effects until the end of the turn, so it's literally just a quick effect negate. It's imperm. That's cool. Then you can move that opponent's monster to their monster card zone that this card points to. Okay, that's pretty sick. So it's a quick effect negate, and then you can kind of reposition their monsters so that you can use your zone blocking effects. That is really sick. That's cool. You can only use this effect once per turn, that's fair. At the start of the damage step, if this card attacks, you can banish all monsters this card points to. Hell yeah. That's it has no protection. What the fuck? It has 0 protection. This thing can be destroyed with Fissure. You can use Fissure, and S-Force Justify no longer exists. Damn, that is unfortunate. It is super cool, though. It's still super, super sick. I like that. Really unique effects, too. There's really not a lot like this that I've read. I can tell this whole archetype is super unique. I like it a lot. All right, we've got, what do we got? 4 cards left. We are going to rapid fire these off. We are going to go to the field spell and see what we think. S-Force Bridgehead. I know that this card is apparently good because it's an ultra rare in Duel Links. When this card is activated, you can add 1 S-Force monster from your deck to your hand. Crazy, I probably should have started with this one. Hell yeah, you can basically get whatever you want. That's super good. So whatever you're missing, this just adds it. When an opponent's monster declares an attack on your S-Force monster in the same column, you can activate this effect. That monster you control cannot be destroyed by that battle. Yeah, I feel like one of the monsters does that too, so maybe that makes that monster a little bit worse. You can use this effect once per turn, and you can only activate 1 per turn. Okay, I mean, that second effect, the protection's kind of like not great, but clearly you're just playing this as like a Rhoda, right? Like this is just a searcher. Really, really good. That's crazy good. Okay, what next? S-Force Showdown. This is a quick play. Oh shit, that's Redoer. Hell yeah. What is it? Orifice? Redoer's up against Orifice. Man, do not ask me who I am putting money on in that duel. I know that this is the S-Force video, but yeah. What does it do? Quick effect. Special summon an S-Force monster from your hand in defense position. Crazy. Target an S-Force monster in your grave, add it to your hand. Crazy. Those are 2 good effects. It probably wouldn't see play. I mean, I don't know if it sees play at all. But if it only had 1, that wouldn't be great. But that is a lot of flexibility in a single quick play spell. I like that a lot. I think the only issue that I see with it is that it doesn't plus you, right? Because if it specials from your hand in defense position, that's a minus. And then if it adds in grave, that's like card neutral. So it's like either extension at the cost of being a minus, or it goes card neutral and adding from grave. So I don't know, maybe you don't play a bunch of it. I don't know that I would play a bunch of it, but it's pretty sick. Then we have 2 traps. These are the last 2 cards in the deck. We have S-Force Specimen. Is that Gamma? Is that a Psi Frame Lord? It looks like a Psi Frame Lord. Cool. If your opponent controls a monster, target one of your S-Force monsters that is banished or in your grave, special summon it to your field in the same column as an opponent's monster. Okay, you can banish this card from your grave, then target 1 S-Force monster you control, move that target to another of your main monster zones, and then you can only use 1 of these effects per turn, and only once that turn. Man, that would be really cool if it wasn't so you could only use 1, because both of those effects on a card is actually pretty cool. All right, so this is what? This is Call of the Haunted, but it's kind of better because in this deck, you've got these locks on your cards, right? So you can special summon them during your opponent's turn and lock them. Right, so let's say you've got S-Force Dog Tag in your graveyard, right? And then you use S-Force Specimen on your opponent's turn, and then you move the dog to the zone that their monster's in. That's kind of like Imperm in a way. But it's also like a Monster Reborn. That's okay. It's not super searchable, and it doesn't help you extend turn 1, and it doesn't really impact you unless you've got a lot of monsters in grave. So I'm going to say that this card does not see play. Last card, S-Force Chase. Oh, that's Rappa Chiyomaru, and that's IP, right? Hell yeah, that's cool. Oh, and she's got the dog. Okay, so does the S-Force dog belong to Rappa Chiyomaru? That's pretty sick. Target face-up cards your opponent controls up to the number of S-Force monsters you control with different names. Return them to the hand. Just, if you've got a full board, you can bounce their whole damn board. If an S-Force monster you control would banish a card from your hand to activate its effect, banish this card from your grave instead. Oh, and then you can only use each effective S-Force Chase once per turn. Hell yeah, this card's great. This card is played for sure. It's just like a full field bounce. It's like Compulse, but better. And then it's got a graveyard effect that is really cool. You can banish it, and then you don't have to lose card advantage. And you can use both of those effects on the same turn. For sure, this card sees quite a lot of play. Has to. Okay, heck yeah. Wow, I cannot believe that's a big archetype. There's a lot of cards in that damn thing. That is really surprising. For my judgment, for the verdict, I think that S-Force is a really damn cool archetype. It's good. Like, it's like one of the coolest archetypes I've seen that has column-based mechanics. It takes a lot for column-centric archetypes to be cool, and while, I mean, it did resort to using floodgates, it's still sick. It has this whole, like, interaction with banishing and then specialing from banished. It has a link one and a field spell that adds the starter. There's no way that this deck isn't good. Top tier, meta threat after the ban list. Ryziel, move over. We are summoning S-Force Justify, and we are moving your opponent's monsters into our main monster zone. That is sick. I like this deck a lot. Thank you all for sticking around. This video is so long. What the hell? I don't know if I'm going to do this same format for the following videos, but we are going to give this a try. If you guys have any suggestions for another archetype that I should read and learn for the first time that I've never read before, leave it in the comments, and thank you guys for watching. Remember to wash behind your ears. Good afternoon, everybody. It's Faker. Well, another week over, it's another opportunity to read some cards. In this series, we expand our horizons and read a bunch of cards that nobody has ever heard of before. This week, by popular demand in our poll, we have Ice Jade, an archetype that I've been told is super lore significant, but man, if I don't know what any of these cards do. If you want to voice your opinion on the next archetype we cover, subscribe and vote in our poll, which goes up every Sunday. Now, onto the video. Alright, now, in full transparency, the most that I know about this deck is that the Synchro was theorized to be decent in Sword Soul. I know that because I played Sword Soul at the time that it was released, but as far as I know, it never saw any play because Barone was nuts. I have a summary here that says, the Ice Jades are a group of water aqua monsters introduced in Burst of Destiny. That is the second wave of Sword Soul, if I remember correctly. We just did a video on that. Thematically, they revolve around a crystalline, icy aesthetic, with their name playing on the dual meaning of ice water and jade in Japanese. Wow, fantastic stuff, Yugipedia. What a real investigative deep diving. The Ice Jades are based on ice and jade. Crazy. The monsters are depicted as feminine humanoids crafted from a water-like crystalline substance, evoking a serene yet mystical vibe. Okay, well, I'm beginning to get why some of you guys were so insistent on voting this one so highly. Just a promise not to be weird in the comments, please. Deal? The archetype's playstyle emphasizes a defensive and control-oriented strategy, focusing on stalling opponents and manipulating the battlefield to maintain board presence. They synergize well with other water-based decks and have ties to the broader lore involving the Sword Soul archetype. Got it. Okay, well, this is coming together. We had the Sword Soul video this week, Ice Jade review today, 2 control strategies back-to-back. While I'm dreading the day that you guys make me review a combo archetype, let's get into the cards. Okay, so it looks as though we have a 14-card archetype with 8 main deck monsters, 4 spells, 1 trap, and then 1 extra deck monster. So this time around, instead of going from left to right on YGO Pro deck, I'm going to go from lowest level to highest level. I think that that's going to let us get our more important monsters out of the way. You guys are going to have to forgive me if my voice breaks up a little bit. I have been recording basically non-stop. We are going to begin with the level 3 Ice Jade. Holy cow. This is why you guys wanted me to do this archetype, right? I am not going to be able to pronounce any of this. I'm going to say Ice Jade Agarin. It is a level 3 water aqua with 1,000 attack and 2,000 defense, and the effect to, if this card is normal or special summoned, you can add 1 Ice Jade spell trap from your deck to your hand. Typical, very good. A lot of modern archetypes have a card like this, and it's awesome. When your opponent activates a card or effect that targets this card or targets this card for attack, quick effect, you can activate this effect. The next time this card would be destroyed by battle or card effect this turn, it is not destroyed. Also, special summon 1 water monster from your hand or grave except itself, but return it to the hand during the end phase, and then obviously it's a once per turn. Yeah, I mean, this card's really good. Searching 1 Ice Jade spell or trap, I saw that there were a lot of those, so that gives you a lot of flexibility with like adding whatever it is that you're missing. I think these kind of cards are super common, and it's good that the archetype has one. The Destruction Protection effect is a little bit like Maiden with Eyes of Blue. It kind of reminds me of that, except instead of special summoning a Blue Eyes, it's a water monster from hand or grave. Returning it to the hand during the end phase is not a big deal because you can go from grave and then back to hand, and so you get like advantage off of that. And I'm sure that some of the monsters have effects on special summon that are really powerful. So that's really good. The only thing I can imagine is that I doubt that your opponent is going to be baited into using this. So I wonder if the deck is going to have a way to like force your opponent to do something about it. Also, the art is a little water girl with pigtails and a dress. So we begin as we mean to go on. All right, moving on, we have 2 level 4s. We will begin with Ice Jade Tanola. That's a little bit of an easier name. This is a level 4 Water Aqua with 1000 attack, 1000 defense. Not a lot of high attack values yet. And the effect too. You can send 1 card from your hand to the grave, target a water monster in your grave, send this card from your field to the grave, and if you do, special summon the targeted monster. Little convoluted, but I see what it's getting at. If a face-up water monster you control is destroyed by battle or card effect while this card is in your grave, you can banish this card, special summon an Ice Jade monster from your hand or grave, except for itself. You can only use each effect once per turn. Okay, so that's a little complicated, but let me see if I get this right. It's on the field. You send a card from your hand to the grave, target a water monster in your grave, send it from the field to the grave to special summon it. Yeah, that's a little bit of a complicated way to get like a monster reborn, but it's still pretty good. I really like the second effect to plus off of destruction. So if another water monster you control is destroyed, you kind of get advantage off of it in grave to special summon another Ice Jade monster. That's really, really cool, but I think that the first effect is a little convoluted. It reminds me of the Lightsworn monster. Is it Luminia? The one that discards to special summon, except it also has to send itself, which I guess it wants to be for its second effect, but that's a little convoluted. Okay, so that's the first of the level 4s. Moving on to Ice Jade Acti. This is a level 4 Water Aqua with 1000 and 1000, exact same stat line. And the effect, if this card is normal or special summoned, you can send 1 water monster from your hand to the grave, draw 1 card. Okay, it's like the Ice Barrier Samurai again. A lot of parallels to the Ice Barriers in these decks lately. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can send 1 water monster from your hand to the grave, draw a card. Awesome. It goes card neutral, puts a card in grave, which a lot of these Ice Barrier cards have wanted to be in grave or interact with the grave, so that's pretty good. If a face-up water monster you control is destroyed by battle or card effect while this card is in your grave, you can banish this card, special summon an Ice Jade monster from your hand or grave except for itself. Okay, that's a very similar effect. Yeah. So the second effect is the same as Tanola, but the first effect is a little different. Happening on normal or special summon is good because this deck has a lot of special summoning, and I'm sure it's going to be in grave at some point. Sending a water monster from hand to grave is awesome, especially since it recoups you with another card. I think that both of these level 4s are good. I think that you play both of them. I feel like Acti is maybe a little bit worse, but you still want to like have enough in grave in order to like get its special summon effect. I think that's really good. Moving on, we have a level 5 Ice Jade Tremora. She is a level 5 Water Aqua, 1500 and 1500. Wow, this deck just has really low stat lines, doesn't it? With the effect, you can send this card from your hand to the grave, special summon 1 water monster from your hand. If a face-up water monster you control is destroyed by battle or card effect while this card's in your grave, banish this card, special summon 1 Ice Jade monster from your hand or grave. Okay, I'm beginning to wonder if they all have that effect, because I don't believe Agrin had that effect. No, so Agrin didn't have the effect to banish itself to special summon another Ice Jade monster. But this is a super recursive loop. A lot of these higher level monsters are having this, and I'm starting to see how this plays in. It's kind of hard to get rid of these guys. Basically, you can discard this card in order to special summon another water monster from your hand. And there are still a couple higher level monsters that I haven't seen. Also, this plays nicely with like the Elemental Lord water monster and maybe like mermails, because they can be pretty high level too. There are a lot of high level water monsters that I feel like this plays nicely with. I like the secondary effect on all these cards. It's really good. I think it lets you cheat out some of the higher level water monsters. I don't like the stat line. The stat lines aren't great, but none of this stuff that I've seen so far locks you into Ice Jades, so I'm sure that it plays nicely with a lot of generic water stuff. Up next, we have 2 level 7s. You guys are killing me. There is no way I'm pronouncing these. The first level 7 we're going to cover is Ice Jade Ran Agrin. Okay, that's my guess. Level 7 Water Aqua Tuner. It's a level 7 tuner. That's crazy. Level 7 tuner is nuts. 1500 attack, 2500 defense. This deck is unable to run over Vorse Raider. I think I found the one major weakness if you're trying to stop Ice Jades. Just play Gene Warped Warwolf in attack position. The deck can't get over it. This card's name becomes Ice Jade C-Note Enyon Cradle. Of course, why would it not become Ice Jade C-Note Enyon Cradle? When equipped with an equip card, that makes sense. That's what I've seen about the deck so far, is that they want to equip spells and change names into the immortal Ice Jade C-Note Enyon Cradle. You can discard one other Ice Jade card or water monster, special summon this card from your hand. Cool, so it special summons itself. It doesn't even need the level 5 that we just talked about. Then you can special summon 1 Ice Jade token, level 3, okay, that's fine. While that token is in the monster zone, the player who summoned it cannot special summon from the extra deck except water monsters. You can only use the effect of Ice Jade Ran Agrin once per turn. So basically, you discard a water monster or an Ice Jade card, special summon this, then you get a token. That makes a level 10 synchro, but it has to be a water synchro. So that's like what? White Aura Behemoth? I used to play that card in Link Evolution all the time. Okay, well, I'm assuming that the Synchro is a level 10 because people said that it was going to be played in Sword Soul. That would make sense. So this guy, you pitch a card, special summon it, you make a token, you make the level 10. We'll see if it's worth it when I get to the level 10. Other than that, I mean, it looks fine. You put a water monster in grave. All these water monsters want to be in grave. Super good. I'm going to say that this card is a win. I'm trying to make sense of the art because there's a lot going on in it. It is just, okay, it's a pretty water lady sitting on Lord only knows what that's supposed to be. I cannot make heads or tails of this art. I'm being 100% honest with you. All right, well, Jesus, I am not pronouncing this. All right, well, we're moving on to Ice Jade Creation A. That's what I'm going to call it. This guy is a level 7 Water Aqua Tuner, another level 7 tuner, sick. 2000 attack, 2000 defense. Holy cow, we have found a monster that can crash into Gene Warped Warwolf. Finally, while this card is equipped to a monster, why are we equipping this thing to monsters? This is the highest attack value that we've seen on a monster, and it wants to be equipped to another monster? How are we even doing that? The equipped monster gains 400 attack and defense for each banished monster. Okay, so it doesn't even work off stuff like Desires or Extract, so it's not like turn it into a Grenmaju, right? You can only use one of the following effects of Ice Jade Creation A once per turn and only once that turn. If this card is in your hand or graveyard, please say that it can equip it. Except during the damage step, quick effect, you can target one Ice Jade monster you control, equip this card to that monster you control. While this card is equipped to a monster, you can special summon this card. Oh, that's cool as shit. Oh, I was talking mad shit. This card is super cool. Okay, so you put this card in grave off of any of the cards that discard, and then you can equip it to any Ice Jade monster and then special summon it from equipped. And because it is a tuner, you can do like all sorts of cool synchro summoning shenanigans, and it doesn't even lock you like the other guy locks you. This card is super cool. This is really, really good. It's like the Dragoonity Koos, right? It's like an equipped spell that special summons itself and lets you synchro. This card is awesome. This is, I talked mad shit about this card already, but I really like this. This might be the best card that we've seen so far. All right, moving on. We have a level 9 Ice Jade Creation Kingfisher. I believe this was on the art of one of the earlier cards that we looked at, right? Am I crazy? No, I believe that Ran Agrin is like sitting next to this thing. I can barely see it in the card artwork. Level 9, Water Aqua, not a tuner. Okay, so the high level monsters are not all tuners. 2500 attack, 2500 defense. We're getting up there. We're getting up there in stat value. You can target one water monster you control, equip this card. Okay, there's a lot of equipping going on. Equip this card from your hand or field to it. An Ice Jade monster equipped with this card can attack while in defense position. Oh yeah. If it does, apply its defense for damage calculation. Oh, okay. That kind of justifies a little bit of the lower attack values, higher defense values we've been seeing. While this card is equipped to a monster, you can target one monster your opponent controls with attack less than or equal to the equipped monster's defense. Special summon this card, and if you do, return the targeted monster to the hand. And then obviously you can only use this effect once per turn. This is really cool. So you can equip it and then like compulse an opponent's monster, because all these guys have pretty beefy attacks. So theoretically, if your opponent has something that's lower, you can bounce it up, and it kind of turns all your monsters into super heavy samurais. I'm going to make an educated guess here, and I'm going to say that this card is not good. It doesn't extend. It doesn't really special summon going first. Obviously, it can special summon itself going second if your opponent has a board that you can actually bounce, but other than that, my assumption about Creation Kingfisher is that it's just not very good. Moving on, we have one main deck monster left. Let's go. Ice Jade Cosmoclore, right? Cosmoclore? I believe that's what it is. This is a level 10 Water Aqua with 1500 attack and 3000 defense. However, now I know that that can be an attack value. I'm assuming some of the spell cards do something with that too, but we're going to find out. 1500 attack, 3000 defense. If a face-up card is in a field zone, you can special summon this card from your hand. I'm going to pray that they have a field spell, because relying on your opponent to have a field spell is ridiculous. You can only special summon this card in this way once per turn. While Ice Jade C-Note Eneon Cradle is on the field, monsters your opponent controls can only activate their effect the turn that they are summoned. If your Ice Jade monster battles an opponent's monster, that opponent's monster loses 1000 attack during that damage calculation only. This is really interesting. I feel like this enables a lot. So it lets you special summon itself if you have a field spell. We're going to assume that this deck has a field spell. So you just special summon this card from your hand while the Ice Jade C-Note Eneon Cradle is on the field. We've only seen one card that allows it to change its name to that, right? Let me see. Let me double check. Yeah, so Ice Jade Ran Agrin is the only card we've seen that actually changes its name to that Eneon Cradle. So you basically are in need of that. These spells are going to have to go crazy, crazy hard. As for the actual floodgating effect, monsters your opponent controls can only activate their effects the turn that they are summoned. That feels super weak because that should just be like enough, right? I mean, if they summon a monster that can remove you, let's say they summon a Nightmare Unicorn, it doesn't matter that they can only activate it the turn they summoned it, they summoned it and it did its effect. The attack drop is kind of cool because these cards are kind of at a lower value anyway, so it's like mid, I don't know. It's a big body that you can special summon with a field spell, so I imagine it sees play, but it doesn't seem like the icing on the cake of the main deck monsters that I was kind of hoping for. Alright, so like in the last video, before we get to the spell traps, we are going to go over the extra deck monster, and there is only one in this instance. Ice Jade Gimir Agrin. This is a level 10 Aqua Synchro with 3000 attack, 1500 defense. Finally a monster with big, beefy attack values. We like to see it. Requires one water tuner and then one or more non-tuner monsters. Totally fine. Quick effect. You can activate this effect. Face-up monsters you control cannot be destroyed or banished by your opponent's card effects this turn. That's pretty good protection. Then, if you activated this effect in response to your opponent's card or effect activation, and your opponent has a card with that name on their field and or grave, you can banish those cards. If a card is banished by your opponent's card effect while this card is in your grave, you can special summon this card. Okay, that's pretty cool. So basically, it allows you to protect yourself from destruction banishing, and then you get to banish in response to your opponent's cards, and it's got some special summoning if your opponent tries to banish while it's in the grave. That's pretty strong. It's got a good attack value, it's got good protection, and it's got some effective board clearing in response to your opponent's stuff. Not a lot going on here proactively, but the deck is a control deck, so I'm imagining that the spells and traps are going to kind of flesh this out. Quick recap on all the monsters, kind of my thoughts on the monsters before we go into the spells. A lot of special summoning, a lot of really cool like recursive special summoning from grave that allows you to keep them out there. There's not a lot of level restrictions on these, so the high level guys can be affected just like the low level guys. It sounds like the low level guys are really just here to facilitate a play, but there's no archetype lock on any of these monsters. All of these monsters, I imagine, play really nicely with like generic water support. So I imagine, leave a comment, you guys tell me below if I'm correct, but I imagine that you don't play these guys pure. There has to be another water archetype that they play nicely with. Okay, so for the spells and our lone trap, these I imagine have to be a pretty big deal. We've got the level 3 monster that searches them out. A lot of these cards turn themselves into equip spells. We have a monster that special summons itself with the field spell. I'm going to start with, oh my god, that's the name of the field spell. I am such an idiot. Ice Jade C-Note Eneon Cradle is the field spell. Oh my god. Okay, so the monster changes its name to being the field spell. Man, I thought, okay, well that makes a lot of sense. Okay, so it's a field spell. When this card is activated, you can add one of your Ice Jade monsters that's banished or in your grave to your hand. That's really good. Once per turn, if a monster is normal or special summoned except during the damage step, you can target one water monster you control. That monster, along with any face-up monsters your opponent currently controls, loses attack equal to the targeted monster's original attack until the end of the turn. Okay, so that kind of compensates for the defense and attack values. So if you special something in defense position with a higher defense, you can lower their attack by your attack, which you're not even using anyway. And then you can use the monster that's an equipped spell and attack over it. So theoretically, this deck has like a convoluted way of getting over things by battle, but I still think it's cool. The effect to add a Ice Jade monster that's banished or engraved to hand is really good because these things want to be engraved, they put themselves engraved, but if you add them to hand, you get to use them again. This is a cool field spell. It's not just like a generic field spell that adds the starter. I'll tell you what though, the thing about the name being Ice Jade C-Note Eneon Cradle, man, y'all must have been talking shit during the video when I was talking about the monsters. Holy cow. Okay, 2 videos in a row that maybe I should have started with the field spell first. I think we're going to learn that going forward. I think for future videos, we probably start with the spells and traps. Moving on, we have Ice Jade Manifestation. What is going on in this art? Ice Jade might be the busiest archetype I've ever seen art-wise. If you control a water monster and your opponent has a monster on their field or graveyard, take one Ice Jade monster from your deck and either send it to the grave or special summon it. Crazy! If a face-up Ice Jade monster you control leaves the field by an opponent's card except by being destroyed and except during the damage step. So what, like banish? Spin? You can banish this card from your grave, then target one card your opponent controls, banish it. Wow, that's awesome. So this works even if your opponent going first, let's say they've like hand trapped you. Let's say you normal summon the level 3 and your opponent ashes the effect. You can then use this effect because they now have a monster in their grave and you control a water monster, special summon from deck, or you can send to grave. This card is crazy. This is a 3 of, right? I know it's a once per turn, but like this is a searchable 3 of that you can use to special summon from deck. This card is probably the best card in the archetype that I've read so far. Up next, we have Ice Jade Curse. This is a continuous spell. It says, while an Ice Jade monster and Ice Jade C-Note Eneon Cradle, hey, did you know that's the field spell? I knew that, are on the field, your opponent cannot activate the effects of monsters that were summoned that turn. Oh my god. Okay, so now it's all coming together. The level 10 makes it so that your opponent can only activate monster effects the turn they're summoned, and this spell makes it so they can't activate the effects the turn they're summoned. So altogether, it's like a more convoluted skill drain, which is cool because skill drain sucks, but if you make skill drain a little bit more convoluted, it becomes cool again. When a monster is destroyed by battle involving your Ice Jade monster, you can target one of those destroyed monsters, inflict damage to your opponent, okay, equal to its original attack. Yeah, it's a little burn. I don't think anyone cares. Really, you're playing this because it's kind of like skill drain when paired with the other cards. Okay, I'm fine with that. This card is fine. I think you play it for sure. I don't know if you played it more than one because it is searchable, but it does turn your monsters into a skill drain, which is good. And it is a control strategy. So that is totally fine. We have one spell left. Ice Jade Cradle. This is a normal spell that says add one Ice Jade monster from your deck to your hand. Okay, with a different name than the cards you control are in your grave. Okay, there we go. Wow, this deck is super consistent, right? Because you can go Cradle and then you Agrin, and then you can go Agrin, add any other spell trap. So you can like add the Ice Jade manifestation or basically anything else you want. So it's super, super consistent. Yeah, I mean, this is just like Medallion of the Ice Barrier, but a little bit worse. Crazy good. Holy cow, these spells are awesome. No equip spells, by the way. 0 equip spells. The only equip spell in the entire deck is Kingfisher and Ice Jade Creation A. Those are the only cards that equip themselves to anything. That is nuts. Holy cow. I gotta admit, man, not a very consistent design philosophy on this deck. Like, it's super cool, and there's a lot of really interesting effects that I haven't seen in like any other kind of Yu-Gi-Oh deck going together, but not very cohesive. Okay, the last card in the deck, Ice Jade Erosion. This is searchable off of the level 3. You can target one face-up card your opponent controls, destroy one Ice Jade monster you control, and if you do, negate the targeted card's effects until the end of this turn. So it's like searchable imperm. Really good. If a face-up water monster you control leaves the field by an opponent's card, except by being destroyed and except during the damage step, you can add to your hand or special summon an Ice Jade monster from your deck. Oh, it's a continuous trap. Okay, it's a continuous trap. Wow, both of these effects are crazy. It's imperm that requires you to pop an Ice Jade monster you control, but like, who cares? There's so much recursion. I think there's a lot that plays into this, because so many of the Ice Jade monsters say, if a face-up water monster you control is destroyed by battle or card effect while it's in grave, not just your opponent's card effect. So if you used Ice Jade Erosion, popped a card, you could use the graveyard effects in order to special summon a monster back. So you're not really losing anything. However, Agrin does say when your opponent activates a card or effect that targets this card, so you can't use it on Erosion. Man, I just feel like all of the spells and traps in this deck are just absolute powerhouses. You've got searching, special summoning from deck, you've got like kind of a skill drain, and the field spell is super conducive to the deck's playstyle. Wow, this is one of the most interesting archetypes I have ever looked at in this series. I gotta be honest with you guys, 2 things. I don't think it's very good. I don't know, maybe I'm not seeing the grander picture here, but unless it facilitates like a lot of out of archetype extra deck plays, I'm not really sure what the end goal here is, because the lock doesn't seem that powerful. You can monster lock for sure, but it's only activated on field, which gives your opponent a lot of options because there are a lot of non-field activated monster effects that are really powerful. Not to mention you could just like destroy the back row. The lock doesn't seem that strong to me. The deck is like super consistent, and I feel like you can access basically any of these cards that you want to at any time, but I don't know. This deck is really, really interesting. I would love to find out more, see how this deck plays, see what they pair it with, but for my initial read through of these cards for the very first time, I'm going to say that the deck is super interesting, but unfortunately very mid. I hope that you guys enjoyed the video. Sorry for my voice. I've been doing a lot of recording lately and, it's kind of taken its toll, but I hope that you guys enjoyed. If you did, make sure that you comment, like, subscribe, do all the stuff with the video. I really appreciate it. It means a lot to me. Hope that you guys have a wonderful week. Make sure that you vote in the poll. It's going to be going up tomorrow for next week's episode of this series. And remember to wash behind your ears. Good afternoon and happy Saturday, everybody. I'm Faker, and we are here with another episode of I Refuse to Read, the series where you, my viewer, viewers vote to decide which archetype I'm going to read and react to in real time for the first time ever. At the end, I'll give you my thoughts on the deck and how strong or not I think they are. Hopefully, we can all have some fun and learn a little something. In today's episode, by popular vote, we have Sulfur, and the only thing I can tell you about these girls is that they are apparently very popular. And I believe they're pendulums because I saw some scales while I was looking up art for the poll. As always, I have a brief description pulled up for our girls to give me a little sense of what I'm getting into. But first, if you want to have a say in future episodes of this series, subscribe and check out our community posts. The poll goes up every Sunday and closes on Wednesday. And finally, at the end of this episode, I'm going to try and design a piece of support that I, with my new level of expertise in the strategy, think will catapult the deck into meta relevance. Now for the archetype. The Sulfur archetype in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a group of fairy-type pendulum monsters. Okay, they are pendulums, with a musical theme. So are they like the melodious monsters? Are they like melodious? How many musically themed archetypes do we have in Yu-Gi-Oh? Inspired by the oh my god, you guys are gonna think I'm stupid. The solfege system, do, re, mi, etc. Okay, and chords. Introduced in the Ancient Guardian set, these female monsters appear as girls in colorful Victorian-style dresses, each accompanied by a chibi version of themselves wielding musical instruments. Nice. Their design and theme draws parallels to a magical girl franchise with a similar musical and fairy motif. Man, I'm beginning to have a sense of what happens with this. If I pick the series, we get S-Forces, cool space cops from the future. When you guys pick the series, we get magical fairy girls and ice waifus. Cool, sick. All right, well, I think that's enough of an introduction. Let's get into the cards. Okay, so got it pulled up on YGO Pro here, and they're all pendulums. They're all pendulums. They're not all pendulums. They've got link monsters. Okay, all of the main deck monsters are pendulums. Now, I had said in the last episode that we were going to start with the spells this time because I thought I had a better sense of the archetype after reading the spells. But you guys went ahead and picked an archetype that is all spells. So we are just going to do what we did last time, and we're going to start from low to high. Okay, so this time around, it looks like we have 6 main deck monsters, 4 spells, 2 traps, and 2 extra deck monsters. Thank God, I was getting tired of reviewing only 1 extra deck monster. All right, let's begin with the lowest level, Do Sulfur Cuchia. Okay, that's kind of cool. I like the fact that the lowest level is also like the lowest musical note, right? Because Do is kind of the beginning of the scale. That's pretty cool. This is a level 1 Earth Fairy with 100 attack, 400 defense, so super low stats. It is a scale 8, and its pendulum effect says pendulum summons of your Sulfur pendulum monsters cannot be negated. Okay, that's pretty cool. So what? That protects it from like Judgment. I don't think that protects it from Wave King Caesar because I think that says a card or effect. So okay, so they're not able to like solemn strike your pendulum summon. That's fine. And then the card text says, while you have an even pendulum scale in your pendulum zone, Sulfur pendulum monsters you control gain attack equal to 100 times their own pendulum scale. Oh, okay, cool. So while you have an even scale, this already goes up to what, 900? Not great, but I'm sure that like some of the other monsters kind of play into that a little bit more. If this card is normal or special summon, you can add 1 Sulfur pendulum monster from your deck to your hand. Oh yeah, that's sick. This is level 1. You can normal summon it, you can summon it off 1 for 1, and you just get to add like any scale you're missing. That's so cool, except itself, that's fine. And then this is a once per turn. Man, that's really cool. See, the thing with pendulum archetypes is that you have to have like a bunch of scales, because if you have a bunch of high scales, it doesn't work. If you have a bunch of low scales, it doesn't work. The requirements for your hand have to be super specific. So the fact that the level 1 lets you search out any pendulum monster, which also searches out any scale, is really, really good. All right, well, I know that I'm not getting out of this without reviewing the artwork because I think that is the whole reason you guys voted for this. And Cuchia is Cuchia. She's very pink and she's just a snuggling with her chibi version. So super adorable, super cool. Moving on, we have Ray Sulfur Dreamia is a level 2 wind fairy pendulum with 600 attack, 400 defense, and a scale of 7. So this is your first odd scale that we've seen. The pendulum effect is the same as the first one. It says pendulum summons of your Sulfur pendulum monsters cannot be negated. That is fine. It's not great, but it's fine. Card text. The effect is, while you have an odd pendulum scale in your pendulum zone, if a Sulfur pendulum monster cards you control would be destroyed by your opponent's card effect, you can destroy this card instead of one of those cards. Okay, so it kind of like protects your scales, and then, you know, when it gets destroyed, it goes to the extra deck so it can be pendulum summoned again. That's fine. If you control a Sulfur card in your pendulum zone, you can special summon this card from your hand. That's okay, right? Because you would just probably pendulum summon this anyway. So what, this just kind of lets you summon if you don't have proper scales already? That seems okay. It's like protection. I'm sure that it's like not enough, but it is an odd scale, which I'm sure the scale numbers come in here. Maybe I'll get a better sense as we go on. As for the card artwork, she is very yellow. And the little chibi one playing the flute is pretty cute. At level 3, we have Mi Sulfur Elicia. So she's like the high class one of the group, right? Because she's blue and she's got like the blue and white design going on. She looks like the girl that like is super stuffy and everyone knows is rich, but no one finds out until they all like go over to her house one day for a study session. I've seen My Hero Academia. This is a level 3 water fairy pendulum with 1100 attack, 400 defense, and a scale of 6. Now we're going to start to get into some decent attack values because she goes up to what, like 1700 when she's on the field? That's like fine. Her pendulum effect is the same as all the other ones, nothing new there. And her effect says, while you have an even pendulum scale in your pendulum zone, you take no battle damage from battles involving your Sulfur pendulum monsters. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can target one spell trap card your opponent controls, return it to the hand, and then you can use this effect once per turn. Oh man, I'm not gonna lie. I've gotten to the point where if I see a low-level monster that says if this card is normal or special summoned, I'm like, it's extending, it's searching. But no, this is like Kanaga. This is like the Arrow Mage card, except like slightly better because it doesn't require you to gain life points. Bounce a spell trap your opponent controls to the hand. Man, that would be really, really good at getting past the skill drain that is currently negating its effect. Man, it's so hard with pendulums, right? Because they can be bad, but they can still be valuable because of their scale number. I don't know, I'm going to withhold judgment on this, but I don't think it's very good. All right, up next, we have the level 4 Fa Sulfur Fancia. Oh, this one's cool. This is the best card artwork that we've seen so far. This is a level 4 fire. Of course, she's fire. She's a level 4 fire fairy pendulum with 1600 attack, 400 defense, and she is a scale 5. Okay, so she gets up to like pretty decent attack values under the level 1. She goes up to like what, 2100 on a level 4? That's fine. She has the same pendulum effect. Okay, so that's fine. I appreciate you guys if you're going to give me a pendulum archetype, giving me one where like the pendulum effect is not that difficult or different to read. That is appreciated. And her effect says, while you have an odd pendulum scale in your pendulum zone, if your Sulfur pendulum monster would be destroyed by battle, you can destroy this card instead. During your main phase, you can add one Sulfur pendulum monster from your deck to your extra deck face up, except itself, and then you can use that once per turn. That's fine, because if you have scales, you can just pendulum summon the monster right out, right? That seems totally fine to me. This card is, I believe, very good. This is sick. This is like special summoning from deck, but with extra steps, which for a pendulum archetype is totally fine. The scale seems pretty bad though. Scale 5, which probably like kind of makes up for the fact that the other effects are really, really good, right? I don't imagine that this deck wants to do scale 5 very often because I've seen a lot of low-level cards in the deck so far. As for her artwork, it is admittedly fantastic. You guys are winning me over. This is very charming and very adorable. And I'm noticing that as the levels go up, the scales go down, which is a pretty cool design idea as well. Okay, up next we have the level 5 Soul Sulfur Gracia. This is, man, look, you guys know what I'm thinking about the art. I know what you're thinking about the art. We're not going to say it. We're going to move on to the card description. This is a level 5 water fairy pendulum with 2100 attack, 1400 defense. Oh, hey, we have a new pendulum effect. Your opponent cannot activate a spell, trap card, or monster effect when your Sulfur pendulum monster is pendulum summoned. Man, that is really, really close to the other effects because there are other things you can do other than negate the summon, right? So you can like chain compulse or whatever. So, I mean, so this is clearly better than the other pendulum effects, but it kind of makes up for it by the fact that the scale is really bad. Like scale 4, what are you summoning that for? I can't imagine you scale this very often. And then the monster effect. While you have an even pendulum scale in your pendulum zone, if your Sulfur pendulum monster attacks, your opponent cannot activate monster effects until the end of the damage step. We are in our meaties. We have battle protection. Throw this into the Skull Servant deck that we were talking about the other day. Yes. If this card is normal or special summon, you can add a Sulfur spell trap from your deck to your hand. Hell yes. Okay, this card is awesome. That probably explains why the scale is so bad, right? And the level is kind of bad too. because it's 5 and 4. So its level and its scale don't really make any sense. And it kind of makes up for that by the fact that like its attack is really good, because this is, what would it go up to, 25? So it's like 2500. It searches. It has a cool pendulum effect. This is really, really good. This is a super cool card. I like this card a lot. And obviously the artwork is peak, as we are all in agreement of. The final main deck monster we have is La Sulfachord Angelia. This is a level 6 fire fairy pendulum with 2300 attack, 1400 defense, and is a scale 3. It has the same pendulum effect as Gracia, so nothing to go into there. While you have an odd pendulum scale in your pendulum zone, if your Sulfachord pendulum monster attacks, your opponent cannot activate spell, trap cards, effects until the end of the damage step. Alright, so it's another Armades. During your main phase, you contribute one Sulfachord pendulum monster, even if face down, and if you do, special summon one Sulfachord pendulum monster from your deck whose pendulum scale is 2 higher or 2 lower than that monster, except for itself. You can only use this effect once per turn. Oh, that's super cool. So I wonder if that's why, I mean, because they go up odd even the whole time. I like the way that this all plays into like a scale. It's like the whole pendulum scale, the whole level scale, and then obviously the whole do, re, mi, fa scale. It's super consistent from like a archetype design, visual design. It all plays really nicely with each other. And then what? This is like, if you special summon, if you tribute the 4, then you get like a 6 or a 2. And if you do the 5, you get like a 3 or a 7, but there is no 7. Yeah, I mean, that effect seems crazy powerful, and the artwork is fantastic. This is like the doomer to the bloomer, right? Fantastic. Big fan orange. Really like the, is that a sword? Or she's the only one that looks like she's wielding a sword. Everyone else clearly has like a conductor stick, and I guess hers is a conductor stick too. Love it. Love the little smirk. Love the smile. Man, what a cool assortment of main deck monsters. You know what? For a pendulum archetype, I'm glad that this is the one that we dipped our feet into. We are going to do the extra deck monsters, and then we will do the spells and traps, just because that's what we've been doing, and why mess up a good thing? All right, so we are going to start with the Link 2. This is Grand Sulfachord Musica. This is a light fairy link with 1900 attack. It is a scale 2, and it's got downward pointing left and right arrows. Takes any 2 pendulum monsters, that's cool. And then says, during your main phase, you can add 1 pendulum monster from your hand to the extra deck face up, and 1 face up pendulum monster from your extra deck to your hand, as long as one of them has an even pendulum scale and the other has an odd pendulum scale. Man, okay, you guys tricked me. We went the whole time. I was excited. I was like, dude, this is pendulums, but it was super simple, and now we've got like even odd flipping nonsense. Okay. When you pendulum summon a Sulfachord monster, you can target one of them. Add 1 Sulfachord pendulum monster from deck to hand whose levels equal the total pendulum scale of that monster, and then you can only use it once per turn. Oh my god, there's math. This Link monster has thrown the entire archetype into disarray. Everything is fallen apart, but I guess everything has also come together as well. I mean, that makes sense, right? That's why the scales are so divergent. That's why you can kind of like 2-4 into a 6 or 3-1 into a 4. I get it. I'm playing ball here. I really like this. This is sick. And nothing in the deck I've read so far has archetype locked you, so there's nothing stopping you from using like generic pendulum support in order to set scales and then just like go into this thing. I like this a lot. The artwork is cool. This is like clearly the instructor of the class, and I think the effect is way more complicated than I was planning on getting into today, but you know, it's pendulum. I had to know that it was coming at some point, and this card is awesome. Okay, the last monster in the archetype, Grand Sulfachord Coolia. I got to start with the artwork because it's very capturing. This is what? This is like the most popular one. So it's like not the students, not the teacher, but like the best. Is this like the successful celebrity Sulfachord? Let me know. This is a light fairy link with 2700 attack. It is a link 3 with all downward pointing arrows. Nice. And it requires 2+ monsters, including a pendulum monster. Oh, dude. You don't even need 2 pendulum monsters for this. You can summon this with anything. You can get like any 2 monsters you want on the field, and then you can just be like Abyss Actor Curtain Raiser. That is awesome. Even though I'm an Altergeist player, I do like to see a little bit of like generic link material. I try to give to others what I myself cannot have. Anyway, onto the effect. Gains 100 attack for each face-up pendulum monster in your extra deck. Ooh, this thing is stacked. The attack, I mean. The activated effects of pendulum monsters this card points to cannot be negated. That's pretty sick. I like that. So that means like you can't Ash Blossom it, you can't do anything like that as long as you're special summoning to a zone that it points to. Once per turn, when your opponent activates a card or effect, quick effect, you can special summon 1 Sulfachord card with an odd pendulum scale from your pendulum zone to your zone this card points to, and if you do, negate the activation, then you can add 1 Sulfachord pendulum monster with an even pendulum scale from your deck to your face-up extra deck. Holy cow! Oh my god. Dude, talk about coming through in the clutch. These Link monsters are insane. Dude, they put everything together. This is crazy. This is good. Like, look, the Ice Jade Synchro Monster was sick, and Justify, he's a cool dude. These guys do everything, girls do everything. It's a negate, as long as you have, like, I mean, you have to have the scale in your zone, but there's so many ways to search scales that I'm sure that that's not, like, difficult to do. Then you just get to put a Pendulum Monster with an even Pendulum scale from your deck to your face-up extra deck. Yeah, I mean, so you're just loading up your extra deck with even more, and it's got all the downward pointing arrows, so even though we're now living in, like, a Master Rule 5 era, you can still, like, Pendulum summon a lot from the extra deck, because it's got really good zones. This monster is crazy. Am I wrong? Is this monster, like, insane? This is really, really good. Man, this might be the coolest monster that we've reviewed so far. I like this. It's like, I like unique forms of negation. I like when you kind of have to work for the negate a little bit. So this is fantastic. Man, going out with a bang on the monsters. Holy cow, that was great. Okay, let's get into the spells. We're going to start with the field spell. Okay, this is the card that I used on the poll. So this is, I know that this card exists. I didn't know it was a field spell. What does it do? You can activate one of these effects. Add one face-up Soulful Cord Pendulum monster from your extra deck to your hand. Fine. Increase the pendulum scale of one Soulful Cord card in your pendulum zone by its level this turn. Okay, so it turns like the middling scales into high scales. So like if you've got the level 5 that's only a 4, I believe, that makes it a 9. Okay, crazy. If you control Soulful Cord pendulum monster cards with at least 3 different even pendulum scales, or at least 3 different odd pendulum scales, destroy one card your opponent controls. Man, this deck is kind of big brain, right? There's like a lot of level modulation, scale modulation nonsense. This field spell is super cool, and you can only use each of the effects once per turn, so you can use like multiple effects. Adding from extra deck to hand is kind of whatever. You can pendulum summon more from hand than you can from extra deck, because the extra deck can only go to the scales that a Link monster points to, or to the EMZ, if I'm correct. I'm not going to pretend like I'm a master of pendulum rules right now. Yeah, increase the scale of a pendulum card. That lets you make it even or odd, because they're never the same, right? There's never like an even level and an odd scale. And then it offers like a card pop if you line them all up like that, you know, do the triple cherries like you're gambling. This card is sick. Good field spell. Really good field spell. Okay, moving on. Soulful Cord Scale. This is a normal spell that says you can apply any of the following effects in sequence based on the number of Soulful Cord Pendulum monster cards you control with different names. Wow, that is a mouthful. If you have 3 or more, return one card from your pendulum zone to the hand, and if you do, place one face-up Soulful Cord Pendulum monster from your extra deck in the pendulum zone. That, I gotta digest that for a minute. That's fine. 5+, special summon one Soulful Cord Pendulum monster from your hand. 7+, destroy all face-up cards your opponent controls. This is okay, right? Like, being able to play scales from extra deck is pretty cool, but you have to have like multiple already. I feel like you play this at low numbers in the deck, because I feel like you have to already have a setup board for this to be good. And it's like searchable off the level 5, which is searchable off the level 1. I feel like you can get to this if you need it. Okay, I'm saying you play this at 1. Soulful Cord Elegance. Oh man, this art is awesome. This art is so cool. You guys are not winning me over on this, but the art is super cool. Normal spell, activate one of these effects. Place one Soulful Cord Pendulum monster from your deck in your pendulum zone. Crazy. Crazy. Just set scales from deck. Add one Soulful Cord Pendulum monster from your hand to your extra deck face up, then place 2 Soulful Cord Pendulum monsters, one odd and one even scale, from your deck in your pendulum zones. Dude! Add 2 cards, one odd, one even scale from your pendulum zone to the extra deck face up, and if you do, draw 2 cards. This card is... What is this? This card is nuts. Holy cow. This is like the DDD Link monster, but better. Why would this ever be bad? Because you can like place the level 5 in your extra deck, and then you can set scales, pendulum summon the 5, and then get its ability to search for a spell. This like fixes everything, and this is searchable too. Holy cow. Dude, this deck does everything except kill your opponent. I mean, like, the Link 3 gets kind of big, but how the hell are you killing your opponent in this deck? Jeez. This card is nuts. Okay, we got the final spell. This is Soulful Cord Symphony. And so we have what? Kyuchia, and she is leading all of the little chibis in like a concert. That's cool. It is a quick play spell, so it's different. Apply these effects in sequence based on the number of face-up Soulful Cord Pendulum monsters with different names in your extra deck. 3+, Soulful Cord Pendulum monsters you control gain attack equal to their pendulum scale times 300 this turn. Oh my god. I had to say, how do you kill your opponent right before this happens? Yeah, I mean, that's pretty good. 5+, you can destroy one card your opponent controls, then if you have an odd pendulum scale in your pendulum zone, draw one card. And then 7+, you can special summon one Grand Sulfur monster from your extra deck, so you can just do that without actually having to use any link material. That's super cool. And then because you have so many monsters, the Grand Sulfur will like point to them and give them all protection and attack and stuff like that. That's super cool. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of like what? This is like Sprite Gamma Burst, I think it is, the attack boosting one. Is like a quick play that causes you to be able to run over stuff. Really good. I like this card. Like the art. I think that it is. All of these cards have a billion lines of text. They're super complicated. This video is going to be a million hours long. Finally, we have the 2 traps. Let's get into these. And these are both searchable off the level 5 as well, because it searches spells and traps. Sulfur Musica. This is a normal trap with a billion effects. It says, activate one of these effects based on the pendulum scales of Sulfur pendulum monsters you control. Odd. Special summon a face-up Sulfur pendulum monster with an odd pendulum scale from your extra deck. Even. Special summon one face-up Sulfur pendulum monster with an even pendulum scale from your extra deck. Even and odd, and then it just becomes like a pop. This isn't very good, right? Like you don't have a ton of control over it, I feel like this is not enough, because special summoning is fine, but you know, in worst case scenario, you're just popping a card. I'm going to say this doesn't see a lot of play. And the last card in the deck for now, until we get to my card, Sulfur Formal. This is a counter trap. Ooh, does it negate? While you have a Sulfur card in your pendulum zone, when your opponent activates a spell, trap card, or monster effect, shuffle one face-up pendulum monster from your extra deck into the deck, then apply these effects. Pendulum monsters you control are unaffected by that effect. Cards in your pendulum zone cannot be destroyed or banished. Okay, so it's not like a negate, it's just protection. That's kind of cool. It's a little bit like more unique than just a searchable counter trap negate. I like that. I mean, so one of the problems with pendulum decks is that if their scales get busted, you can kind of end up in a tough spot. And so this is like searchable protection. I'm sure that you play this because you can search it. This is decent. Yeah. Okay, so my thoughts on the deck. I think that is a super complicated way of achieving a pretty to easy understand goal, if that makes sense. The Link 3 is a pretty nice piece to sit on and offer some protection, but generally I feel that complicated decks should reward skilled play with like some kind of blowout. And nothing that I've seen so far is unfair enough or definitive enough to warrant the level of complexity that the deck seems to have. All of the scale modulation and requiring specific numbers of odd or even scales feels rewarding if the deck is busted, but it just feels like jumping through hoops if it's less so, you know? Additionally, I don't know how this deck achieves lethal. There is a distinct lack of reliable board clearing and swinging for like big numbers. So that's the approach that I've taken in the piece of custom support that I have to offer today. Okay, so for my custom card for you guys, I have Dub Sulfur EP. This is a level 7 light fairy pendulum with 2800 attack, 1400 defense, and a scale of 1. For the pendulum effect, I've kind of differed it from the other ones. I hope that doesn't ruin the spirit of the archetype, but I wanted to give it something a little bit more powerful. So I did the astrograph thing, but a little bit better. During your main phase, you can destroy this card, and if you do, take 2 Sulfur pendulum monsters with differing scales from your main deck, add 1 to your hand, and place the other face up in the extra deck. And then that effect is a hard once per turn. It puts the card in the extra deck to be pendulum summoned for its monster effect and allows you to do like a good amount of searching, which a deck like this can afford to do because its power ceiling is kind of low. And then for the monster effect, if this card is normal or special summoned, you can target one Sulfur monster you control. It can make a number of attacks on your opponent's monsters this turn equal to its level or link rating. And that's the first effect. The second says, you can return one Sulfur monster you control to the hand, target one Sulfur monster you control with a different name. That monster gains attack equal to 500 times the level of the monster returned to hand. You can only activate each of these effects once per turn. So the idea is like you pendulum summon this guy either from the extra deck or the hand after doing the search, and it's on the field. You target like a big monster. That monster can make a bunch of attacks. Then you bounce another monster to the hand, and then its attack goes up by, like 2-3k. That's kind of the idea. Just like a battle enabler that has, good scales and a good level. You guys let me know what you think. I'm not a great custom card creator, but I hope that is somewhere in the vein of what Sulfur players are looking for. There you have it. My thoughts on the deck. This was a lot of fun, but man, you guys cannot be trusted with cute archetypes. The next poll will be nothing but monstrosities. Keep an eye out. Have a great day, and remember to wash behind your ears. Good afternoon and happy Saturday. I'm Faker, and we're here for this week's episode of I Refuse to Read, the series where all of us sit down and read live for the first time some cards that nobody has ever read before. Each week, the archetype that we read is chosen by you guys in our community poll, which goes up each Sunday at noon. So subscribe and keep an eye out if you want to participate. This week we have the indomitable, relentless Tindangle. This archetype has come in second place on every poll prior to this week's, and after getting all the waifu decks out of the way, were completely unable to be stopped, although Godi made a valiant attempt. All I know about these guys is that they are a flip monster archetype that is very popular among the viewer base of a popular YouTuber, but apparently not popular enough to overcome Sulfur. I have a description of the archetype that I'll read so that we're all on the same page, and then let's just get into the cards. The Tindangle archetype in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a group of dark fiend type monsters with a dark, geometric, and eldritch horror-inspired theme, drawing from mathematical concepts like angles and Lovecraftian entities. Of course, those two things go perfectly together. Angles, Lovecraftian entities. Isosceles, Cthulhu. Basically the exact same thing. Okay, mathematical concepts. Introduced in the Extreme Force set. Why is that set so familiar to me? Why do I feel like I have a connection to Extreme Force? What came out in Extreme Force that I'm thinking of? It looks like... Oh! Extreme Force, that's the set that Hextia came out in. Oh, okay. Well, then these are blood brothers of mine. We got Tindangles, came out in the same set as Altergeist Hextia, one of my favorite cards of all time. I'm already warming up to these guys. These monsters appear as shadowy, abstract creatures with angular designs, often featuring eerie, glowing eyes or jagged forms that evoke a sense of otherworldly menace. Huh. Okay. Well, we're off to a good start. Nobody can say that we are doing a waifu archetype this week. We are moving on to something quite a bit different. So I've got the archetype pulled up here on YGO Pro, and it looks like we are dealing with 15 cards. Oh, 14. One of those is a token. Okay. It looks like we are dealing with 14 cards, 8 monsters, 3 spells, 2 traps, and then an extra deck monster. I am amazed that for such a small archetype, this archetype is super popular. That's kind of interesting. So we are going to begin this episode as we have begun every episode. We are just going to go from the low levels to the high levels, and we're going to see if we can kind of piece together the play style as we go along. We are going to begin with the level 3 Tindangle Drelth. This is a level 3 Dark Fiend flip monster with 0 attack and 1800 defense, so it's got a decent body, and has the flip effect. Flip, you can take one flip monster from your deck except itself and either add it to hand or send it to grave. That's pretty good. If this card is in your hand, you can discard one other card, just one other card, not even one other Tindangle card. Send one Tindangle card from your deck to the grave except itself, and if you do, special summon this card in face down defense position. You can only use each effect once per turn. Oh, that's super cool. That's really good. So it just pluses you. I'm assuming that a lot of these guys have effects when they're sent to the grave. So it just straight up pluses you when you flip it. And then you can special set it by pitching a card and foolishing another Tindangle card. So it's like go from hand, bin a card, put itself face down. If you flip it face up, you immediately get to search and you haven't even used your normal summon yet. This card is super strong. This is really good. I think this is a good card. A lot of the low-level cards in these archetypes so far have been great. I think one of the things I'm noticing is that these decks just don't have a payoff, right? So like they've got a lot of searching, they've got a lot of consistency, but they don't like have a great payoff. As for the art, man, this guy is a hell of a triangle. No one can say that he isn't a triangle. I don't know what's in the triangle, but it's pretty nasty. Yeah, that's pretty eldritch. Moving on, we have the level 3 Tindangle Protector. What is he protecting? Or she? That is a weird face on there. Man, even if it's not a waifu deck, you guys are forcing me to look at the artwork. It looks like one of the familiar possessed monsters, except obviously significantly uglier. This is a level 3 Dark Fiend flip monster with 800 attack and 1600 defense. It has a flip effect that says you can change up to 3 face down defense position monsters you control to face up defense position. Then if all of those monsters are Tindangle monsters, you can add up to that many Tindangle cards, not monsters, cards, from your deck to your hand. You can only use this effect of Tindangle Protector once per turn. Holy shit, we are starting out crazy. So basically, this thing is face down. You flip it up with like Book a Taiyu, or I'm assuming maybe there's like an in-archetype way of doing it as we go further. And you just like flip your whole field face up. You plus to 1 billion, and then you plus to like 1 badillion, because this thing also adds Tindangle cards. Holy cow, you can search like the spells, the traps. Wow, these first 2 monsters are starting off crazy. These guys are awesome. Wow. Okay, moving on. So that's Protector and Drelth. We then move to Tindangle Angle. No, this is Angel. Okay, they were based on angles, so it had me thinking about angles. This is no angel that I want. It looks like Slifer, right? Doesn't it kind of look like vaguely Slifer-ish? Holy cow. This is a level 4 Dark Fiend flip monster with 500 attack, 1800 defense, and the flip effect, you can special summon one flip monster from your hand or grave in face down defense position except itself. Then if it's your opponent's battle phase, end the battle phase, you can only use this effect once per turn. Oh, that's cool. Man, that is like so good for a world of just like infinite removal of face down monsters before the battle phase, because like Drelth can send a monster from deck to grave, and then this thing can special summon. And so if your opponent runs into it, you just flip, special summon whatever you bind, and then ends the battle phase. So like on your turn, you can flip it and then get its effect, which I'm sure is crazy because all of these flip effects have been crazy so far. Man, this card is like super slow, but within the confines of a Tindangle strategy, I bet you this is really important. Special summon from grave and the battle phase is pretty good. And the art is just like absolutely haunting, like I said. Okay, let's go to the next level 4. Whoa, oh my God, this is a trippy archetype. This is Tindangle Trinity. This art is so out there. Holy cow. I am having a hard time putting my head around this archetype. Tindangle Trinity is a level 4 Dark Fiend flip. Are they all Dark Fiend flips? That's really cool. With a flip effect, you can special summon one Tindangle base Gardna from your deck. Is that like secure Gardna? Is that like the Tindangle version of the Link one? What the hell is a base Gardna? I'm excited to get to that thing. If this card was flipped face up, your Tindangle monsters cannot be destroyed by battle. Okay. If this card is sent to the grave as Link material for the Link summon of a Tindangle monster, I do know that they have one. I saw that. You can add one, oh, here we go, Gurgon's End. You can add a Gurgon Pickle from your deck to your hand, and if you do, send one spell trap from your deck to the grave. Any of them. So it could be like Black Goat Laughs, right? You know, you could just like send any of the ridiculous spell traps that want to be engraved. This thing is basically a lab card. This is like a labyrinth monster. And then you can only use this effect once per turn. Holy cow. Okay, so it's got like some mediocre battle protection, and then if you link it off, you get to add a spell, so it just like pluses you, and then you get to send any spell trap, not a Tindangle spell trap. This is like UA penalty box support. This is crazy. UA Tindangle is going to go crazy in the next set. I don't know. It doesn't enable you to link summon any easier. It gives you a benefit if you do. So it's kind of like the microcoder, except a little bit worse because you can't use it from hand, but it does let you search. This is okay. This is the first monster I haven't been super impressed by. Let us move on. We have 2 level 5 monsters, and oh, here we go, Tindangle base Gardna. Now, let me double check to make sure that Trinity was summoning in face down position. No, it just says you can special summon, so it would be in face up. Tindangle base Gardna is a level 5 Dark Fiend. It's not a flip monster. Oh, okay, they're not all flips, but it's got a big fat defense stat. If you control a face down defense position monster, you can special summon this card from your hand. Cool, in defense position. You can only special summon Tindangle base Gardna once per turn this way. If a monster is normal or special summon and is now pointed to by an opponent's Link monster, except during the damage step, you can tribute this card, special summon one Tindangle monster from your hand or deck in attack position or face down defense position. Okay, so basically, you can special summon this thing if you have a face down monster, and its effect to special summon from deck is not accept itself. So unless I'm incorrect, you can special summon this thing to a zone your opponent's Link monster points to, and then get its own effect. So it's kind of like procking your own Salamangreat Sunlight Wolf. Am I basically in the right ballpark on that? Because you have to tribute it, and then you can special summon anything from hand or deck in face down defense position. Okay, so like if your opponent has a Link monster, this kind of lets you tag out into anything that you want from deck. It's kind of like Incredible Ecclesia, except worse because they have to not only have a monster, they have to have a Link monster with arrows that points to you. I'm a little conflicted on this, right? Because there is a world where you just like set a monster and then you can special it. I don't know. I feel like this is not enough. I feel like your opponent has to be playing a Link strategy. They have to be having arrows that point to you in order to get like its big effect. And it doesn't have a flip effect. It doesn't enable your monsters to be flipped on your turn, which is what I was really hoping it would do. I was really hoping this card would be like flip one of your monsters up and just kind of like enable that whole thing. I think that this is not very good, although you can special summon it from deck off of Trinity if you flip Trinity, so I'm sure you play it. But yeah, I'm not super impressed by this one. The other level 5, what the fuck is his name? What the What the heck is this name? All right. Tindangle Doles. Doles? Okay. I'm smart. I know the English language. I know that this is pronounced Doles. But Doles is a very, very funny name. This thing is a freak, too. Oh my god, look at that mouth. Oh, golly. Alright, this is a level 5 Dark Fiend flip monster with 1,000 and 1,000. Flip, you can send one spell trap from your deck to the grave. Oh, okay, so they already have a card that does this. I was really hyped when Trinity let you do that, but I guess they already have a card that does that. But, okay. If this card is sent from the hand or deck to the grave, so like if you pitch it off of Drelth, because Drelth is like, discard a card, so that's cool. If this card is sent from the hand or deck to the grave, target a Tindangle monster in your grave, accept it, special summon it in face down defense position. Oh, okay. So even if you foolish this, you can then special summon something else because the cards have ways to get their guys in grave. This is interesting. You can only use each of the preceding effects once per turn, and then a Tindangle Link monster that used this card as materials can make 3 attacks each battle phase. Holy crap. This guy needs to be given to the Soulful Chords. I think the Soulful Chords could use a little Doles in their life. 3 attacks on monsters during each battle phase too. That's crazy. This Link monster is probably going to be great. I keep forgetting as I'm reading these guys that they have a Link monster, and so like there's gonna be a payoff. They're flipping, they're generating advantage. They're not just like spinning their wheels because there's like basically been no removal thus far. They're just kind of like building advantage, but they have a big Link monster. They've got some spells that I'm sure are going to utilize all the advantage that they're building. Doles is sick. This card is awesome. It plays so nicely with everything that the deck has done so far. This is a really good card. I was a little disappointed by the other level 5, and so Doles is like a nice little bit of redemption there. Okay, we have a level 6 up next. This is Tindangle Intruder. He is a level, I'm saying he, I assume that they're all boys because no girls look this ugly. A level 6 Dark Fiend flip monster with 2,200 attack and 0 defense. Ooh, he's kind of fragile. Flip, you can add 1 Tindangle card from your deck to your hand. Crazy. When this card is normal summon, so if you just like, summon it, if you tribute summon it, you can send 1 Tindangle card from your deck to the grave. If a monster is special summoned to your field in face down defense position while this card is in your grave, special summon this card in face down defense position. This is not optional. You can only use each effect once per turn. How many cards say this is not optional? That is not a piece of text that I'm super familiar with. This is not optional. You're doing it. You have to special summon this card in face down defense position. It doesn't even banish itself when it leaves the field. Normally cards like that are like, if you do X, special summon this card from grave, but banish it when it leaves the field. This card doesn't have any restrictions other than the fact that you do not have a say in resolving its effect. I think it's good, right? Its flip effect is you can add a card, which is obviously crazy. I'm sure that, I say that, I haven't seen a way to really reliably flip your cards face up thus far, but it just pluses you into infinity. You can just add a Tindangle card. If you tribute summon it, you can send a Tindangle card from deck to grave, which we've already noted they really want to be. Also, it doesn't say a Tindangle card except itself, so you could like throw this card in grave. You can go like Intruder, send Intruder, and then like Link summon, and then special summon a card in face down, and then you can get them back. But it is once per turn, so you can't have like an infinite line of Tindangle Intruders. This card's really good. Both of the level 6s are good. They do a really good job at like everything except having like a game plan to kill your opponent. But I haven't read the Link monster yet, and I haven't read any of the spells, and we have one more monster left. This is Tindangle Hound. Oh, this is the thing that's growing in Drelth, right? Yeah, they look exactly the same because it's got the like little rib cage of spikes and then the spiky hands. Okay, so Tindangle Hound is inside of Tindangle Drelth. Oh my god, I'm pulling from my memory here. I think that Lovecraft, there was like a Hounds of Blank Lovecraft story. Oh, I'm gonna cheat. I'm Googling it. Okay. Oh, I ruined it. Okay. Hounds of Tindalos. Yeah, that's the Lovecraft story. So there's the Hounds of Tindalos. This is Tindangle Hound, Tindalos, Tindangle. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, I hope I didn't just ruin all of your comments that were going to explain this to me. But yes, there is a hound in Lovecraft. There is a Tind. It's a Tindalos, not a Tindangle. But I suppose that is a good meeting in the middle. Man, okay. So this is like the whole thing that it's based off of. I saw Hound and I'm like, I remember there being like a Lovecraft Hound thing. Okay. Wow. So this guy's probably pretty important. He is a level 7 Dark Fiend flip monster monster with 2500 attack and no defense. And then he says, flip, you can target one other face-up monster on the field. This card gains attack equal to that target's original attack. Then you book that target. Okay, that's not impressive. Each monster your opponent controls loses 1000 attack for each monster linked to it. Ugh. If this card is destroyed by battle or card effect and sent to the grave, target a face-down monster on the field, change it to face-up defense position. Why is it that the first control over flipping your monsters face-up and face-down that we've seen so far requires this card to be destroyed by battle or card effect? At least it doesn't say by battle or your opponent's card effect, because there are a lot of cards that do that. Man, for the card that really like made me put together what this archetype actually wants to do, I'm a little surprised that it doesn't do more. I was super ready to like put this together. I don't know, maybe the Link monster is kind of like similar. This card is not good, right? This card is just not good. Do you play it? I might for the first time look at a deck list after I'm done with this, because I'm very curious to see if this card is actually played. Okay, let us move on to the last monster in the archetype, Tindangle Acute Cerberus. This is not Hound. This is a different thing than Hound completely. Okay, I don't know what the Cerberus is then. This is a Link 3 that requires 3 Tindangle monsters. Oh, baby. Yes. Thank you. Just someone... Another archetype as restrictive in its Link monsters as Altergeist. I'm in favor of this. I like to share the love. Tindanglers, you and I are brothers and sisters. I'm sure that there are some lady Tindanglers out there of the same spirit and soul. Super restrictive Link monsters, 3 Tindangle monsters. Not even like 2+ Tindangle monsters, nothing like that. It's just like it requires 3 actual monsters. Terrible. Has 0 attack too. Oh my god. Okay, wow, we're moving on and just getting absolutely domed. It's got the little triangle arrow, which makes sense, right? It's a Tindangle. It's a triangle. It makes a little triangle with its arrows, which I think is nice. Gains, it does gain. Gains 3000 attack if you have 3 or more Tindangle monsters with different names in your grave, including Tindangle Base Gardna. Okay, so you have to play Base Gardna. Base Gardna is like mandatory in order to make this thing big. That's fine. Look, if I had to guess, I would imagine that like Base Gardna is like the spaceship that they all fly in, right? Are they like aliens that fly through space and the Base Gardna is their like form of transport? Is that why Trinity special summons it? It like calls the spaceship? Or is this all like a Lovecraft reference that I don't get? So anyway, you've got all those. It gets really big. Gains 500 attack for each Tindangle monster it points to, so it can get to like 4k. At the end of the battle phase, if this card declared an attack, you can special summon 1 Tindangle token. This is terrible. This is awful. This is the worst extra deck monster that we've covered in this entire series, and I've read S-Force justify. Something, it dies to fissure, right? Like no protection, no removal, no floating, no negation, no quick effect, anything, actually. I mean, if it declared an attack, that's like kind of, what is the point? What's the purpose? Oh my god, this thing is abysmal. And it requires 3 Tindangle monsters. Like, not to get on a high horse or a rant or anything like that, but like Hextia requires 2 Altergeist monsters. It's a negate, it gets big, it searches, it's crazy. Prime Banshee, tag out special summon from deck, recur from the graveyard. Super powerful monster. This requires 3 Tindangle monsters and it's kinda big, and that's about it. Wow, it must have been just painful for you guys as I'm reading this to be like, oh, maybe this Link monster, it's going to be ridiculous. I think this might be the worst card that we've read in this series so far. Holy cow, I'm sorry, Tindanglers. I'm feeling pain with you, not at you. And I hope that you understand. I'm not making fun of you. I am, however, making fun of Tindangle Acute Cerberus, because what's he going to do about it? Well, that's it for the monsters, and that is a bit of a letdown. All of the main deck monsters are crazy. They search, they summon, they flip, they add. It's like super consistent and really cool, but man, this is a stairway to nowhere, which I guess makes sense because we're going to move on to the spell traps, and the first one is called the Stairs of Mail. The Stairs of Mail, huh? Oh my gosh, I don't get Lovecraft references. If this whole deck is like one interconnected Lovecraft reference and it's just not clicking for me, feel free to ridicule me in the comments. I deserve it. This is a continuous spell that says during your main phase, you can activate this effect. Discard 1 Tindangle card. I've got a discard cost. And if you do, apply one of these effects. Change a face down defense monster into a face up attack. Change the face up attack to defense. This turn, you cannot discard another card with the same name for the effects of Stairs of Mail, even if this card leaves the field. Okay. Okay, so none of these are once per turn. So you can go Stairs of Mail, pitch a Tindangle card. Now it's engraved so it can get its like graveyard effects. And then you can do like flippy Bookatayu shenanigans as much as you want, as long as you have material to discard. This card's really, really good, but it's not a Tindangle card. It's a Stairs of Mail card. Man, this really did come out in the same set as Altergeist Hextia. Holy cow, this is like your guys' personal spoofing, isn't it? Is this not, it doesn't say this card is always treated as a Tindangle card. So this card is not searchable within the archetype as far as I have seen. It's non-searchable, but it feels like it's super critical because this feels like it enables everything. Holy cow. All right, moving on to another card that does not appear to be searchable, Euler's Circuit. This is their field spell. Man, so this is what they do, huh? They give you guys all of this consistency, all of this searching, and then they don't name any of the spells after Tindangles. Holy cow. This is a field spell that says your opponent's monsters cannot attack if you control 3 or more Tindangle monsters. Terrible, terrible, right? Because if they're face down, they're not Tindangle monsters, they're face down monsters. Dang, okay. Once per turn during your standby phase, you can target a Tindangle monster you control, give control of it to your opponent. You can banish this card from your grave and discard 1 Tindangle card. Oh, to add 1 Euler's Circuit from deck to hand? So you send this spell to grave, and then you have to banish it and discard a Tindangle card to add another copy of itself from deck to hand. I mean, look, I get that the Tindangles don't mind being discarded. They've got some really good grave effects. There are a lot of effects that special summon from grave. So maybe I'm underestimating how much they want to be in grave. Maybe this is like a benefit, but that is a lot of hoops to jump through to search a field spell that is, I mean, as far as I can tell, only bad, right? Only bad. It's a bad battle protection. And why would you want to give a Tindangle monster to your opponent? Just because they have low attack and you can run into them so they can point into Acute Cerberus's like forward pointing arrow? Man, okay, I'm gonna need some explanation on this because this is not making sense. We have one more spell in the deck. This is Nagel's Protection. What on earth? Is that Angel? Who's on that card? That looks like Angel to me. So it's like 3 angels in a triangle. This is a continuous spell. It says, Tindangle monsters in your main monster zone cannot be destroyed by battle or your opponent's card effects. Don't they want to float? There was one that like wants to float, wants to be destroyed by your opponent's card effects. Yeah, Hound. Oh, but that effect's like not very good anyway. Okay, that's probably not a big deal. Okay, so it protects from battle your opponent's card effects. Once per turn, if your Tindangle monster inflicts battle damage to your opponent, the damage is doubled. Hey, that's not bad. You could get you could do like OTK with Nagel's Protection, right? Because you have Acute Cerberus. Let's say it's at 0, it goes up to 3k, it's pointing to 2, that's 4k. Let's say you give your opponent a attack position Tindangle monster during your standby phase that it now points to, that's 45k, and then it doubles for an OTK. Is that the whole deck? Is it just like an Acute Cerberus OTK strategy where you just swing for 9k into your opponent? That's crazy. You can banish this card from your grave, discard 1 Tindangle card, add 1 Nagel's Protection from deck to hand. Okay, so all of these spells, it's like banish it, discard a card in order to add it. So it's like searchable in a roundabout sort of way. Okay, none of them are named Tindangle. None of these are searchable off of the actual Tindangle monsters themselves. They are in the sense that you can like foolish them and then banish them and do that, and that seems fine, but this is so roundabout. I'm really surprised. The monsters were kind of like going in a really consistent direction, and then the extra deck monster kind of threw them off. Really, I guess Hound threw them off. The extra deck monster threw them off though, and now the spells have just been crazy. Protection from battle and card effect destruction is good, especially for flip monsters, because you want them to be able to survive and get their flip effects. But man, that's really, really crazy. I love that it says Tindangle monsters in your main monster zone cannot be destroyed by battle or opponent's card effects. Why are they so opposed to giving Acute Cerberus any protection whatsoever? Like, the card itself dies to fissure, as they say. And then Nagel's Protection doesn't even protect him. I don't know what Nagel has against the Acute Cerberus, but holy cow. We have 2 more cards. They're traps. We have Gurgon's End. Okay, now let me double check. I believe that Gurgon was mentioned earlier. Yeah. So Gurgon's End, this is the card that was mentioned on Tindangle Trinity, where if that card was sent as a link material for a link summon of a Tindangle monster, you can add Gurgon's End, and then you send a spell trap from deck to grave. Got it. So this is the card that you're searching off of Trinity. Cool, so it searches a trap. This is a normal trap that says, target 1 Tindangle link monster you control, equip this card to it. It cannot be destroyed by battle or card effects. Hell yeah, no longer dies to fissure. Also, your opponent cannot target it with card effects. Targeting protection, battle protection, card artifact protection, sick. Once per turn, if there are monsters in all zones the equipped monster points to, that's why you want to give your opponent a monster. If there are still monsters in all zones the equipped monster points to, you can destroy this card and all those monsters, then inflict damage to your opponent equal to the equipped monster's attack before they were destroyed. So it's like burn. It's like it protects acute Cerberus, and then it can deal like a chunk of burn. This is really, really hard to evaluate. This is pretty interesting. So it's like becoming a towers deck. It's like you use all of these Tindangle monsters to get enough in rotation. They just plus themselves until they get enough on the field. You link them into acute Cerberus, and then you use all of these relatively difficult to search cards in order to make it into a towers. I'm here for it. This does not seem good at all, but it seems super cool. I like towers decks in general. I know some people think they're boring. I have a soft spot for Towers Turbo. And the last card that we have is a Tindangle trap. Holy cow. Tindangle Deluane. Deluune? Okay, well, it looks like in the card art of this, is this acute Cerberus or is this Hound again? I can't tell. This is a normal trap that says when you take battle damage from your opponent's attacking monster while you have 3 or more Tindangle monsters with different names in your grave, that's easily, you can do that easily. You can destroy the attacking monster. And if you do, special summon 1 Tindangle acute Cerberus from your extra deck. If you control no monsters in the extra monster zone, you can banish this card from your grave, then target 3 Tindangle monsters with different names in your grave, special summon them in defense position. This card is crazy. This card is busted. Are you insane? So this can be sent to grave. It can be searched. You can do anything with this card. And then it's got like a Inferno Reckless summon type ideal where if you take damage while you've got a bunch of monsters in your grave, just pop the monster that attacked and then you get an acute Cerberus for free. Its arrows are going to be all messed up, right? So like the arrows are not going to be good because it's going to be in the main monster zone. I don't believe you summon it to the link zone. So it's going to be in the main monster zone, not pointing to anything. So its attack is going to be super mid, but I mean, you've got one for free. It's like a Starlight Road in that way. And then if you control no monsters in the extra monster zone, which you won't because the card will be in the main monster zone, banish this card, target 3 monsters with different names in your grave, you special summon them in face down defense, and then you get all of their flip effects again. This card is crazy. This is super good trap. And I mean, of all the cards that you would want to be searchable, this is like one that you would want to be searchable. Oh my gosh. All right, let me put my thoughts on this deck together. I feel like if I saw this deck in action, it would spin its wheels for an eternity. And like sometimes it would OTK you, and then sometimes it would do absolutely nothing. Holy cow. Yeah, I mean, I feel like this deck just goes nowhere fast. But I mean, it's just like a Towers Turbo. I feel like you just make acute Cerberus and then you equip it and protect it with a bunch of stuff, and then maybe you like swing for game. There's like no removal, right? Am I crazy? Is there 0 removal in this entire archetype? Yeah, there really isn't. Holy cow, that's nuts. This is a remarkable deck. I don't know if it's just like dangle, as in like, you know what's dangling and the Tindangler. Like, I don't know if that's just the only reason this is popular, or if like people like flip archetypes. I'm not sure, but this is a deck that's going to consume a fair amount of my thought for the immediate future for both good and for bad reasons. I appreciate you Tindanglers putting as much effort into pushing this thing forward as you did. To 2 second place finishes in a row for finally winning is a lot of work, and I appreciate you guys for it. Thank you guys for watching today's episode of I Refuse to Read so much. If you guys enjoyed the video, please like, comment, subscribe, all of that. It means a lot to me. I know that the video production's gone down a little bit, just school's been pretty ridiculous, but hopefully we can pick up in a little bit, and if nothing else, we still have this series. Thank you guys for watching. Remember to wash behind your ears. Good afternoon, friends, and happy Saturday. We are here today with another episode of I Refuse to Read, the series where you, my community, vote on which archetype you are going to force me to finally sit down and read for the first time. In today's episode, we have, and I mean no disrespect to the Tindanglers, the first competitively relevant archetype that we've covered in the series thus far. Memento. This archetype of charmingly hideous monsters, bearing at least a passing resemblance to old-school Yu-Gi-Oh! Monsters, has achieved a respectable level of competitive success, including winning a YCS and, more impressively, having a 3-0 match record against me playing Malice. Despite having dueled against this meta threat a few times, I can still confidently say that I have no idea what the deck does. All I know is that when I try and negate their shit, my opponent just tells me that they get to resolve the stuff anyway, and then I lose. You guys forced me to read this. this, putting the highly respected GOTY fans in a corner for yet another week. And so let's get into it. If you want to participate in these weekly polls, subscribe to the channel and keep an eye on the community post. The poll goes up every Sunday at noon and closes on Tuesday. We'd love to have you. I have a summary from Wikipedia pulled up here that I've linked in the description as well. Man, you guys complained about me for using AI for the archetype descriptions, but let me tell you, at least on Grok, I wasn't being bombarded by ads. Holy shit. Anyway, it reads, Memento is an archetype of many retrained previously non-effect monsters. That makes sense. I know that they're supposed to be based on classics. Their playing style revolves mainly around special summoning their high-level monsters quickly for free. Yeah, I can tell you they do that. Which their effects enable if the graveyard has enough other Memento cards in it. Cards and archetypes that can send monsters to the graveyard fast can help in setting the strategy up, like Lightsworn or Zombies. Since most Memento monsters just require to have the monsters in graveyard to summon them, cards like Necro Valley or the End of Anubis can help protect them too. There you have it, nice and human written. The End of Anubis, yeah? Quality stuff, boys, quality stuff. Well, I have all the cards pulled up here on Wikipedia, and let's get into it. Jesus, that's a lot of cards. Okay, there seem to be 18 cards in this archetype. This is the largest that we've done so far, with 10 main deck monsters, 4 spells, 2 traps, and 2 extra deck monsters. All right, well, this is going to take some time, so let's jump right into the main deck monsters with Memento Tlan Mace. So I'm not going to do the Memento Tlan. I'm just going to call them Memento for the rest of this because that does not roll well off of my tongue. Memento Mace is a level 1 Light Fairy effect monster with 400 attack and 300 defense, and the card effect. During your opponent's main phase, if you control Memento... Oh, holy cow. Stopped up immediately. If you control Memento All Tehu... Jeez. If you control Combined Creation, we're just going to call it Combined Creation. If you control Combined Creation, quick effect, you can discard this card, then target one face-up monster your opponent controls, take control of it until the end phase. Okay, so it's like a quick effect change of heart from the hand. That is super sick, and that's only during the main phase, though. Only during your opponent's main phase, so it's kind of like a crackdown. Oh, and it doesn't negate the effects either. That's really cool. During your main phase, you can destroy one Memento card you control, and if you do, add one Memento card from your deck to your hand, except itself, and then you can only use each effect once per turn. Wow, this is crazy strong. This is really good. So it's like quick effect, crackdown, change of heart type deals, and it puts it in grave, which my archetype description said that it really wants to do. I believe that the second effect is only when it's on the field, so you destroy one Memento card, which again puts it in grave, and then you could add one other one from deck to hand. Stupid strong, really cool. I don't know what card this art is based off of, and I'm not going to go look because this video is going to be really long anyway. So if you guys want to tell me in the comments, I would really appreciate that. Moving on, we have another level 1, Memento Goblin. This is a dark level 1 fiend with 400, so that's kind of like a reflection on the first one, right? Okay, yeah, the first one was 400, but it was a light fairy level 1. This is a dark fiend level 1, so it's kind of like the inverse. Has the card effect, during the main phase, if you control Combined Creation, we're just doing that from now on. Quick effect, you can discard this card. For the rest of your turn, your opponent cannot target Memento monsters you control with card effects. That's pretty good protection. During your main phase, you can destroy one Memento monster you control, and if you do, send up to 2 Memento cards with different names from each other from deck to grave, except itself, and then you can only use each once per turn. Wow, okay, that's crazy good. So the targeting protection is like kind of mid, but it puts this thing in grave, which like you need the monsters in grave, apparently. So if nothing else, this helps get it in grave. And then it just foolishes 2. You pop 1 in order to send 2, which puts 3 in grave, like right off rip. That's crazy. So just with its field effect alone, you can get 3 monsters in grave. I have a distinct feeling that I'm not going to be as let down by the boss monsters in this episode as I maybe have in the past. Okay, both of the level 1s are pretty impressive. I could for sure see myself summoning them off of 1-for-1. Moving on, we have a level 2. This is Memento Gaddick. Okay, this is the one that I know about because it looks like Karibo, right? I know it's not Karibo because Karibo is not a normal monster, so I'm not sure what this is supposed to be. I'm not stupid, right? That's Karibo. I know what Karibo looks like. Anyway, this is a level 2 Dark Fiend, so this one's a Dark Fiend as well, with 550 and 400. Not a lot of attack values, but I don't think any of these things, like you're ever going to be attacking with them. It has the card text. If this card is normal or special, you can target a Memento card in your grave, except itself, add it to your hand. If it's sent to the grave by a Memento monster's effect, effect, you can special summon. Oh, damn, that's so good. Okay, so I'm already putting it together. So basically, Goblin can destroy one to send two. So if you go Goblin, destroy a card, send Gaddock, then Gaddock now gets to special summon itself. And because it was special summoned, you get to target, any card, but presumably like the one that you just destroyed off Goblin, and then add that to hand. Ooh, man, this is super powerful. This is a really, really, really good loop that we've already got going on here. I'm liking where this is going. All right, I'm putting the puzzle pieces together. Not going to spend a ton of time on each of these cards because there's a lot of them, but I really like what we're doing so far. Up next, we have 2 level 3s. We are going to start with Memento Angwitch. Is this the level 5? No, because the original witch that I'm thinking of was level 5. This must not be it. This is a level 3 dark spellcaster with 800 and 1000, and it has the card effect. If this card is normal or specialed, you can add a memento monster from your deck to your hand except for itself. Then it has a field effect. You can target one level 2 or lower memento monster in your grave, destroy a memento monster you control. It doesn't say destroy one other, so it can destroy itself. And if you do, special summon the targeted monster, and then you can only use each effect once per turn. Wow. This is like banger after banger. To each card, 2 effects, and like all the effects are good. None of these require you to have the combined creation out either. Okay, yeah, so you just like special this thing, which you can do a dozen different ways, and then you get to search, and you can search the monsters with discard effects. This is crazy. And then you can pop a card to special summon from grave. Super strong. Holy cow. I'm really impressed by these so far. The art, let me pull this up. Yeah, I really like the art on this one in particular. But the effects on all these have just been banger. Okay, so the first of the level 3s is really good. Great searching, great special summoning. I don't know what more you could possibly want from an archetype than this level of like consistency and swarming. So yeah, it's perfect. Moving on, we have Memento Sleepy. Sleepy? Is it actually pronounced Sleepy? Holy cow, because it's a sheep? Is that what it is? Is this like the fusion substitute? Not fusion substitute. I can't remember. There's like a sheep in the early sets that is like a fusion monster. That's what this reminds me of. This is a level 3 Earth. Ooh, okay. They're not all dark and light. Level 3 Earth Beast. Effect monster with 800 attack and 1000 defense. And the card effect. During the turn, a monster in your possession was destroyed by card effects, which like every monster we've seen so far does. Quick effect, you can special summon this card from your hand. Nuts. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can fusion summon one memento fusion monster from your extra deck using monsters on your hand or field. Okay. If this card is destroyed by battle or card effect, you can send one memento card from your deck to the grave except itself. Right. So like this is kind of like the Tindangles, right? Where they're just constantly sending stuff to grave, except they all also do things other than like send to grave. So they send to grave and then they also do something else that's completely busted. Why is Foolish Burial still limited? Why are we limiting Foolish Burial when every card just gets to Foolish Burial and also has a badillion like crazy effects on it? So the crazy thing about Sleepy is it just says during the turn a monster in your possession was destroyed by card effect. It's not like in response to the destruction. It's not something you have to chain. It's just like at any point in the turn while you have this thing in hand and you've destroyed a card, you get to do the fusion summon, which is just like ridiculous. And you guys will have to tell me, but does this like remember if a card has been destroyed? So if you destroy a card and then later in the turn search this thing, are you now able to do the special summon fusion summon thing? I don't know if it's like multi-faker. Yes, everything. My only frame of reference is Altergeist cards. I don't know if it's like with multi-faker where if you spoofing to get a multi-faker, the faker knows that you activated spoofing and you then get to use its effect. So I don't know if Sleepy's that way. Please let me know. This card's crazy. It's ridiculous. Up next, oh man. Up next we have the Memento Dark Blade. Look man, this is Yu-Gi-Oh! This is peak Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't care if I don't recognize any of the rest of these guys. Dark Blade is one of the coolest cards in Yu-Gi-Oh's history, dude. Classic vanilla monster. I believe it even has the stat line. I don't know if Dark Blade had 1500 defense, but I know it had 1800 attack. Holy shit, what a cool visual retrain of one of the coolest normal monsters in Yu-Gi-Oh's history. I really like this. What the hell? This is awesome. Memento Dark Blade is a level 4 Dark Warrior, of course, searchable off Rhoda and everything else in this damn deck. 1800, 1500. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can discard discard one memento card, then target one spell trap your opponent controls. Destroy it. Okay, that's kind of mid. During your main phase, you can destroy one memento monster you control, and if you do, special summon a level 3 or lower memento monster from your deck. What the hell? Oh my god, we are, I don't know if you guys saw that Knicks game, but we are coming through in the 4th quarter on Darkblade. That first effect was like kind of mid. Destroy a memento card and then special summon a level 3 or lower memento monster from your deck. That is insane. That's crazy, because you could just go like Darkblade special Angwitch, and then you get to go Angwitch search a card, or you can go Gaddock in order to add from grave, like if you have something that you've already used in grave, or I'm sure, well, it's level 3 or lower, right? Yeah, so you can't do any of the ones that we haven't talked about yet, but still, holy cow, that is insane. Oh my god, like I have to move on because there's a billion of these, but I don't want to stop looking at Memento Darkblade. This card is so sick. There's a 14-year-old boy in all of us, and the freaking flame sword, the like crystal orange and black. Oh my god, this guy is so cool. I'm gonna come back and look at this card after I'm done with this video for sure. All right, so that's level 4s. Up next, we have 2 level 5s. We have the level 5, whoa, I am not. Okay, I'm sure that you guys have some kind of nickname for this thing because there's no way that you pronounce this. Memento Tatsunutushigo. Tatsunutushigo? Did I actually get that? Holy cow. This is a level 5 Earth Beast, another Earth Beast. Do these things just share the attribute and typing of the original normal monster? Is that how this is working? Because I don't see much of a like consistent attribute or typing theme so far, and nothing that really plays on that theme. So I wonder if they just don't care and they're just going off of whatever the original normal monster that they're based on's typing and attribute were. So yeah, this has 1350 attack and 1600 defense. For sure, that's based off the original. And the card effect. If you do not control any face-up monsters other than memento monsters, okay, you can special summon this card from your hand. Man, what's that old MBT joke where he's talking about like one of the water monsters, and then he's like, you could special summon this by like thinking really hard about a crab. That's for sure what this is. This is like special summon this thing just because you want to. Yeah, of course. That's ridiculous. During your main phase, you can destroy one memento monster you control and send any number of memento monsters with different names from your deck to the grave whose total levels are less than or equal to the destroyed monster's original level. What? That includes, you can do this on itself, right? So you could like destroy it and then send like a 3, a 1, and a 1. So you could foolish 3, and now you've got it in grave as well. Or you can pop, like, I know there are higher level ones. You could pop one of the higher level ones and foolish like a billion, right? This is crazy. It's special summonable by breathing. And then you get to just like pop a card which you want, and then you want to send a million cards to grave. Not to mention, like, you can, I'm gonna keep going back to this card because it's crazy, but you could send Gaddock, and then you get to just special Gaddock, and then you get to go Gaddock, and Gaddock can add back one of the other cards that you sent. Holy cow. You can go this guy, pop a card, send Gaddock, and then a couple other ones, and then go Gaddock, special summon, and then add any of the other cards you sent. So this is like adding to hand and foolishing, like, but times 1,000. This card is ridiculous. This whole archetype is ridiculous. What the hell? Oh my god, what's the other level 5 do? Ooh, this is an ugly. What the hell is going on with this thing? This is an ugly son of a bitch. There's no way. Why? There's so many cool original Yu-Gi-Oh monsters. They didn't have to do this guy. I don't know. Not to upset any Kyrion fans in the audience. Hopefully there aren't many of you. But yeah, this is Memento Akirion. This is a level 5 water aqua with 1700 and 1400. And then has the card effect. If this card is normal or special summoned, which now we're getting into like a little bit more difficulty because it's level 5 and doesn't have a special summon effect, you know, something thinking about a crab. You can activate this effect this turn. This turn, level 9 or higher memento monsters can attack directly. That's crazy. It's free. If this card is destroyed by card effect, including like hand, you can target one of your other memento cards that is banished or in your grave, add it to your hand. If a memento monster in your hand or face-up field is destroyed by battle or card effect while this card is in your grave, you can special summon this card. Okay, so this is like another thing that you can send to grave, and then when you pop any other memento monster, you get to special this guy for free from grave. And there are like more than enough ways to bin already. So I see this. You're this constant loop of destroying, special summoning, and getting all of these monsters into effect. And my fantastic human written archetype description let me know that their higher level monsters need to have that. So I'm looking forward to that. This card is good. Yeah, I mean, the first effect, again, like Darkblade, is kind of mid, but the second effect is crazy. Those are both of the level 5s. We are going to move on to Memento Horned Dragon. Okay, man, I'm going to sound like such a schlub here. I think I know what this is based off of, but I can't visualize it in my head right now. It's been a crazy week. I passed my final on Wednesday as well, by the way. So, like, school is rapidly on the way out, but yeah, it's still been a crazy week. Memento Horned Dragon is a level 8 Dark Dragon effect monster with 2850 attack and 2350 defense. Oh, baby. Yes, I love it. I love these attack values. It's enough to make a Dinomorphia player cry. Okay, so the effect says, if you have 3 or more Memento monsters with different names in your grave, you can special summon this card from your hand. You can only special summon Memento Horned Dragon once per turn this way. Okay, yeah, you can do that like effortlessly. There are so many ways to get Memento monsters with different names in grave because they all send each other. So this thing is very easily special summonable. If this card on the field is destroyed by card effect, you can target 3 face-up cards on the field. Not up to 3, has to be 3. Including a Memento card you control, destroy them. Okay, this is fine, right? It's easily special summonable, and then if it has to be destroyed on the field, this one can't be destroyed in the hand. And it has to be 3 face-up cards, not up to 3. So I am actually going to guess that this card is not good. This card doesn't seem to play ball with what the rest of the cards want to do. So I'm going to keep this card in mind going forward, but I don't think that Memento Horned Dragon is a very good card. Okay, holy cow, we are making really good on time, boys. We have 1 main deck monster left. This is the one. All right, just for anyone who's made it this far into the video, I'm going to do my best at actually pronouncing this thing. Mementoale Tehutikla Combined Creation. Mementoal Tehutikla. Oh man, Dad, I am a white man. What are we doing? This is a level 11 Earth Worm. What? In what sense is this a worm? How is it based off a classic monster if it's a worm? There were no worms. That's crazy. And its art is just freakish. Holy cow. 5,000 attack and 5,000 defense. That is ridiculous. There's a card that allows you to search for a monster whose attack and defense is the same, right? Like if they have the same attack and defense, you get to search it. I mean, I feel like you don't need it because this deck can search a billion ways, but if I'm not remembering incorrectly, that's up there. Cannot be normal summon set. Must be special summoned from your hand or grave by shuffling 5 other Memento monsters with different names from your hand or grave into the deck or extra deck. While you control no other monsters, this card can attack all monsters your opponent controls once each. Once per turn, if your opponent activates a card or effect, you can special summon a Memento monster from your hand or grave, at which point you would no longer control no other monsters, so it doesn't get to do its attack thing, but maybe that's enough. Okay, so this is like the main deck bungus. This is the big beater in the main deck. And I know they have 2 extra deck monsters. Most of the time, these cards are kind of bricky. They're kind of bulky. They're not really easy to get out. It doesn't really have a lot of protection. It just like swings and hits really hard. And you're shuffling Memento monsters with different names back into the deck, and you kind of want them to be in the grave. However, 5K is a lot of attack, and it's actually pretty easily summonable just based off everything I've seen with this deck. So I'm going to guess that this sees play. This is a 1 of, for sure. You play this at 1 in the deck. You have to, right? Because this is just like an OTK out of nowhere. This is like a Palladium Oracle Mahad, right? Like you're in a deep end game. Neither you or your opponent have anything. Your graveyard is full. You top deck this guy and you just murder your opponent. Is that correct? That is my guess. Okay, that is it for the main deck monsters. Wow, what a lineup. Some real knockout stars in here. Darkblade is ridiculous. Gaddock is crazy. Angwitch is like ludicrous. All these monsters are just insane. I actually really like this archetype. I'm kind of glad that it won. Goaty fans, you know, Tindangle had their day, so will you. But I'm kind of glad that we're reading this. Moving on to, we have 2 extra deck monsters. We're going to start with the lower level one. We have Memento Twin Dragon. Okay, this is based off the Thunder Dragon one, right? There's a old fusion monster that's like Thunder Twin Dragon, something like that? I think that that's the one that this is based off of. This is a level 7 light Thunder fusion with 2800 attack, 2100 defense, requires 2 Memento monsters. Crazy. Any monster destroyed by battle with your Memento monster is banished. Okay, so it's like a walking macro, but kind of differently. You can only use each of the following effects of Memento Twin Dragon once per turn. If this card is fusion summoned, you can destroy 1 Memento monster in your hand or face-up field, and if you do, add up to 2 Memento monsters with different names from your deck to your hand. Ridiculous. If this fusion summoned card is destroyed, you can special summon a level 6 Memento monster from your graveyard. It extends and then it floats into more extension. You're destroying a Memento card from your hand, which then lets you search 2 more more. You've already destroyed a monster by card effect, so Sleepy is going nuts. Assuming that you didn't summon this guy with Sleepy. No, this is ridiculous. It fills your grave, it pluses you. It's just like destroy 1, search 2. I kind of like this. A lot of archetypes nowadays are kind of forcing you to go card neutral. This is like, no, you can Pot of Greed. If you want to, you can search 2 at the cost of 1. This is nuts. And then it floats. The banish effect is just like a nice plus. Like it's very clearly not factored into the power economy on this card at all. It's just like a total bonus. I like effects like that, where they've got like little bonus effects that clearly the card would have been good without, but they just like throw it in for no reason. The summoning requirements are super easy. For 2 monsters, this is a nuts card. Moving on, the final monster of the Memento archetype, at least for now. I'm not updating this if more comes out. That's not the point of these videos. Memento Tamiktaklan Tehutkla. Jeez, Creation King. This is just Kel'Thuzad, right? Isn't he just Kel'Thuzad? I know a Kel'Thuzad when I've seen one. This is a level 9 Earth. Earth? Holy cow, you could have fooled me. I would have, if I had bet my life on this, I would not have guessed Earth. Earth Illusion Fusion. That's a nice little chain of words. With 3,000 attack, 2,000 defense, requires 3 Memento monsters, and then has the effect. You can banish this card from your grave, add 1 of the big guy from your deck to your hand. You cannot activate the following effects of Creation King in the same chain. If this card is fusion summoned, you can send 3 Memento cards from your deck or extra deck to the grave. Crazy. Quick effect, you can target an equal number of Memento monsters you control and cards your opponent controls, destroy them. And then you can only use each once per turn. Okay, this one's going to take a little bit of thinking about. So it has a graveyard banish effect. I don't believe I've seen a way to send from extra deck in this archetype so far, so I don't think you can just like bin this guy and then banish him to search. But he's in grave, you can then banish him and you can search the big guy. So I told you play the big guy at 1. You guys didn't believe me. And then you can't activate these effects in the same chain. If it's fusion summoned, you can send 3 Memento cards from your deck or extra deck to the grave. I guess you can send itself off of that effect, and then you can send a bunch of cards from the main deck. Crazy. Quick effect, target an equal number of Memento cards, so you like target 2, pop 2 as a quick effect destruction. Yeah, this card's good. This card's really, really good. 3K, it's got a huge body. It pops, it sends to grave, which in this deck is the same as searching and special summoning, so it just pluses you by sending to grave. This card is ridiculous. What a really good final boss monster. I don't know why they chose to go spooky in the end. Like, I feel like there was another visual design way that they could have gone other than spooky, but I mean, I guess I'm here for it. Holy cow. Those are some monsters, man. That was a ridiculous monster lineup. I gotta admit, I'm impressed by basically all of them. Horned Dragon was like kind of okay. And then the main deck monster, the combined creation, was kind of underwhelming, but I'm sure you still play it because you can search it and it just like OTKs your opponent. Moving on to the spells, we are going to start with the field spell. I'm going to give this one good try. Memento Mictlan. That's my attempt. So this is a field spell that says if your Memento monster battles, your opponent cannot activate any spell trap cards until the end of the damage step. Okay, I was gonna say, how does the big thing that attacks a billion times not just get mirror forced? I was gonna be like, is it an Armades? Why isn't it an Armades? But I held that in, and I'm so glad because the field spell just turns them into Ancient Gear Golems, turns them into Armades. If a monster you control is destroyed by battle or card effect, crazy, you can target one of those monsters, special summon a Memento monster with a lower level from hand or grave. You can only use this effect once per turn. Once per turn during your end phase, target one Memento spell trap in your grave, set it. Oh my god. They just keep saying things. You're like, you read an effect and you're like, oh yeah, that's really good. Then they just say another effect and you're like, wow, that's crazy. And then that little bit at the end, once per turn during your end phase, you can target one Memento spell trap in your grave, set it. It's almost kind of innocuous. It's almost like they don't even want you to notice it. They're like, yeah, I mean, you can just set a Memento spell trap in your grave. That's a big effect. That's a crazy effect, and they just like throw it in at the end like it's nothing. This field spell is nuts. This is really good. Memento Fusion. This looks like the Gem Fusion, right? The Gem Knights Fusion? That's what that looks like to me. This is a quick effect, so you can use it on your opponent's turn. During the main phase, fusion summon one fusion monster from the extra deck using monsters from your hand or field as material, including a Memento monster. Okay. If a monster in your possession was destroyed by card effect this turn, you can also shuffle Memento monsters from your graveyard into the the deck as material. Crazy. So you just plus from the grave. During your main phase, you can banish this card from your grave, destroy one monster you control, and if you do, add a memento spell trap from deck to hand. Oh my god, it's hard to even wrap your head around. It's like every card does everything. So it's quick effect, so you can use it as interruption on your opponent's turn. If a card was destroyed, you get to use material from grave, so it just pluses you. I know you want the material in grave, but like one of the reasons you want the material in grave is for cards like this, so that the card can do what it wants to do. And then it just allows you to banish and then destroy a monster, which you want, and then add a spell trap, which you want even more. This card is ridiculous. Holy cow. We've got two more. Hopefully these can give me a break from just like praising this freaking deck, because it's insane. Memento Bone Party. This is a quick play spell, and what is that? That's Goblin and Mace. Goblin and Mace are the ones having a party. This is a quick play spell that says destroy one memento monster in your hand or field. Take a memento monster from your deck with a different name, either add it to your hand or special summon in defense position. It just never stops. During your main phase, you can banish this card from your grave, target a memento monster you control, and if it attacks a defense position monster this turn, inflict piercing battle damage to your opponent, and you can only use each effect once per turn. Yeah, I mean, the thing that just blows my mind about this deck is that all of the cards just have these little bonus effects. It doesn't need to banish itself from grave to target a memento monster and give it piercing. It doesn't need to do that. It just chooses to on top of everything else it does. It's just gravy, dude. The whole deck is gravy. This is a giant gravy boat, and it's just pouring all over the mashed potatoes. Yeah, this is nuts. You just pop one in order to either add or special summon, which like you want to do. There's no level restriction on the memento monster either. It just has to have a different name. So unless I'm incorrect, you could go, so you can't go into Combined Creation, but you can go into like Horn Dragon off of it, or any of the level 5s, which can otherwise like be a little bit difficult. This is nuts. All right, last spell. This is Memento Bone Back. And so we have the Tushinogo or whatever. This is another quick play. Says, if a face-up memento monster you control leaves the field because of an opponent's card, thank God, at least one of these cards says by your opponent. Special summon one Combined Creation from your hand or deck, ignoring its summoning conditions. Why not? If your opponent moves a memento monster out of your grave while this card is in your grave, you can banish this card, special summon as many memento monsters as possible with different names from your hand or deck. Are you kidding me? I'm actually angry. Are you kidding me? What is this card? So I'm sure that Memento players are going to be like, well, it's not good because it's conditional. It relies on your opponent doing something. The payoff is ridiculous. If a memento monster you control leaves the field because of an opponent's card, just special summon your big idiot ignoring its summoning condition. Ridiculous. And then if they banish or just like move, I guess it's kind of tough, but like let's say they bestial your Anguish, right? They bestial your Anguish, and then you can banish it and then just flood your board with as many different names as possible. This card seems fake. This card seems ridiculous. This is what I would tell my younger sister the card did when I was 7 years old and I was trying to beat her. This would be like, no. You got rid of my monster. I get to special summon as many monsters as I want from my deck. I get to do it from my deck. That is insane. Like, as someone who is impressed by high ceiling cards, this is like the highest ceiling card I think I've ever read. This is like the ultimate punish. Holy cow. Okay, we have 2 cards left and they're traps. And knowing this archetype, they're probably going to be like searchable solemn judgments. Memento Cranium Burst. This is a continuous trap that says while you control a memento monster, your opponent's monsters that can attack must attack the memento monster you control with the highest attack. Their choice if tied. Sure. When your opponent activates a monster effect on the field, you can target one combined creation you control. It loses 1,000 attack and defense, and if you do, negate the activated effect. You can only activate it once per chain. Guys, you can only activate it once per chain. It's Apollosa. It turns your combined creation into Apollosa because you can just go lose 1,000, negate, except it starts out at 5k attack instead of normally starting out at like 24 or whatever Apo would start at. Apo, bannable because it's generic. This is like the opposite of generic, but it's still crazy. This is like multiple times per turn negate, and it's like battle protection. Okay, sure. This is ridiculous. My last card in the whole damn deck. Memento Fracture Dance. This is a regular trap. It says, if you control a memento monster, target one card on the field, destroy it. Then, if you control memento combined creation, destroy one more card on the field. When an attack is declared involving your memento monster and an opponent's monster, banish this card from your grave. All monsters your opponent currently controls lose 1,000 attack until the end of the turn. This card is okay. Thank God. It's just okay. It pops. If you have the big guy, it pops another one. And then it has the Graveyard Banish to like make your monsters a little bit more difficult to run over by battle. But I'm sure that people forget about that second effect because it's in grave. You don't really notice it. They go to crash and then you just banish it, reduce their attack. It's like in the damage calc, so they don't get to redeclare and then they just like lose their monsters. I'm sure I've probably lost to this card at some point. This seems like a card that I would lose to. Holy cow. Okay, well, I mean, if you guys made it into this incredibly long video, then I gotta tell you, I'm not like frustrated at the deck. I'm just impressed. I'm just blown away by how much this deck can do. All of the cards just seem super saturated in power economy. Like they took a card that they would normally give an archetype and they were like, let's give it a little zhuzh. Let's give it like a little extra something that it gets that no other card gets. And I don't know that I've read a card. I think this is why, even though I've dueled against them, I've never actually read them. I don't think I've read cards with this much card text on them. Each card does 3 things. I mean, not all of them, but most of them do like 3 things. I think this deck is insane. I think this deck is crazy. It works super nicely together. The only thing I would, if I had to guess, this is my guess, I would imagine that this deck is not super popular because it's so big. I imagine you don't get to play a lot of non-engine. And that is really relevant in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Is like, how much non-engine do you get to play? And this wants to play with itself so much that I don't know how nicely it actually does play. I know that the wonderful description that we read said it wants to like be played with light sworns and zombies and stuff like that. I don't know how much I believe that. I am relying on you guys to tell me that because this seems like it doesn't have a lot of room for non-engine in the deck. You guys, please let me know. This is the craziest archetype that we've read so far. Holy cow. Hopefully next week we can enjoy the losers bracket. Don't forget, next week is the losers bracket. It's going to be all of the eliminated archetypes that have been booted out so far. So if your favorite archetype got kicked out, then we have another opportunity to do this. Thank you guys for watching. I hope that your Saturday goes wonderful. Remember to like, comment, subscribe if you guys enjoyed the video. Keep an eye out for more, and remember to wash behind your ears. Wow. Welcome back, everybody. It's Faker, here with another episode of I Refuse to Read, the series where my viewers vote on which archetype they want to force me to sit down and read in real time for the first time ever. This episode was unfortunately delayed, as I'm sure many of you have noticed, but I'm not one to let a little something like the forward progression of time keep me from not reading Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards. In today's episode, by popular demand, we have Amazement, the winner of our first ever losers poll by a massive margin of 40%. This was clearly the standout of the last place finishers. If you want to participate in the poll in the future, please subscribe and keep an eye out on our community posts. The poll goes up every Sunday that I feel like it at 12 o'clock and closes Tuesday at 4 p.m. We'd love to have you. On to today's archetype, Amazement. A reminder that I have no idea what any of these cards do and will be trying to piece together the playstyle in real time. I have a summary of the deck here from Yugipedia, which so many of you kindly recommended last time, so let's take a look at that before jumping into the cards. It says, Amazement is an archetype that debuted in Lightning Overdrive. It is closely related to the Attraction archetype. Oh, okay. I might have to double check and make sure that there aren't any missing cards though, because I just typed in Amazement. If that Attraction archetype is relevant and not included. Though Amazement is a word in English, in the original Japanese, Amazement is likely intended to be a portmanteau of amazing and amusement. Okay. Each Amazement monster has a job title that begins with the letter A and a name beginning with A, B, C, or D that is based on a word associated with comedy. In Japanese, each monster's title is also rendered in a kanji translation, with the non-Japanese reading applied to it. The archetype revolves around equipping attraction traps to either Amazement monsters or to the opponent's monsters to gain advantage or disrupt their plays. Okay, cool. Yeah, it sounds like whimsical, right? It's like Abyss Actors, but like in a light-hearted, silly way. I'm here for it. Equipping the traps seems interesting too, so I wonder if they'll have like 2 different effects based on who it's equipped to, or if they're like the ninja equips where you just like benefit from having an active trap. That's really cool. I have the archetype pulled up here on YGO Pro, and wow, that is a lot of purple. You guys really went after my own heart with this one. We have 16 cards, 5 monsters, 3 spells, and a whopping 8 traps. All right, let's go. As always, we will start with the lowest level monster. That is Amazement Ambassador Bufo. All right, so he's the brand ambassador. He's the Pikachu. This is a level 3 beast with 1600 attack and 900 defense and super cute artwork. I love that. It has the effect. When this card is normal summoned, so normal only, you can target 1 attraction trap in your grave and 1 face-up monster your opponent controls. Equip that trap to your opponent's monster. That's super cool. Quick effect. You can target 1 of your attraction traps equipped to a monster, equip it to 1 amazement monster you control or face-up monster your opponent controls. And then you can only use this once per turn. All right, that's sick. So let me get this straight. You normal summon this guy, target a card in your grave, and then opponent's monster you control, and then it equips. So this lets you like recycle traps. And if it sets the card, or if it like places the card on the field, then it actually brings the trap back. Okay, cool. So let me get this straight. You normal summon this guy, and it basically lets you activate a trap from grave, but only on your opponent's monster. However, as a quick effect, you can target an attraction trap equipped to a monster and equip it to an amazement monster you control. So basically, this guy just lets you recycle any trap that you want from grave. So as long as it's in grave, when you normal summon this guy, you can do that. And the quick effect allows you to just constantly cycle traps from one monster to another monster. So you can like have it on your monster when you want it, or on an opponent's monster, or when your opponent summons a monster, you can switch which card that it's on. I think that's really cool. This guy seems really important in like getting your traps moved around onto the target that you want them to. I wonder if this guy's like an end board piece. He's like an end board piece that still has like function on normal summon. I like him. I like him a lot. I think that we're starting out pretty strong. Obviously, I mean, he pluses you, right? But it requires setup because you have to have a trap in grave. So he doesn't like search or anything like that, but it does technically count as a plus because you're getting a trap back from grave. I dig it. Let's move on. So we have 2 level 4s. I'm going to start with lower alphabetical order. Amazement Attendant Comica. This is a light level 4 machine, okay, with 1400 attack and 1800 defense. And she's got like the, is that like the Magic Kingdom Disney Tower in the background? I think that's pretty cool. I wonder why she's a machine though. I guess we'll find out. It's probably shown in like the traps or whatever. She has the effect. When this card is normal summoned, another normal summon only, at least she's level 4, you can set an attraction trap directly from your deck. Quick effect, you can target 1 of your attraction traps equipped to a monster, equip it to 1 amazement or face-up monster your opponent controls. Okay, so this is like just better than Bufo because this lets you set it from deck. Or maybe not, because Bufo lets you activate it, like the turn that it's summoned. Comica requires you to set it, which means that you have to wait till the next turn. But she still has the same rearranging effect, so I wonder if all of them are going to have it. Okay, I haven't read the next one, but this seems like it would be like your go-to normal summon, right? Because this gets it's Marionetter. It's like Marionetter, essentially, except instead of being able to tag out for another monster from grave, it lets you rearrange the order of your traps, which is what like the deck wants to do. Anyway, based on the description, I think this card is crazy. I don't know why it's a machine. I don't want to get like hung up on that, but Yu-Gi-Oh has a tendency of making cards like machines that aren't machines, or spellcasters that clearly aren't spellcasters. Really weird. This card is good. This card is good. Moving on, we have the other level 4, and we are already almost all the way through the monsters. Not a lot of monsters in this. We are going to have to be seriously evaluating the traps with the framework that all of them can be like moved around and searched. Amazement Assistant Delia, or Delia. Amazement Assistant Delia. This is a light level 4 machine, so the same as Comica. With the effect, you can reveal 1 attraction trap in your hand, special summon this card from your hand. Crazy. You can send 1 attraction trap from your hand or face-up field to the grave, set 1 attraction trap directly from your deck to your spell and trap zone. Yeah, that's nuts. It's just like an extender, right? Now this card doesn't have the ability to move your traps around. So I wonder if it's like not as effective in the long term, but it lets you get access to any trap that you have. It lets you extend into like rank 4s. I think this card's good. It's a starter. It's an extender. It doesn't seem to have the same kind of functionality. And I wonder if the amazement traps have any way to like cheat out their needing to wait a turn to be activated, because that would be really cool. But I imagine if that was the case, then they probably would have been a little bit more competitively relevant. I think it's good. You're going to have a lot of attraction traps, I'm sure, so that special summon condition seems easy. And while it's not as cool to have send in order to set set, I think it's still powerful. So I think both of the level 4s are good. All of the normal summonable monsters have been pretty strong. No real effects on special summon though, so you're definitely wanting to normal summon these. But I guess in a trap deck, your normal summon is going to be very powerful anyway, so I guess the competing normal summons isn't as big a deal. And this card, if you open this and Kamika, you can still get access to both because of its special summon condition. So I like it. Pretty good. Let's move on to the big guys. We have Amazement Administrator Arlecchino. Okay, this is a level 7 Dark Psychic monster. Oh, no, it was Psychic, not Spellcaster. Psychic is the other type that they're always like making weird monsters look psychic that clearly aren't psychic. This card is sick. I love this art. That's really cool. I like all the different like Karibos and scapegoats that he's got going on in the background too. Really, really cool. He's a level 7. If he's got a good special summon condition, you know, there are a lot of good rank 7s in the game. Oh my god, wait, he's a level 7 psychic. Is this guy a Kashtira? Is this a Kashtira monster? Dark level 7 psychic monster? I don't know. Once per turn, you can banish any number of attraction traps from your grave, then target that many cards your opponent controls, destroy them. That is not a quick effect. That is not a quick effect at all. And it banishes as cost. Okay, seems a little fragile. You can only use each of the following effects of Amazement Administrator Arlecchino once per turn. If the trap card is activated, except during the damage step, you can special summon this card from your hand. Sick. If your opponent normal or special summons a monster, except during the damage step, you can target one of those face-up monsters they control, equip an attraction trap from your deck to that target. Nice. That's a good piece of interaction. I like that a lot. So you can special summon him if you activate a trap card. Any trap card. So that includes like Imperm, any of the Dominus cards that don't like lock you out of special summoning him. That's pretty cool. So you just like activate a trap, you get him, and then whenever your opponent normal or special summons a monster, you can target, and then you've got more than enough. I mean, again, a lot of this is going to be heavily dependent on the trap, but that's still like fairly impressive. And it's kind of like a quick effect. It's in reaction, but you don't have as much control over it, because if you don't respond to the summon, then the window's over. And if your opponent has like a quick effect that they can chain to this, you might not get it. So it's fairly weak. I understand why it hasn't seen a ton of play, but I like it a lot. I think that's pretty cool. I think we got one more monster. Let's move on to the last guy. This is Amazement Abomination Arlecchino. Oh, look at that. They did the Yu-Gi-Oh thing where they made the normal looking guy a dark type and the Abomination is a light type. Man, Yu-Gi-Oh is so subversive. What does this say about our society? What does this say about our morals? Crazy. Level 7 light psychic monster with 2600, 2200, and now everything in the card art is like spooky and evil. And look at his red glowing eyes. Yeah, like you can't be subversive and then also make the card artwork like this clearly sinister. If you control an amazement monster, you can special summon this card from your hand. Crazy. Then you can add one Amazement family faces from your deck or grave to your hand. Okay, so this is the best card in the deck, right? I mean, I guess I haven't seen a lot of searching yet, but I mean, we've got more cards left to go. But if you can get this guy and an Amazement monster, then you just like have access to so much. During your opponent's turn, quick effect. Hey, you can target one other effect monster on the field with more than 0 attack. Sure. Shuffle this card into the deck, and if you do, special summon one Amazement Administrator Arlecchino from deck, then change the attack of the targeted monster to 0. Yeah, that's fine. It doesn't say like during the main phase, so you could use it in battle, but also you're special summoning something so your opponent gets a redeclare of the attack. So you can't use that to like bait your opponent. And also they wouldn't like attack if you had this thing on the field anyway. So it gets you into Arlecchino. It special summons itself pretty easily. It searches. I don't know what family faces does, so that's going to be a big thing. We might have like a Tindangle situation where you end up like searching a card, but it doesn't do anything. But I don't know. We'll see. And then yeah, it like tags out into Arlecchino. Arlecchino doesn't have a way to tag back into him though. So this is not like a loop where you're just like floating and tagging. This is like a one-way thing, and then you have to find a way to get back into this guy. I think that's pretty good. I think this is a good monster loadout. You've got 3 normal summonable, like chill monsters that search or plus. I like them. And then you've got the 2 bigger guys, which kind of serve as your boss monster. I don't think they do enough. So I think they're going to be very reliant on these traps we're about to read, but I think that it's pretty good. I'm good with it. We're going to move on to the spells, and then we'll do the traps for last because there's so many of them. We are going to begin with the field spell. Amazement Precious Park. So this is like the carnival or the theme park where they all work. Let's see the art. Man, beautiful card art, really cool. I like it kind of looks like the pamphlet that they give you at like Busch Gardens or something like that shows you like all the major locations in the park. I like that. During your main phase, you can activate one attraction trap the turn it was set. Okay, well, yeah, I mean, that answers my question, right? Can they get through the inherent weakness in trap cards? And of course, the field spell just like completely subverts that. Crazy. During the end phase, you can send one attraction trap you control equipped to a monster to the grave, then target one of your attraction traps with a different name that is banished or in your grave, set that card. Okay, well, that clears a lot of the issue that I had with Arlecchino, right? Because I'm like, oh, well, you're banishing your traps, but you want them in order to set them off like Bufo or whatever. But Precious Park lets you get back your banished traps, so you're not only getting resources back, like you're also reloading your ammunition for Arlecchino. This field spell is great. Like in terms of a field spell that doesn't just like straight up plus you like directly, I think that this is super powerful. A field spell that lets you bypass the trap restriction for a trap deck on its own is really good. Really, really good. Okay, nice field spell. Looks cool. Really, really good. Let's move on. I'm just going to pick at random. So this is Amazing Time Ticket. Is this a personal spoofing situation? Does this not count as an amazement? It can't, right? Because it's an amazing. So probably not searchable. It's a quick play spell that says pay 800 life points. Psychics, right? Like psychics like to pay life points. Pay 800 life points. Apply this effect depending on whose turn it is. Your turn. Add one amazement card from your deck to your hand. Ridiculous. Are you kidding me? Your opponent's turn. Set one attraction trap directly from your deck. It can be activated this turn. Holy shit. Man, I'm not going to lie, it's been a couple months since I've done one of these. Is this the best quick play spell that we've read? I'm going to have to go back through and look at some of the like in archetype quick play spells. This is so nuts. Maybe the Soulful Chord one was as good. It searches during your turn, it sets a trap from your deck and then can be activated this turn. Literally lets you search your entire trap loadout. And there's a lot of them. No wonder it's not searchable. Yeah, this is personal spoofing, because personal spoofing is so good that if it was searchable, then it would have made Geist like even stronger back in like 2019, 2020 than it already was. Wow. Yeah, that's crazy. Add an amazement card. So you just get to search all your monsters and you can search the field spell. So you get like terraforming. You can search the field spell with this ×3 because the field spell is Amazement Precious Park. Wow, 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 wow. Holy cow, guys. This card is nuts. I don't know what a time ticket is. Is this like, I'm going to sound stupid here. Is there any connection between like the time thieves? Because these guys are like psychics that have a similar like visual aesthetic. There's no way that's the case, but crazy, crazy card. I love that. Wow. Okay. And we haven't even gotten to the traps. I'm so excited. All these ways to set traps, and we haven't even read them yet. And all the traps like theoretically do different things, right? So like all the traps are like 2 traps in one. We have Amazement Special Show. This is another quick play. Oh my God, what is this art? That is so cool. It's like everyone is coming together for like a grand finale. Is that Comica or Delta? I don't know. Really, really cool. When your opponent activates a card or effect that targets an amazement monster you control, target one of those amazement monsters you control, return it to the hand, then special summon an amazement monster from your hand. That's how you know it's a good card. This card is ass. This is really, really bad. You're going like -1 and you need another card in hand and it has to target. Yeah. Wow. That's super bad. Okay, wow, which is a shame because this is like the best card artwork that we've seen so far, right? Like, it's not like any of the card artwork is bad, but this card artwork is phenomenal, and the card, as far as I can tell, is just unplayable. Well, you know what? That's fine. We're ending the spells on a bit of a disappointment, but you know, you can't be happy all the time in life. If every card was just like a knockout, then this deck would probably have seen competitive play, which I don't know that it has. Okay, well, that is the monsters, the spells, and now, my friends, if you need to get a drink, get it now, because we are going to begin the long walk down the trap cards. We're going to begin with Family Faces, because that is the one that was mentioned on Abomination Arlecchino. So it's probably the most important. Amazement Family Faces. This is a normal trap card that says, target one monster your opponent controls equipped with your attraction traps. Equip this card to it. While this card is equipped to a monster, take control of the equipped monster. Cool. While you control the equipped monster, it gains 500 attack, negates its effects. Also, it's treated as an amazement monster. Okay, that's great. It doesn't actually negate its effects. It says you cannot activate its effects, which means that if it has like a static continuous effect on the field, I believe that's still live. So it changes its name to an amazement monster and allows you to take control of it. This is okay. This is not bad because it's unfortunate that it says it has to be equipped with an attraction trap, which means that you need a specific trap, which is searchable, and you're using 2 traps on 1 monster. But this is searchable, which means that you can like use it to plus. So I imagine you probably play this at 1 just because it's searchable. I like the change of heart. I like the fact that it's treated as an amazement monster, which means that you can like, if you control it, you can use it to special Abomination Arlecchino. Not bad, not game changing. I like the card artwork. There's like chibi versions of the family face. Oh no, they're like plush dolls. They're like toys that you win at a carnival. That's super cool. I like that. All right, moving on. We're just going to be doing these at random, just because that's the way I want to do them. We have a Maze Attraction Thrill Train. That is, I want to check real quick. Are these like on the field spell? Are these like attractions all on the field spell? There's no way that's the case because they would have to keep updating the field spell. No, it's not. All right, that's fine. A Maze Attraction Thrill Train. This is a normal trap that says target 1 amazement monster you control or 1 face-up monster your opponent controls. Equip this card to it. You can activate the following effect based on which player controls the equipped monster. You change the equipped monster's battle position, then your opponent chooses 1 attraction trap in your grave and sets it to your field. Okay, so it allows you to like wall up by putting a bufo in defense position, and then your opponent gets to pick a trap to plus you. Not great. Your opponent, banish the equipped monster until the end phase. That's pretty sick. And all of these are normal traps, but because they equip, they're basically like continuous traps. So they function differently. I wonder if they're just normal traps to kind of get around or improve the way that they interact with like support, you know, because I think normal traps have more support than continuous traps do. Although you can't use like wannabe or something like that. And you can only use this effect once per turn. I think this is good. It's a banish, right? I think that the first effect on you is not super powerful, but the effect on your opponent is pretty decent. Moving on. A Maze Attraction Viking Vortex. Target 1 amazement monster you control or 1 face-up monster your opponent controls. Equip this card to it. You can activate the effect based on which player controls the equipped monster. You, once per turn, when your opponent's monster declares an attack, negate the attack, and if you do, change control of the equipped monster until the end of the battle phase. Your opponent, when the equipped monster activates its effect, return it to the hand. So the effect on you is just like protection during the battle phase from an attack, which isn't great. It is like just a bonus effect because the effect on your opponent's monster is so powerful. It basically prevents your opponent's monster from activating an effect if they want to keep the monster. Now, the fact that it doesn't negate the monster's effect is a bit of an issue because they can just like plus off the monster anyway, and then they get it back in the hand. So if it's like a monster that activates on normal summon, they still get the effect and they get to like use it again on later turns. So not that great, but you know, it's decent. I imagine that you probably play it at 1 or it doesn't get played at all. Actually, I would imagine most of these traps probably get played at 1 just because they're so searchable. We have a Maze Attraction Wonder Wheel. This is a normal trap that says target 1 amazement monster you control. That effect is the exact same. The effect on you is during the main phase, place 1 card from your hand on the bottom of the deck, draw 1 card. That's really bad. I mean, it's a mulligan or whatever. Well, let's see what the other effect is. Your opponent, switch the equipped monster's current attack and defense until the end of the turn. Ooh, this is a bad card. Okay, I think this is the first trap that is not very good. It helps you run over things in battle and then is like a card trader. No, that is just not, I don't care how searchable it is. That is not enough. We're halfway through the traps already. Let's move on to a Maze Attraction Rapid Racing. This is a normal trap that says target 1 amazement monster you control or 1 face-up monster your opponent controls. Equip this card to it. You can then activate the following effect based on which player controls the equipped monster. You, target 1 card in your opponent's grave, change the equipped monster's battle position, and if you do, shuffle that target into the deck. Okay, so it's like a bad transmigration prophecy. Your opponent, increase the equipped monster's level by 1 until the end of this turn, and if you do, change its battle position. Okay, man, I think I see the direction these traps are going. They're all like super mid. They've got like a bunch of different effects, but all of them are like fairly weak. Because you can see the plan, right? Like if you use it on your opponent and they've got like a Sprite Blue and a Sprite Jet, now one of them's level 3 and they can't make like gigantic Sprite. That's decent, but I don't know that it's enough to play. Like it just doesn't feel impactful enough. And theoretically, you could like use the U effect in order to disrupt your opponent's graveyard plays. That's super possible, but it requires so much setup. And by the time you know that you would need this card, you would probably have missed your window to do it, right? Because you're like, oh man, this is a situation where rapid racing would be really valuable. So you set it from deck off of one of your other cards, and now you want to use it, but I think that you would have to know ahead of time what you would need to do. So maybe it's like a super big brain deck, right? Like you have to know the matchup really well, and maybe you play like some of these in the side deck because they might be useful against certain matchups. I think what I'm thinking is like none of these cards are very individually powerful, but it might be something where matchup dependent and your skill as a player really comes into effect. 3 more. We have Amaze Attraction Majestic Merry-Go-Round. Man, I like the lighting on this. I like Arlecchino, like riding the horse like it's an actual horse. That's pretty cool. Normal trap has the exact same condition as the other traps, and the U effect says the equipped monster gains 500 attack. If it would be destroyed by battle or card effect, you can send this card to the grave instead. Okay, mediocre protection and a bit of an attack buff. Your opponent, the equipped monster loses 500 attack for each of your attraction traps equipped to a monster. So what, that's like 2,500 at most. Like if you had a full board of traps equipped to your opponent's monsters, it would lose like 2,500. Why not just play like bottomless trap hole, you know? Yeah, okay. Well, I think I'm beginning to see why this deck never saw any play. We have Amaze Attraction Horror House. Oh, that's some spooky artwork. Is that, oh, those are ghost tricks? Is there a ghost trick amazement connection? Oh, wow. That's crazy. Normal trap, same condition. The U effect says target one effect monster your opponent controls, negate its effects until the end of this turn. Hell yeah. Searchable, infinite impermanence, or like Lost Wind, or whatever. Sick. Your opponent, change the equipped monster to face down defense position. There's the ghost trick connection. You book your opponent's monster. Yeah, no wonder there are ghost tricks on this card. I think that this is fine. This is probably the best one that I've read so far, right? Other than maybe the Thrill Train, because it vanishes. I think this is probably the best one. It's like an Imperm or a Book of Moon. Yeah, you probably play this at 3, right? This is probably the most important one. I like that a lot. This is the best card. That's the best trap that we've read. The last card in the Amazement archetype. We are approaching the end. Amaze Attraction Cyclo Coaster. Holy crap, this looks like a Mario Kart level, right? This is like Rainbow Road. Who's on the cart? This is, oh, it's just Arlecchino again. Hell yeah, he's just chilling. Front row by himself. Are you guys a front of the roller coaster or back of the roller coaster people? Like what's your opinion on the ideal place to sit? I like the front of the roller coaster because I think the view is better. As a native Floridian, we used to go to Busch Gardens all the time, and the roller coaster view from the front was always the best, in my opinion. Target one amazement monster you control, same effect, nothing's changed. You target one spell trap your opponent controls, send both it and this card to the grave. Finally, at least there's some form of back row removal. I was thinking that. I didn't really say it, but I was amazed that there was no like in archetype back row removal. So yeah, I mean, I guess that's fine. But again, you still got the issue of like, you have to get to this card and then you have to use it. So if you can't use it to like negate, like air quote, negate a continuous spell or something like that, unless you've already got it searched, at which point you would have to know that you need it, right? Your opponent, add one amazement monster from your deck to your hand, and if you do, send this card to the grave. Okay, that's really good. I think you play this too, because you get to search, you either search Arlecchino, or you can search the Abomination Arlecchino. Yeah, I think this is fine too. Okay, we ended on a bit of a strong note for the traps. I actually really liked those. My thoughts on the deck. I think that this is super middle of the road, right? Like it's very clear why it never saw any play. Precious Park is a really good field spell. Time Ticket is an insane quick play searcher. Like holy cow, Time Ticket I think is the best card in the deck. And all of the monsters are decent, right? Bufo's like okay as like a mid-game grinder. Comica and Delta are both really good level 4s. I think the boss monsters do not enough. I don't think they have enough effects, and I don't think their effects are impactful enough, but they're fairly easy to summon, and they don't do nothing. I think the biggest problem is that the traps are super mid. I think they were like, we're going to give each trap like 3 to 4 effects, because they've got 2 effects, but each of those effects do 1 to 2 things. And so we're going to reduce the power level of the effects in this kind of like idea that having options is going to compensate for the fact that they're mid. I'm usually a believer in that. I like cards with multiple lower power effects because I think that the versatility is underrated, but there's a limit, man. Like you can't have traps that add 500 attack and change battle position. In the year of our Lord 2025, or like whenever this card came out. When was it? Lightning Vortex? Yeah, or Lightning Overdrive. When did it come out? Like Lightning Overdrive? Yeah, like you can't do that. I like the art. I like the carnival theme park theme. I think it's like super fun and whimsical, and there's like a bit of a dark side, right? Horror House, Abomination Arlecchino. Like there's something going on beneath the surface, but they didn't give us enough to actually like enjoy it. Obviously, if there are any longtime players of this archetype or people who know more than me about this archetype, please leave comments as to why I'm incorrect. Help educate me. This is a collaborative series. I'm just reading these for the first time, and I could definitely use your guys' help. I hope that you guys enjoyed the video. If so, please go check out some of the other videos I've made on this channel. I love you all. Remember to wash behind your ears. Good afternoon and happy Saturday, everybody. I'm Faker, and I welcome you to yet another episode of I Refuse to Read, the series where you, my community, vote on which archetype you want me to read in real time for the first time ever. As I'm coming back from a bit of a hiatus, the next few episodes are just going to be picked by me, both to get the community engagement on the polls back to where it was before my little break, and because there are a couple of meta archetypes that I have not even begun to touch in my time off. If you want to participate in the viewer polls and have a say on what episodes come next, subscribe and keep an eye on the community tab. Polls will be going up in the near future. On to the subject of today's video, the inspiration for Justin Bieber's 2020 smash hit single that redefined pop music, and the word that leaves my mouth every time I devour my opponent's copy of Droll and Lockbird. Yummy. Yummy is such a strange phenomena to me. When I stopped playing the game to focus on my nationals testing, Ryziel and Malice were the clear-cut best decks in the format. And somewhere along the way, Yummy was released and it just flew completely under my radar. So we're going to rectify that today. I have a summary of the archetype pulled up here on Yugipedia, and then we'll get into the cards. Yugipedia states, Yummy is an archetype of light beast monsters introduced in the deck build pack Justice Hunters. Oh, hell yeah. As a Lightsworn Edison player, I have a special affinity towards light beasts. Also, is it just me, or did deck build packs become surprisingly based out of nowhere, right? Like, they used to be a joke, but I feel that recently they've just been home run after home run. Maybe that's just my rescue ace bias, but I digress. The archetype's name reflects how most of the monsters are themed after sweets, but is also a pun on darkness, Yami, referencing their appearance as black cats. Oh, okay, cool, yeah, the Japanese word for dark is Yami, like the old school field spell or other Yugi's first name. That's clever. The archetype is themed around desserts. The main deck Yummy monsters resemble cute kittens cosplaying a dessert. The bottom of their artworks show the different flavors of the desserts that they're based on, or the different ways that they can be enjoyed. Okay, well that's just damn adorable. See, Yu-Gi-Oh! Can be cute without dressing girls up in spandex and fishnets. Impressive, Konami. There's nothing about the playstyle in this summary, so I guess we're just gonna have to piece it together as we go. A reminder before we begin that I have never read any of these cards before, as I am the scrubbiest casual that you will ever meet. And by the end of this video, I'm going to try and evaluate the deck's power level as a whole. I have the archetype pulled up here on YGO Pro Deck, and okay, this is a bit of a smaller archetype than is like usual at this point, but I guess that's just because it's so new. I'll take it. It's a nice little dip in the water before the inevitable hero video. We have 4 main deck monsters, 3 synchros, a link, 4 spells, and a trap. Interesting. In the very first video that we ever did, S-Force, I started with the link, but ever since I have been starting with the lowest level monster, which is what we are going to do today. Unfortunately, all of these monsters are level 1, so kind of hard to pick, so I'm just going to start from top of the page to bottom of the page. We begin with Marshmallow Yummy. This is a level 1 light beast with 800, 600. So they're all level 1s, and I believe they're all light beasts, which is what the summary said. So that'll be really simple. What's the deal with the star in the name? I feel like they've been doing that more recently with, like, they did that with Live Twins too, right? Where they put, like, weird characters in the name. This is a adorable marshmallow with sprinkles, and it has the effect, if you control no monsters, or all monsters you control are light beast monsters, you can special summon this card from your hand. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can add one yummy spell trap from your grave to hand. Or if this card was special summoned by the effect of a synchro monster, you can place one yummy field spell or yummy continuous spell trap from your deck or banishment face up on the field instead, and then you can only use each effect once per turn. Oh my god, dude. New Yu-Gi-Oh card design is amazing. What is this? I'm going to try not to get too caught up on this because I have a feeling all the cards are going to say this. This is crazy, right? Like, you can special summon this card by breathing, just like it doesn't matter what. If you control no monsters, or every monster you control is light beast, which it's going to be in this archetype, you can just special summon this card. So it's a starter, it's an extender. If it's normal or specialed, so just however you want, you can add a yummy spell trap from grave to hand. Or if it was special summoned by a synchro, and I'm sure the synchros special summon your monsters, you can just place it, which means that you don't, like, it's not even ashable. That's crazy. Field spell or continuous spell trap, so it just gets you access to whatever you want. This is nuts, dude. Like, I don't even know how to properly vet it among the rest of the archetype, because I feel like all the cards are going to be this ridiculous. It's great. I love the, like, Mimikyu kind of design, you know, with the, like, cross smile and the little beady eyes. It's adorable, but in, like, a somewhat scary way. And I see where it says the bottom of the card is the different ways that it can be prepared. That's really cute because it's like a toasted marshmallow, or I think there's like caramel on it. Okay, I like it. Visually, I think it's adorable. It's kind of like the button on a vending machine, you know, that like you would push in order to get your snack. I dig it. Crazy powerful. Extending, searching, just gets you access to everything. Moving on, we have Cupsy Yummy. This is that like a milkshake or a parfait? That is awesome. I love its little eyes just kind of like staring off into space. Super cute. Level 1 light beast with 0 and 1600. All right. I wonder if it being a 0 attack is going to benefit it anyway. That's interesting. It has the effect, if you control a Link 1 monster, that does not bode well for this Link monster, or a level 2 synchro monster, you can special summon this card from your hand. Okay, you can only special summon Cupsy Yummy once per turn in this way. If this card is normal or special, you can add one Yummy card from your deck to your hand except itself, or if it was special summoned by the effect of a synchro monster, you can just draw one card instead. That's kind of strange that the effect that requires you to have summoned it in a bit more of a difficult way seems worse, right? Because adding is obviously stronger than searching, but maybe the idea is like, if you have already gotten to the point where you're special summoning this off a synchro monster, maybe the pure advantage that could be something like a hand trap or a piece of non-engine might be more valuable at this stage. So this is a bit more difficult to special summon than the last one because it requires a Link 1 or a level 2 synchro, but I feel like this is just an extender that you would have access to at any point in your combo. If the Link monster is a Link 1, that is terrifying for the remainder of this deck. That does not bode well at all. I think this is good, right? It's more searching, it's more extension, it just lets you get more bodies on the field easily, and it's adorable. Let me take a look at the different variations that you can get on the bottom of the card. I think this is a parfait, right? That's what I'm putting my vote down as. And it looks like there's like key lime and chocolate mud and orange meringue, and I don't know any of the ones on the left. Y'all can tell me. All right, moving on. We have Cookie Yummy. Okay, this is not a cat, by the way. This is clearly a squirrel. Like the other ones have been kind of okay on being a cat or whatever. This is not a cat. This is a squirrel, and it is a level 1 light beast with 1000 and 0, so kind of the inverse stat line. And it says, if you control a Link 1 or level 2 synchro, you can special summon this card. Okay, you can only special summon Cookie Yummy once per turn this way. That's fine. If this card is normal or special, you can target one face-up monster your opponent controls. It loses 1000 attack, or if this card was special summoned by the effect of a synchro monster, you can destroy that monster instead. Okay, so this is like the Star Ryziel, right? Like this is the one that's kind of outside looking in. This is clearly the worst one. Although maybe you play it at 1 because if the synchro lets you special summon from deck, maybe even like as a quick effect, then this can act as a form of disruption, which I haven't seen any yet, not in the main deck monsters, so maybe there's some value to this. It doesn't let you extend nearly as well as some of the other ones because you're not plussing off of it, it, but it does allow you to destroy an opponent's monster, which I think is pretty sick. As for the artwork, we have, let's see, there's like a chocolate fudge cookie, and I don't know what that one that's got all the rings around it looking like a sunflower is, but that's the one that I want to eat. Clearly the worst one that we've read so far, but you know, I think it fits into the play that the rest of the deck is trying to do. The last main deck monster, man, we are flying through these. Between Amazement and this deck, we've had a couple of archetypes with low main deck investment. This is Lollipo Yummy. So this is our Lollipop. This is a level 1 light beast with 600 and 1200, and the effect, if you control a Link 1 or level 2 synchro monster, you can special summon this card from your hand. You can only special summon Lollipo Yummy once per turn this way. If it's normal or special summoned, you can target one card in your opponent's grave, shuffle it into the deck, or if this card was special summoned by the effect of a synchro monster, you can banish that card instead. Okay, so I think that this is the same thing as the Cookie Yummy, right? Like, it's a different form of disruption because you're interacting with your opponent's graveyard as opposed to messing with a card on the field. So if I had to guess, and the special summon condition is the same as every one of them except for Marshmallow. So if I'm going to guess, I'm going to say that Marshmallow is played at 3, Cupsy is played at 3, and then Cookie and Lollipo you both play at like 1 or maybe 2 because the deck is lacking like main deck names. So I think maybe you play it. This is clearly a cat. This is adorable. This is probably my favorite of the card artworks. I love how happy it is. And then all the like candy canes. You can see that one of them has like the wild berry candy cane. Those were always my favorite to get on Christmas. I was part of the leave the mint candy canes on the Christmas tree. I was eating all the fruit flavored candy canes for sure. Okay, this is a crazy main deck lineup of monsters because if the Link is a Link 1 and you can get to it by normal summoning any of the monsters in this deck, then all of these monsters just act as free extension. And none of these lock you, by the way. I haven't seen any locks on any of these cards. None of them are like special summon this card, then you can only special summon yummy monsters for the remainder of the turn. So that is crazy. Although it doesn't seem like any of these are tuners. Did I miss something? No, none of these are tuners. So I'm going to have to guess that the yummy synchros do not require tuners in order to make these. Very, very interesting. All right, well, we are going to move on to the synchro monsters, and we're just going to go, top to bottom like we did before. We have our first synchro monster, which is Cupsy Yummy Way. Very interesting. Name, level 2 light beast synchro tuner. Okay, it itself is a tuner. That's interesting. With 0 attack and 2200 defense, requires a tuner and a non-tuner monster. Okay. For this card synchro summon, you can treat one Link 1 monster you control as if it was a level 1 tuner. Huh. You can use each of the following effects of Cupsy Yummy Way once per turn. If this card is synchro summoned, you can add 2 yummy monsters from deck to hand, then discard 1 card. Okay. When your opponent activates a card or effect, you can return this card to the extra deck, special summon up to 2 yummy monsters from your grave. That's really interesting. Okay. The Link 1, it can be treated as a tuner. That is fine. I was wondering how they were going to get around not having any tuners. And I think that requiring the Link 1 to be a tuner is like a little more restrictive than allowing any yummy monster to be treated as a tuner. If it's synchroed, then you get to add 2 yummy monsters and then discard 1 card. It doesn't say discard 1 of those. So if you draw like a piece of non-engine that you don't need or a duplicate, you can just add any 2 yummy monsters that you're missing and then pitch like the card that isn't helping you, right? So this is like a supreme consistency piece. This is nuts. And then you can tag out for 2 yummy monsters from grave, which I'm assuming if the Link is treated as a yummy monster, then you can just go back into the Link, right? That is nuts. It says you can treat a Link 1 monster you control as a level 1 tuner. It doesn't say you can treat a Link 1 yummy monster you control as a level 1 tuner, which means I don't know what the synergy is, but you can play this with any deck that has a Link 1, right? So like appliancers, I don't know if any of the appliancers are level 1s, but you could do like appliancer combos into Cupsies, which kind of makes sense, right? Because they're like a vending machine, right? Am I crazy? There's like a vending machine element and the appliancers are like machines. Appliancer Yummy Boys. That is the next meta deck. I'm calling it right now. Okay, this card is really good. Again, it doesn't really disrupt your opponents in like a strong way, but it is a super powerful extension. That's ridiculous. Up next, we have Cookie Yummy Way. Yes, it looks like the Yummy Way cards, like the synchros, are just vending machine claws that are coming down and picking them up. So I think maybe my theory is correct. This is a level 2 Beast Synchro Tuner effect with 1600 and 0, requires 1 tuner and 1 non-tuner, and then says for this card Synchro, you can treat one Link 1 monster you control as a level 1 tuner. Awesome. You can only use each of the following effects once per turn. If this card is Synchro summoned, you can target up to 2 face-up monsters on the field, and then you can book them. That's pretty nice disruption. I like that. There's like a ninja that does that too, right? The Gravitino. No, that's Gravitino's an S-Force monster. I can't remember the ninja. When your opponent activates a card or effect, quick effect, you can tag out and special summon up to 2 yummy monsters from your grave. Okay. I wonder if they have a way to quick sync, because like, what are you doing that allows you to use those bodies for something, right? That's crazy. This one's okay. So it allows you to Book of Moon your opponent's field, essentially. You get a lot of disruption. Definitely feels weaker than the last one. I don't have a lot to say about this, other than the fact that, look how mean the vending machine is being to those cookies, dude. One of them's crying. One of them's completely surprised. It looks like one is like running away. And this like vending machine arm dude just does not care. He's being very mean. Not a fan. Moving on to the last of these synchro monsters. Hopefully we have a little bit of a more positive story here. This is Lalipo Yummy Way. This is a level 2 Light Beast Synchro with 1200, and this one's actually a little bit difficult, right? Because the Lalipo Yummies look like they're having a great time. They're like ecstatic. The one that's being taken away is having the time of its life, and the arm is just not having it at all. So I don't know. I'm going to say that this is a little bit more of a positive card artwork than the last ones. This is a level 2 Light Beast Synchro Tuner with 1200, requires a tuner and a non-tuner. And then for this card Synchro Summon, you can treat one Link 1 monster you control as a level 1 tuner. Fine. You can only use each of the following effects once per turn. If this card is Synchro Summoned, you can special summon 2 yummy monsters from grave, but negate their effects. When your opponent activates a card or effect, you can return this card to the extra deck, special summon up to 2 yummy monsters from your grave. Okay, so this is like your Swarmer, right? Because if you Synchro Summon it, you can special 2, and then when you tag out, you can special summon up to 2. So you could get 4 monsters, and all of the main deck yummy monsters have those extra effects if they're special summoned off a Synchro monster. So I think that's where you get those tag effects. I thought it was coming from deck, but it turns out that they're being special summoned from grave. And I think that's fine. A lot of the effects when you special summon from grave are super strong, right? So like Marshmallow lets you place a yummy spell from deck into your field. That's nuts. Cupsy allows you to draw, which I think if you're just like constantly recycling and drawing, you could just end up with so much advantage that it doesn't really matter. Cookie obviously pops a card, and then Lalipo banishes a card from grave. So if you're just tagging out these synchro monsters and doing that like on your opponent's turn, that feels like even if each individual effect isn't super strong, that it could be overwhelming. And they don't seem to be like super high investment. I like that. I think that the synchros are very interesting, and they're all tuners, right? So that kind of allows you to synchro climb with them if you wanted to, although at the moment you're not synchro climbing into anything like in archetype. All in all, fairly impressed with the synchros. Let's move on to the Link one. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So the Link one is the card that's been stealing all the main deck cards in the Synchro card artwork. I like that. This is Yummy Snatchy. This is a Light Beast Link 1 with 600 attack and a big fat downward pointing arrow. I dig it. Is it a crab? It's got a crab, and then it's kind of like mirroring the crab. I'm not really sure. It's not in a good mood though. It is adorable. It requires 1 level 4 or lower Light Beast monster. Wow. That feels maybe more generic than it is, right? Because like you can summon this in Lightsworn with Raikou. I wonder if there are any like other level 4 beasts. Hold on, let me check Wikipedia real quick. Okay, yeah, there are a couple of like interesting options on Wikipedia. There's a normal monster named Decoy that's a level 1 light beast. You could just special summon that off of like Unexpected Die and just special summon from deck, but it's probably not worth it to play like the brick, especially in the modern day. But yeah, Unexpected Die Decoy to make this guy. Crazy. If this card is special summoned, you can place 1 yummy field spell from your hand or deck face up on the field. Also, you cannot link summon Link 3 or higher Link monsters for the rest of this turn. Okay, so we've gone from the link 1 that searches the field spell to the link 1 that places the field spell. That's crazy, right? Because obviously it can't be ashed. It feels like ash is being power crept, right? Like, am I crazy? I feel like so many cards place cards from deck, which is better than adding them from deck in that it dodges ash. That is really, really nuts. Also, I think it dodges Droll and Lockbird too, right? Let me know, but I believe that it does. You can only use this effect once per turn. Once per chain during the main phase or your opponent's battle phase, you can pay 100 life points. Immediately after this effect resolves, synchro summon using monsters you control. Okay, so it quick syncs and it searches the field spell. This card is stupid. This card is crazy. I like the fact that it locks you out of link summoning link 3 or higher, but like you can just make IP Masquerena and then you could do that during your opponent's turn. I don't know that you would want to, because I think you want to quick sync on your opponent's turn. So maybe you do just keep this thing. This is nuts, right? Any level 4 or lower light beast monster, you can just link into this guy, search your field spell, and then quick sync. This is a crazy powerful link 1. If I had to guess, probably end up on the ban list at some point, right? You might think that's ridiculous because maybe Yummy isn't doing that much in the meta right now, but like they banned Meow Moo, which is a way worse card than this. And so it's like super difficult to gauge the power of link 1s. Yeah, that's nuts. I mean, any deck that gets a link 1 is going to see meta contention, right? Is it better than the Blue Eyes link 1? That's the question that you got to ask, because the Blue Eyes link 1 is crazy, but it's not getting banned anytime soon. So maybe it's like the rest of the deck that you have to gauge up against it. Wow. For a monster lineup, that was ridiculous. Like every one of those cards just like extends and searches, and even though their interruption isn't super powerful, it might just be enough when you stack it with all the special summoning that you're going to get off of the synchro monsters. Additionally, I think you can just like get enough material on board that you could like IP into something ridiculous on your opponent's turn. Let me know, because I think that that's probably the end board piece involves IP Masquerena pretty heavily, just to dodge the link 3 lock. Okay, we have quite a few spells that we are going to get into. We are going to look to see what the field spell is for. Oh, they have 2 field spells. Okay, well, we're just going to start with this one then. Ooh, that's a tough word. Yummyusement Acroqui. Okay, we'd been fine up until this point. We had to get thrown for a loop at some point. This is a field spell, and the art depicts, is that like, they're like advertising that you come eat the yummies? Or are they like kidnapping the yummies from a planet of food so that they could be sold elsewhere? Is this just like a galactic colonialism thing? Ooh. This is darker than all the amusement cards, you know, with like Horror House and stuff like that. They did a better job at kind of subtly depicting a dark story in the Yummy cards than they did in that archetype. If you synchro summon a light beast synchro monster, you can target one card your opponent controls, destroy it. Stupid. If this face-up card you control leaves the field by an opponent's card effect, you can special summon one Yummy monster from your deck. If this card is in your grave, you can target 2 Yummy monsters in your graveyard or banishment. Place this card and them on the bottom of your deck in any order. Okay, so there's like a little bit of recycling, and you can get access to this card on your opponent's turn like super easily because of all the ways that you have to search field spells, right? The Link one does it, Marshmeow does it. Like, you can definitely get access to this. And then if you quick sync on your opponent's turn, you get to pop a card. Not a monster, a card, so like you can do spells as well. That's sick. So just like you can go into the Link one, activate this card from deck, and then you have that effect online because the Link one also allows you to quick synchro if you have like a single other Yummy monster, which you probably will. And then if you like lose a monster at all, you get to special summon from deck. Really, really cool card artwork that is a little bit unnerving and a really strong effect, especially considering that you have 2 field spells that you can kind of pick between depending on whatever the need is. I like that. I like that a lot. Then we have the other field spell, Yummyusement Mignon. This is a big happy field spell where all of the Yummy monsters are just like playing in the world. There's the cup and the cookie and the lollipop, and I don't see Marshmeow, so maybe Marshmeow is like an invader as well. This has the effect, Yummy monsters you control gain 500 attack for each light beast monster on the field. Crazy. Okay, that's like the Sprite Smashers effect, you know? Or is it Gamma Burst? I think it's Gamma Burst, where they all just get like a monster amount of attack. Super cool. You can only use each of the following effects of Yummyusement's Mignon once per turn. If you control a Link 1 monster, target one level 1 monster in your grave, special summon it. If this card's in your grave, you can do the thing where you target a bunch of cards and then place it on the bottom of the deck. I feel like that means that you don't have to play as many copies because you can just take this from grave or banishment, so there's really nowhere that it can go where you can't get access to it again. And then it's so searchable that you can just like get it again whenever you want. Even the link one, because it says target 2 yummy monsters, which would include the link one. So you can just like keep recycling the link one. I feel like this is a crazy amount of recursion and repeatability. Even if it doesn't let you like place them on the bottom of the grave and then draw a card, like a lot of these similar effects, like Prank Kid's Place used to do, I think it's still super powerful. The effect to make everyone huge is crazy, because if you have a full board of these guys, that's like 2,500 attack each. That's an OTK. That's really powerful. And then it just allows you to special summon from grave. I mean, this is enough of an extender on its own, because you could go normal summon any yummy, make the link one, place this field spell. You now control a link one, so you can go field spell, bring back the yummy that you used, and then you could use that as material to quick sync on your opponent's turn. And then the synchro monster can special summon 2 back, so it's like more than enough on its own. This is really, really strong. I think that this is probably the better field spell. I like this quite a bit. Solid stuff. Wow. Really good field spells. Moving on, we have one continuous spell and a quick play. Let's move to the continuous because we know that this is also searchable. This is Yum Yum Yummies. Okay, this is the final proof that this is all like a claw game, and these are all just prizes to be won. And the other card artwork makes it look like they are being poached off of their home planet to be turned into prize games. Gotta love it. This is just Kashtira. This is the Kashtira card artwork story, but like told through a more adorable lens. I dig it. Yum Yum Yummies is a continuous spell that says each time 2 or more yummies are special summoned to your field at the same time, gain 500 life points. Crazy. And if you do, your opponent pays 500 life points. When are we getting into like burn time cards? This is like coming through at the last second, dude. What the hell? You can only use each of the following effects of Yum Yum Yummies once per turn. You can pay 500 life points and then target 2 face-up monsters on the field, including Yummy Snatchy, so the link one has to be on the field. Send both to the grave, and if you do, special summon 1 Yummy Synchro monster from the extra deck, treat it as a synchro summon. If your opponent activates a card or effect, you can pay 100 life points immediately after this effect resolves, link summon 1 Yummy Link monster. Holy cow! Oh my god, these cards are ridiculous! What are these spells? So each time 2 or more yummy monsters are special summoned. So that is like when you are using the summon from grave effect of the synchro monsters. You gain 500, your opponent pays 500. You can do that on your turn, which means that you can just like burn your opponent in time immediately. That's ridiculous. Then pay 500, target 2 monsters on the field, including one of your link ones, send them to the grave. So that's non-destruction removal. And then you get to special summon a yummy synchro monster from your extra deck, completely bypassing the need to actually have enough materials to synchro. Because it says target 2 face-up monsters on the field, not 2 face-up monsters you control. You can use that to like get rid of one of your opponent's monsters and essentially synchro summon using one of their monsters. It's like bypasses it a little bit, but that's still crazy. And then you just get to like quick link if your opponent activates a card. This card does everything. This is like 3 effects, and it's super searchable, and you can just place it from deck off of the effect of Marsh Meow Yummy. Oh my god, this is the best card in the deck. Am I crazy? This feels like the best card in the deck. This feels like this enables everything that this deck wants to do in this one continuous spell. Holy cow. Amazing. And it's also the card that proves once and for all that this archetype is like way more sinister than it appears, which I think is super cool. All right, we have 2 more cards left in this entire archetype. We have the quick play spell, Yummy Surprise. Look at them. They're all just falling down. They're all just falling down, having a great time, completely unaware of the horrors that are being committed. This is a quick play spell with 3 effects, a quick play after my own heart. Activate one of these effects, but you can only use each effect once per turn, so you can use all of the effects once per turn. Nuts. Target 2 light beast monsters you control, and 2 cards your opponent controls, return them to the hand. Ridiculous, because you can just special summon your cards by breathing. So you could like special summon 2 off of the effects of the synchro monsters, and then bounce 2 of your opponent's cards, and then just special summon the 2 that you just added right back. Nuts. Special summon a yummy monster from hand or grave, but it cannot attack directly this turn. Who gives a shit? Return 1 field spell from your face-up field or grave to the hand. Then you can place 1 yummy field spell from your hand or face-up field. So I guess you can do that on your opponent's turn. The third effect feels not great, but the first effect is just like ridiculous recycling and board clearing, and then it's like quick effect Monster Reborn as well. It says special summon a yummy monster, which means that you can special summon the synchro monsters as well. Wow, this card is really, really good, and obviously it's not as searchable because it's not a field or continuous spell, but I still think it's super good. I feel like despite being a smaller archetype, I feel like this video is still super long because I just have so much to say on these cards. My gosh. And we then have, wow, this is the worst looking card in the whole deck. Yummy Redemption. What is going on in this art? Somebody tell me, please. Do I have this whole thing wrong? Who is being redeemed in this card artwork? This is awful. Oh my gosh. Please, somebody elaborate for my soul. I want to know that I'm wrong about this artwork, please. This is a continuous trap that says, monsters your opponent controls lose 200 attack for each light beast monster in your field or graveyard. That's kind of cool because you can partner that with the field spell and just like zero all their monsters and boost all your monsters. Once per chain, if you synchro summon a light beast monster, you can draw a card, then place one card from your hand on the bottom of the deck. Pretty good. You can banish this card from your grave, then target one yummy monster you control and one monster your opponent controls. Switch control of those two monsters. So you can give them like a zero attacker to run over, or I mean, you have enough ways that you can send your opponent's monsters to the grave in order to like synchro summon that maybe it's not a huge deal. I like this. I think this is fine. I don't think you have a lot of easy ways to access it because I think the continuous effects are all on spells, right? No, Marshmallow also is a continuous trap and it places it face up. So you can just like get access to this off Marshmallow just as easy as everything else. Wow. Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, you play it at one, right? There's no reason. Maybe like when you're gearing up for an OTK, this is just like the final piece of the puzzle. I was really wondering how this deck was going to secure kills, but there's actually enough like attack point modulation that I feel like OTKing is not that bad, right? Like Sprite didn't have a hard time going after kills when it was played pure either, and I think that this is probably the same deal. Holy cow. Wow, this is a very long video. I think that this archetype is nuts, which like that is not a controversial take. It's a modern Yu-Gi-Oh deck with a Link 1. It specials and searches and summons in crazy ways, but I actually think that the way that it goes about its gameplay is really unique. Like the quick synchroing and then the effects that vary based on where these cards are being specialed from, the way that they interact with themselves are a lot of unique interruption. Like the summon searching thing is the same as every other deck in Yu-Gi-Oh, but the way that it goes about like actually breaking boards is really unique. The fact that Yummy Snatchy at the very least locks you out of Link summoning Link 3 or higher monsters means that the actual degeneracy that you can achieve on your turn is kind of kept underway. Some other thoughts. I wonder if there are any like rank 2 plays that the deck can make, but that feels like a waste of your synchro monsters. I feel like maybe you don't Xyz summon at all because like level 1 and level 2 are not great, and maybe you just don't synchro climb at all. I think you might just play this pure. I really don't know. This might be a deck that I have to take a bit of a deeper dive into. Obviously, this is all first look stuff. I'm not nearly as knowledgeable as any of you. I haven't played the deck, so please, if you guys have any takes, anything you would recommend I take a look at, let me know. Kind of like Memento, I think I might want to take another look at this deck a little bit later on. So I hope that you guys enjoyed the video. Thank you guys so much for coming back. If you did, please subscribe, keep an eye out for future videos, and remember to wash behind your ears. Good afternoon and happy Saturday, friends. I'm Faker and I welcome you to yet another episode of I Refuse to Read, the series where we sit down, decompress, and work out our minds, reading Yu-Gi-Oh cards in real time, often for the first time ever. Got a little bit of a bite-sized treat today in preparation for a few very large archetype videos that I'm working on. So I'm going to throw some relatively smaller archetypes in the mix to get my reading comprehension and PSET skills back up to par before we jump into the absolute marathons ahead. Typically, these videos are voted on by my community. Polls go up every Saturday that I feel like it, so if you want to be a part of making these videos happen, subscribe and keep a close eye on the community tab. The polls will be up once I've sufficiently shaken the cobwebs off. There are a few things that extensive exposure to daytime cartoons as a child made me worry would be massive threats in like day-to-day life as an adult. Quicksand, boa constrictors. I swear I thought I was going to walk the plank at least once or twice. One persistent image that's never left my mind is that of the chain gang, the shackled, shuffling mass of prison laborers overlaying hammer onto rock to exceed summon decades of sadness. If you would have asked a 6-year-old faker how likely it was that I would end up on a chain gang someday, I'd have filed it right alongside quicksand and say it was an absolute inevitability. Little did that young faker know where we would all end up, because after today, we're all going to be members of the chain gang, boys. The subject of today's video is Iron Chain, and on these hollowed shores, we will venture to become one of the very few who have read and understood these cards in like a decade. As always, I have a summary from Wikipedia up which states Iron Chain, also known as Chain in the OCG, is an all-earth archetype from Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds, where all good things come. Used by Mr. Armstrong, I guess. Included in Crossroads of Chaos. Iron Chain cards focus on a combination, of milling the opponent's deck, manipulating the attack and defense of monsters on the field, and inflicting minor burn damage to the opponent. Let's fucking go, boys. Attack modulation, minor burn. I can smell table 500 from here. Crossroads of Chaos is the set that introduced classic staples like Morphtronics, Black Rose Dragon, and these guys. The description continues. Most Iron Chain monsters are not very strong on their own. Blasphemy! What? This is a description. You don't get to make judgments like that. Without a card that can protect them during battle, e.g. Scrap Iron Scarecrow, or increase their attack like Gaia Power, most cannot survive long. At least, not until Iron Chain Coil increases their attack after a few turns. Whoa! Spoilers! You're not supposed to give spoilers in my Wikipedia article. There's only like a handful of cards. Don't be spoiling one. Oh my gosh, Chooms, we are in for a treat today. Scrap Iron Scarecrow, huh? The OG turn skip. Baby Mystic Mine. I love it. Look, I'm going to protect these bad boys by any means possible. So let's get into the deck. I got it pulled up here on YGO Pro, and it looks like we have a tight, compact bundle of an archetype at 6 cards, 4 main deck monsters, a single wonderful spell, and a big badass synchro of a boss monster. I dig it. This is off the chain. Let's start with the lowest level monster of the bunch. We begin with Iron Chain Blaster. What a kick-ass artwork, dude. This is like 5Ds at its peak. This is a level 2 Earth Warrior effect monster with 1100 attack, 0 defense. Do not set this guy face down. And the effect, once per turn you can send one Iron Chain monster you control, does not exclude itself, to the graveyard to inflict 800 points of damage to your opponent. Holy crap. 10% of your opponent's total life points just wiped away by this one card. That is crazy. That is nuts, dude. Have you ever asked yourself, I want a Hinotama that costs a normal summon? That is just nuts. This is a game ender, dude. For years, people have been talking about like Gaga Cowboy for game, but that requires 2 monsters and you have to like special summon it, and who knows how to do that. This is very simple. Once per turn, you cannot FTK with this. This is not Cannon Soldier. The Iron Chains have morals. You can just send a monster to deal 800. Go into time, now we both lose with the new rules. That's fantastic. This is basically self-destruct button, because you can just hit this, game's over. And it's level 2, which means that you can special summon it off of like Gigantic Sprite from deck in order to burn your opponent for game. Is there anything cooler than going like Sprite Blue, Sprite Jet, overlay Gigantic Sprite, special summon Iron Chain Blaster, burn 800 for game? Are you kidding me? Oh my gosh, that's awesome. Yeah, this card's crazy. The card artwork is sick. It looks like a 5Ds era robot riding a big badass like jet motorcycle that's like blasting out the front, and it's got the like chain strike artwork in the background. So I dig it. I like the design where we're coming from. Moving on to the next one, we have the level 3. Oh, there's 2 level 3s. Ooh. All right. We're going to begin with Iron Chain Coil. This is a level 3 machine tuner. They have an in-archetype tuner. That's fantastic. That's going to make it a lot easier. With 1100 attack, 1600 defense, and the effect. Once per turn, you can select one Iron Chain monster you control, can be itself, to have it gain 300 attack and defense as long as this card is face up on the field. Oh man, not even as long as it's on the field. That's crazy. That's what the Scrap Iron Scarecrow is for, because you have to protect your Iron Chain Coil so it can keep stacking attack. That makes sense, dude. No, that makes sense to me, because after like 10 turns, that's 3,000 attack. That's like a Blue Eyes White Dragon. Think about it like this, okay? You normal summon this guy. You protect it with Scrap Iron Scarecrow, use its effect on itself. Now it's at 1,400. You pass to your opponent, can't run over it with anything because of Scrap Iron Scarecrow. Now it's your turn again. Now it goes up to 1,700 attack, dude. That's enough to run over like Red Skull Bird or something like that. That's crazy. And you just keep protecting and protecting, or you don't do any of that because it's a tuner, which means that you can make like crazy synchro summon plays with it. This is a good card. This is clearly one of the better cards in the deck. And the artwork, you can see it's got the like ubiquitous iron chains connected to its head, and its facial expression is a fantastic reflection of my facial expression when I read these cards. That is crazy. Holy cow. We're already halfway through the main deck monsters, and we just got like banger after banger. Let's move on to the other level 3. This is Iron Chain Snake. And dude, I can't even talk about anything but the art because it just jumps off the page at you. What like a menacing, crazy, intimidating snake that literally looks like a chain. It's not like a snake with chains. It is literally a chain snake. That is terrifying. This is a level 3 Earth Reptile. So the deck has Snake Rain targets, which is pretty cool. It has 800 attack and 1,200 defense. But think about it. That 800 attack could be 1,100 after Iron Chain Coil's effect. So you have to remember, every card's attack is kind of like 300 higher than it would normally be because you've got Iron Chain Coil. Not to mention Gaia Power. I didn't even think about that. Gaia Power is going to like massively increase the attack as well. Holy cow. Yeah, you've got Gaia Power, you've got Iron Chain Coil, you've got options at your disposal. So this has 800 attack, but that's fine. We can work with that. And the effect, during your main phase, you can equip this card. Oh, okay, so it doesn't even matter. To one face-up monster your opponent controls. That monster loses 800 attack and defense. Okay. When it is destroyed by battle, I'm assuming it means the card that it's equipped to, right? Not Iron Chain Snake. Its controller sends cards equal to its level from the top of their deck to the graveyard. Okay, sick. So basically this guy allows you to keep milling your opponent out, and it makes their monsters weak. So like think about it like this, right? You've got Iron Chain Coil on your side of the field. You protect it with Scrap Iron Scarecrow, use its effect to boost its attack up. Now it's sitting at like a healthy 1,400. You pass turn to your opponent, they make Stardust Dragon. They can't run over your Iron Chain Coil because you've got the Scrap Iron Scarecrow. Pass back to you, you normal summon Iron Chain Snake. Equip it to the Stardust Dragon, use the effect of Coil again on itself. Now you can crash Coil into Stardust Dragon. This basically enables Iron Chain Coil to run over Stardust Dragon. That is super crazy. No, this card's nuts. And the mill effect is ridiculous because if you use it on the Stardust Dragon and then you run over it, your opponent mills 8, which not only is going to deck them out faster, right? You only have like 40 cards in a deck, but also there are like no cards with good graveyard effects. When has putting 8 cards in grave ever helped anybody, especially cards that you don't get to pick what they are? That is nuts. No, this helps the burn gameplay along quite a bit. I like this. This is a good card. Moving on to the last main deck monster, we have Iron Chain Repairman. Look at this fucking guy. Look at this Wario dude. That's sick. This is a level 4 Earth Warrior. Oh my god, dude. Yu-Gi-Oh's history is built on the backs of level 4 Earth Warriors. We do not slander level 4 Earth Warriors on this channel. Battle Ox, Beaver Warrior, Tiger Axe, Gene Warped Warwolf, level 4 warriors have been carrying this game since the fucking beginning. Searchable with Rhoda. It's an Earth, which means that you can banish it as an extender off of like the Rock Spirit or whatever the hell that card is called. This card's crazy already. It has 1,600 attack, nuts, and 1,200 defense, and has the effect, when this card destroys a monster by battle and sends it to the graveyard, inflict 300 damage to your opponent. Awesome. Crazy. It's like piercing damage if you run over a defense position monster, and if you run over an attack position monster, you just get to do even more damage. You're like double dipping. Ridiculous. Once per turn, you can special summon one level 4 or lower Iron Chain monster from your graveyard, except itself, so you can't do rank 4 plays. This card cannot attack the turn that you activate this effect. Who cares? You're just gonna synchro it away. That's nuts. So you can like Foolish Burial the Iron Chain Coil, or God forbid, if Scrap Iron Scarecrow doesn't work and it gets destroyed, you can just bring it back. Now you've got Repairman and a tuner. You can just synchro away into the big boss idiot. That's freaking cool. Or you can just like get a bunch of monsters on field to send off of Iron Chain Blaster because it doesn't negate the effects. So you could just go Repairman, bring back Blaster caster send itself to burn for 800, you're slowly burning your opponent down, and you've got Scrap Iron Scarecrow in order to protect your field. This is ridiculous. Hell yeah. I think the synchro plays that this enables are ridiculous, because remember, the archetype has an in-archetype synchro monster and an in-archetype tuner. So you can just go Repairman Tuner, make the guy, and then your opponent's freaking dead, dude. What are they going to do? This is insane. This is like the best card or second best card in the archetype behind Coil, because it doesn't boost your attack by 300. So you need Coil in order to get it up to like 1900, but that's okay. That's okay. It's still a crazy card. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. What a main deck monster lineup. You don't see that very often, where you've got like 4 cards, 4 bangers. You clearly play all 4. This is ridiculous. And now we get to move on to their one solitary support spell. How often does Konami go 1 for 1, knock it out of the park? They don't need any more support. They design a support card so good that it just does everything the archetype needs right away. That's crazy. All right, this is Poison Chain. This is a continuous spell, and we'll go by the card artwork first. We've got Iron Chain Coil here, dude, throwing up the deuces, securing the freaking victory. You've got the chains coming out, locking your opponent down. They can't do anything. Coil's over there flexing the victory already. I dig it. This says, during the end phase of your turn, if you did not attack, you can make your opponent send cards equal to the number of face-up Iron Chain monsters you control from the top of their deck to the graveyard. Man, you want to talk about burning your opponent even more. That's really ridiculous, because if you think about it, you've got the burn with Iron Chain Snake. That requires the card to be destroyed by battle. This card requires you to not attack. So you would think like maybe there's some kind of conflict, but there isn't. And if you have 5 monsters on your field, you're sending 5 cards they control to the grave every single turn. So you're just going to mill them out in no time. You could mill them out in like 6 or 7 turns, which sounds like a lot, but with the Scrap Iron Scarecrow and the Gaia Force boosting their attack, there's just nothing your opponent's going to be able to do. Plus, you can keep bringing them back off of Repairman just to like stack the field. You can kind of pick, do you want to burn? Do you want to mill, based on like the direction that the game is going? This is super powerful. Gives you a lot of options. I like that. I'm right up here with Iron Chain Coil on the card artwork, and like throw up the deuces, dude, because there's nothing your opponent's doing. Oh my God. Plus, this card isn't like once per turn. So if you get multiples out, dude, you could just mill your opponent out so fast. If you have 5 Iron Chain monsters and 3 copies of Poison Chain, you're going to be milling for like 15 a turn. What's your opponent going to do? Half their deck is in their grave, doesn't do anything. This is silly. I love this. Oh my gosh. Only one support spell. Who needs any more than that? And this is where we finally end up. Iron Chain Dragon. This is a level 6 Earth Dragon Synchro monster. Konami, why is this card level 6? Why is the level of the Synchro Boss monster not the same as the level of the tuner plus the card that summons from grave? Why is that the case? Look, hey, I'm an Altergeist player, okay? I had to deal with this for years. Do you understand that Multi-Faker plus Fifinalag does not equal Dragvirion's level? We had to wait until Altergeist Maulwisp in order to get a tuner that made the Synchro monster with the monster that summoned from deck. So I personally understand this slight. Why is it not level 7? That's crazy. It needs to be level 7. Oh my gosh. Okay, that's fine. It requires 1 tuner, 1 or more non-tuner monster, and its effect is going to make up for it because it's got 2,500 attack. It's huge. 1,300 defense. Who cares? We're not putting this in defense position anyway. Has the effect. You can remove from play all Iron Chain monsters from your graveyard to have this card gain 200 attack for each card removed until the end phase. Okay. When this card inflicts battle damage to your opponent, send the top 3 cards of your opponent's deck to the graveyard. Oh my God, dude. If you banish 5, this card gains 1,000 attack. It goes up to 3,500. That's bigger than Blue Eyes until the end phase. And then you get to mill 3, which you're already milling like 1 billion off of like the Iron Chain Poison card and all the other ways that you're milling a dozen. If you have like Iron Chain Snake attached to your opponent's monster, you reduce its attack. You increase this card's attack. Run over it, you're gonna mill like 11. Oh my God, this is crazy, dude. Runic, eat your heart out. This is the way to do it. Who cares that you can't make it off of Iron Chain Repairman and Iron Chain Coil? Who cares about anything, dude? You just make this guy. He's got like nasty ass card work. He's a mean son of a bitch. He's got antlers. I mean, this guy is clearly mad that he is level. You can see on his face, dude, he's clearly furious that he's not level 7. But Who can blame him? No, that's crazy, dude. This whole thing's crazy. What a way to end the deck. This is going out on such a high, dude. Easily one of the synchros that we've reviewed in this series so far. All right, so my thoughts on the deck. This is nuts. You might say to yourself, how are you going to achieve 3 different win cons with 4 main deck monsters and then a synchro monster that you can't make easily? Hope you guys have a good day, and remember to wash behind your ears. Few things in this life frustrate me more than a joke that just won't die. Or am I supposed to say unalive? Who knows anymore? It's never the good jokes that stick around either. And for every, with no monsters left on the field, I summon Dark Magician, there are 3 screw the rules, I have money. Brainworms that just work their way into the zeitgeist, for not even fire can kill these things. All that sugar and spice to say that Goaty is not pronounced fish. You don't just get to decide which part of which word you want to airdrop into your pronunciation. This is not English language a la carte, this is not the you pick 2 of lexicons. Yes, I get the joke, yes, your inevitable comments will cause me to have brain aneurysms, meaning that this will likely be the very last episode of I Refuse to Read. Goaty. Fish. A wildly popular archetype of silly guys released in the Power of the Elements as a TCG exclusive. Unleashing these guys on the Western audience was an act of war that only went unnoticed because Sprite and Tier were absolute powerhouses. The deck's primary function involves banishing your fishy friends, special summoning from the banish zone, and quick synchroing on your opponent's turn to cannonball their board. If it sounds like I know a little more about the deck this time around, it's because I do. This is my second look at the archetype. Hopefully my newfound competence doesn't scare you. Let's get into the cards. Goaty, as an archetype, is a big fish in a bigger pond, consisting of 16 cards, 8 main deck monsters, 4 synchros dwelling in the depths of the extra deck, 1 spell, and 3 traps. The most common level of main deck monster is 2, and so we'll begin with Keef, Merc of the Goaty. Keef is a level 2 water fish monster with 0 attack and 1500 defense. Every monster in this archetype is a water fish. This is a water fish apalooza. It has the effect: if a fish monster is on your field, you can special summon this card from your hand. If a monster is special summoned to your opponent's field, except during the damage step, you can target one of those monsters and one of your banished level 6 or lower fish monsters. Banish both that opponent's monster and this card, and if you do, special summon your targeted monster. During the standby phase of the next turn after this card was banished, you can special summon this banished card. You can only use each effect once per turn. Oh man, we begin as we mean to go on. This is a complicated archetype, and this is a complicated card. Incredibly powerful, good special summon condition, good interruption, and allows you to swarm the field with higher level monsters to synchro on your opponent's turn. The card artwork is absolutely terrifying. It looks like our guy is just blissfully unaware of what's about to happen to him. But there are secrets in these waters, and we'll get to that in a bit. Our next monster is Zep, Ruby of the Goaty. This is a level 2 waterfish tuna effect monster with 0 attack and 1000 defense. And the effect: you can banish this card from your hand, then target one fish monster in your grave. Banish it. During your opponent's turn, if this card is banished, you can special summon it. If this card is special summoned, you can, except during the damage step, immediately after this effect resolves, synchro summon one fish synchro monster using this card you control, and then you can only use these effects once per turn. Alright, we are getting into the meat and potatoes of what this deck wants to do. Banishing this card from your hand to banish a fish from your grave is ridiculous, as I'm sure you'll see soon, so many of the cards special summon themselves from banish on your opponent's turn. The ability to quick sync if it's special summoned is insane, and the fact that it doesn't lock you into synchro summoning Goaties, just fish monsters, enables like white aura whale plays that are so cool. The card artwork on this is significantly more beautiful, showing that not all that dwells within the depths are to be feared. Our next monster is Sheaf, Fairy of the Goaty. I'm just gonna say, I thought that this was a person when I first saw it. I did not recognize this as being like a jellyfish or a sea creature at all. I thought it was just like a little guy. This is a level 2 waterfish tuner with 0 attack, 500 defense, and the card text. You can banish this card from your grave, then target one fish monster you control. It gains 500 attack until the end of this turn. Nuts. At least it banishes itself. During the standby phase of the next turn after this card was banished, you can special summon this banished card. During your opponent's main phase, if this card was special summoned this turn, you can quick effect immediately after this effect resolves, synchro summon one fish synchro monster using this card you control, and then it is a once per turn. The effect after it banishes itself is a little weak, but it's really just a means to an end. You want this thing in the banish zone so that it can special summon it during the standby phase and then quick sync into board breakers. I'm sure that you play one. The last of our illustrious level level 2s is Paces, Light of the Goatee. This mantine looking fella is a level 2 waterfish tuner with 0/0 and the card text. You can banish this card you control. Special summon one fish monster from your hand except for Paces. During the standby phase of the next turn after this card was banished, you can special summon this banished card. During your opponent's main phase, if this card was special summoned this turn, you can, quick effect, immediately after this effect resolves, special summon one fish synchro monster using this card you control. As you can see, all of the tuners all have the same effect to quick sync on your opponent's turn. The only real difference between them is that first effect. Banishing this card in order to special summon another fish monster is decent, although it does require you to have pretty specific hands. It is a tuner that special summons itself from banished and allows you to quick sync, however, so you absolutely play it. Getting into these slightly higher level fish, we have Ixeep, Omen of the Goatee. This is a level 4 water fish monster with 1500 attack, 0 defense, and the effect. If a fish monster is banished, except during the damage step, you can special summon this card from your hand. During the standby phase of the next turn after this card was banished, you can target one of your Goatee traps that is banished or in your grave, set that target. You can only use each effect of Ixeep, Omen of the Goatee once per turn. Well, let's play a game. I dare you to find a single fish that doesn't banish itself in this deck. It's not going to happen. This is a very good extender, and the effect to set a trap is going to be entirely reliant on the quality of the traps. So I guess we'll have to get to those in a bit. Up next, we have a handful of level 6s, beginning with 6. Moonlight of the Goatee. This monster is the thing that's eating Keef. If you take a look at the card artwork, Keef isn't even its own monster. Keef is just the little dangly thing that this monster uses to bait prey. Absolutely horrifying. Cannot believe that they did my guy Keef like that. What archetype gives the individual parts of its monster card artwork? Don't say Gate Guardian. This is a level 6 fish effect monster with 2400 attack and 0 defense and the card effect. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can add one fish monster from your deck to your hand. Crazy, except for 6. Then banish one fish monster from your hand or face-up field. If this card is banished, you can banish one fish monster from your hand, grave, or face-up field, except for itself, to special summon this card. Ridiculous, ridiculous. The banishing effect happens after the adding effect, which means that you can add like Ixeep and then banish 6. Now you've banished a fish, so you get to special summon the Ixeep. Then you can banish the Ixeep and then bring back the 6 in order to get its effect on the next turn. This card is ridiculous. Absolutely mandatory. Great card. Our next level 6 is Snopios, Shade of the Goatee. Look at this guy. Dude, he looks so terrifying. I'm not like a big Cthulhu, but look at those eyes, man. Ridiculous. This is a level 6 water fish effect monster with 2100 attack, 0 defense, and the effect. During the main phase, you can banish 2 fish monsters from your hand or grave, special summon this card from your hand. If this card is special summoned, you can target one face-up card on the field, banish it when it leaves the field. Kinda mediocre. If this card is banished, you can banish one fish monster from your grave, add this card to your hand. You see the issue that I have with this card? Does not special summon itself from banishment. It doesn't even have an effect to do so. You can recur it from banishment, and this card can like enable you to get more fish into banishment if they're in grave. But I don't know that that makes it worth playing. I don't think that this is a very good card, and if it were up to me, I would probably omit it from lists, but what do I know? The final main deck monster in this entire archetype is Enoch, Sentry of the Goatee. This is the evolved form of Paces and is a level 6 water fish with 2100 attack, 0 defense, and the effect. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can target one of your banished level 4 or lower fish monsters, special summon it in defense position, but negate its effects. You can banish one fish monster from your hand, face up field, add one Goatee trap from your deck to your hand. Another way to interact with the traps. This card does not have a special summon condition and does not have a way to fetch itself from the banish zone. The ability to special summon a level 4 or lower fish from banishment isn't even that good, considering that most of them just do that themselves. And finally, the true value of this card will be dependent on the value of the traps, but we'll get there. Alright, that's it for the main deck monsters. A lot of good and then a little mid. None of the cards are particularly bad. I think that Ixeep or Snopios probably would take that title, but a lot of good to be found there. Just a big monster mash pile of a deck. We move on to Orion Post, Serpent of the Goatee. This is a level 6 waterfish synchro monster with 2100 attack and 0 defense, and requires one tuner plus one or more non-tuner monster. So you can make it with like 3 2s or a 2 and a 4. And has the effect. If this card is synchro summoned, you can banish one level 6 or lower fish monster from your deck. If this card is sent to the grave as synchro material, you can target one fish monster in your grave, banish that target, then you can add one fish monster with an equal or lower level from your deck. Are you reading this? Are you guys seeing this? This is nuts, dude. Banishes from deck, which like that does everything because half your damn monsters special summon from banish. And then if you quick sync using this guy as material, you get to banish another fish, which you want, and then add a fish, not a goatee, not a goatee. I understand that like goatee are the only good fish archetype. I actually don't know that. If I'm wrong, then don't crucify me. But like that's nuts, right? That's like complete generic searching. Absolutely ridiculous. The card artwork is the most badass thing that I have seen in this archetype so far. Look at this guy, dude. He's got like the massive tentacles coming out of his mouth and he's freaking huge. This was the first card that made me realize that these guys are not underwater. They're like in space, which is crazy, dude, because this guy's probably like the size of a damn planet. Absolutely nuts. Really starting off strong with the synchro monsters. And it's a level 6, which means that you can like go into 8s or 10s or like all that stuff super easily. Our next synchro monster is a little less good. This is Guaglim, Spear of the Goatee. This is a level 8 waterfish synchro that requires a fish tuner, so we are no longer in generic land, and 1+ non-tuner monster, has 2700 attack and the effect. At the start of the damage step, if this card battles an opponent's monster, you can banish that opponent's monster. During your opponent's standby phase, you can banish this card. Then, if all the monsters used as material for this card's synchro are in your grave, you can special summon all of them but banish them when they leave the field. What the hell is the purpose of this? Why give this thing 2700 attack if it's going to banish the opponent's monster? It doesn't even like banish itself. It's a big monster that just doesn't even utilize the attack. The ability to tag out for all the materials used to make it are ridiculous because you could have just summoned a better synchro monster the first time. It's like he's apologizing for not being that good and being like, here, all the monsters come back and make something better than me. He doesn't even have the decency to return to the extra deck. He just like goes to banish, which he can't even special summon himself from, so you have to use another monster in order to get him back from the banishment, which I would not recommend doing. The only thing I will say about this guy is that his card artwork is freaking insane. This is like a cosmic horror monstrosity, and I wish that he was as good as his card artwork makes him look. We then move to the other level 8 synchro, Ascan, the bicorned goatee. This thing is freaking cool. This is a level 8 waterfish synchro that requires 1 tuner and then 1+ non-tuner monster. Why is this thing generic? Why doesn't this require a fish tuner? So weird. I just don't get where that was coming from. This monster has 2700 attack as well and has the effect. If this card is synchro summoned, you can target a fish you control, can be itself, and one card your opponent controls, banish them. If this card is banished, you can banish a fish from your grave to special summon this card. Look at that. That's how you freaking do it. Special itself, banish a card, and then get rid of something on your opponent's field. Remember, you're quick synchroing these on your opponent's turn, so this is interruption. This isn't as slow as it seems. These effects aren't quick effects, but the effects that summon them are quick effects. And then if you do choose to banish itself, you just banish another fish from grave in order to bring the freaking thing back. Absolutely nuts. It's a level 8, which means it's big enough to make the next thing we'll talk about. This card is crazy. The card artwork is pretty nuts. I kind of wish that it dealt piercing battle damage because, I mean, look at those horns, but it's okay. You can't have everything in a card. Or can you? Moving on to Goatee of the Deep Beyond. This is just the final boss from Elden Ring. I beat that game when it came out. This is just the blue Elden Ring guy. Absolutely monstrous. This is a level 10 waterfish synchro monster that requires 1+ fish tuners and then 1+ non-tuner monster, has question mark attack and 0 defense and the effect. The original attack of this card becomes 500 times the number of banished monsters. If this card was synchro summoned during your opponent's turn, you can banish all cards on the field. During the standby phase of the next turn after this card was banished from the monster zone, you can special summon this banished card. Absolute tactical nuclear bomb, dude. You just drop this guy after your opponent's built a board. You've already like removed part of their board anyway because you've been going into like Ascan and stuff like that, and you've been quick synchroing. Then finally, once they've got like not much left, you just drop this guy, bomb their entire board. Oh, and by the way, it's freaking gonna be like 5k. I actually don't know that, but all the people in my chat said that this thing actually gets pretty big regularly. And then you just like swing for game. This guy is nuts. It's recursive. It just keeps coming back. I love this as a boss monster. No protection, by the way. Dies to fissure. What's our channel motto? Dies to fissure. And this guy dies to fissure. But it's still cool no matter what. It doesn't even matter. You fissure it, it goes to grave, and then you can just like banish it off of Zep in order to special summon it back from the... Oh wait, no, is that not true? No, because it has to be banished from the monster zone. Okay, well, yeah. Just fissure Goatee of the Deep Beyond, you'll be fine. That's it for the monsters. Absolutely crazy. What a strong list. Probably not as consistent as like Memento. I think the Memento monsters were probably better as a group, and the Iron Chain monsters were pretty damn good too. But as far as a collection of monsters go, super impressive, super impressive. All right, moving on to the spell. We are going to move on to the Most Distant Deepest Depths. This is a field spell. Now, before I get into it, I have to be honest with you guys. I thought this was the best card in the damn deck. My chat informed me that actually this is terrible. Let's see if you guys can smooth it out a little bit. This is a field spell that says, while you control a fish synchro monster, this card cannot be destroyed or banished by card effects. Crazy good protection, right up there with like Toon Kingdom. You can only use each of the following effects of this card once per turn. You can banish one fish monster from your hand or grave, add one Goatee monster from your deck to your hand. If a fish monster is normal or special summoned to your field while this card is in your grave, except during the damage step, you can target one fish monster you control, banish it, and if you do, add this card to your hand. Why is this not insane? How is this not crazy? It's like impossible to get rid of, and it just searches you all the time. You banish a fish from hand or grave in order to add any Goatee that you want. Like, every deck would kill for this consistency tool. I understand that it itself isn't searchable, but like, who cares, dude? Play like Planet Pathfinder or something like that. You're not using your damn normal summon anyway. This card is crazy. I do doth declare I'm the one with the YouTube channel. Most Distant Deep Depths is goated. Play 3. That's it for the spells. Only one, and it's a banger. Moving on to the traps, we have Goatee Fury. This card is super sick. Look at the guys fighting. It's like a kaiju battle. Nuts. It is a continuous trap that says you can target one fish monster you control and one monster your opponent controls. Banish both monsters until your next standby phase. If a fish monster is special summoned to your field while any card is banished, you can banish this card from your grave or face-up spell trap zone. All fish monsters you currently control gain 100 attack for each currently banished card until the end of the turn. Yeah, I mean, it's just like fine, right? Like, it's not the most effective way to banish an opponent's monster. You've got a ton of good monster ways to do that. And then if you special summon any fish, so that can be from banishment or just by synchro summoning, you can banish this card in order to like make it big. It's fine. The monsters still don't have protection, so they can be gotten rid of by non-battle ways. I don't think that this card is very good at all. But remember, all of these cards are searchable, so maybe that changes things. The next trap card is Goatee Cosmos. I think that's of the Deep Beyond in the background. Super sick. This is a normal trap with the effect. Apply these effects in sequence based on the number of banished fish monsters. So you gotta have a lot of investment for this card to work. 1+, your fish monsters cannot be destroyed by battle this turn. Terrible. 4+, the activation and effects of fish monsters effects activated on your field cannot be negated this turn. Kind of mid, because half of their effects aren't activating on the field. They're like activating in the banish zone. So you kind of would want it to be like a more broad negation protection, but I understand people hate Miscellaneousaurus. 8+, special summon one fish synchro monster from your extra deck. This is treated as a synchro summon. That is absolutely terrible. If you have 8 banished fish monsters, you don't need to cheat out a fish synchro monster from the extra deck. You are going to make every fish synchro monster in the game with 8 freaking monsters. Are you kidding me? I don't think this is worth it. You draw it going first. It's useless. It doesn't help you get your plays started. It requires you to have a bunch of plays in effect already for it to be any good. So I don't think it's any good. The final card in the Goatee archetype is Goatee Chain. This Neon Genesis Evangelion looking card artwork is a normal trap that says banish one face-up fish monster you control, special summon one of your Goatee monsters that is banished or in your hand, deck, or grave with a different original name from the monster banished to activate this card, but banish it when it leaves the field. I gotta be 100% honest with you guys. I thought that this card was terrible the first time that I read it. If I was doing this for the first time right now, I would be dogging this card so hard, but everyone says this is the best freaking card in the deck. The only trap worth running, and I can see why. The ability to special summon from deck is obviously ridiculous, and the banish cost is not really a cost. That's what you want to do. You can chain it in response to like fissure so that your monster doesn't get destroyed and instead is banished where you want it, and banishing the monster when it leaves the field is fine. You can just use it as synchro material, and then instead of having to like finagle around in the grave with it, you get it back right away to do the things you want to do with it. So what are my thoughts on the deck? It's incredibly complicated. Having to manage all of the effects in the banish zone, keep track of what is where and what's already been activated, it's no small task. I think that the deck lacks powerful plays on the first turn, which means that going second, the game doesn't really begin for you until turn 3, which is a tall order, especially nowadays. Give the deck a quick play spell that banishes a monster from deck for cost and activates the field spell from deck. I just want to see what it would do. Not that the field spell needs any help. It's damn good. Thank you all for watching. Remember to like, comment, subscribe if you enjoyed the content, become a member if you enjoy my channel, and remember to wash behind your ears. In 1984, a soon-to-be world-renowned author from London, England named H.G. Wells published a short story in the Pall Mall Budget titled The Flowering of the Strange Orchid, a tale about an old man and collector of curiosities whose exotic orchid from across the globe feeds on his blood and leaves him for dead before he is rescued by his cousin. Wells would later go on to write some of the most well-known and formative works in the science fiction genre, and his short stories would serve as inspiration for many related works in the future, such as The Little Shop of Horrors. The message is clear: plants can be dangerous. How dangerous, you ask? Well, let's find out together. My name is Faker, and welcome to I Refuse to Read, the weekly series where my subscribers vote on the archetype I'm going to be reading and reviewing this week. Predaplant. What is there to say? This Arc 5 anime archetype was used by Yori, the fusion dimension counterpart of Yuya Sakaki, our protagonist. If that sounds ridiculous to you, I promise you it's only the tip of the iceberg for that show. A sadistic monster with violent tendencies, his plants pack the same attitude and the power to match. The Predaplant monsters are largely combinations of carnivorous plants and animals, fused together in a twisted hybrid like so much else in Arc 5. With a singular focus on fusion summoning and swinging for massive damage, the deck is as aggressive as their user. Being an anime archetype, this deck is absolutely massive, consisting of 31 cards at the time of writing, so we have our work cut out for us today. Let's not waste any more time and get straight into the archetype. Alright everyone, buckle up, let us get started with the monsters. Now, for this episode, we are not going to be going lowest level to highest level and then doing extra deck monsters like we have in the past. There are simply way too many cards for that, so we are going to be going by order of release date, trying to put together the playstyle and the deck's history as we go along. We start with the monstrous Greedy Venom Fusion Dragon. This is a level 10 Dragon Fusion effect monster, 3300 attack and 2500 defense. Wild. What a freaking design. It's a dragon though, by the way, not a plant. I was told that these guys are plants. This requires one Predaplant monster plus one dark monster whose original level is 8 or higher. Okay, this card has the effect. Must first be fusion summoned. Once per turn, you can target one face-up monster on the field. Until the end of this turn, change that target's attack to 0. Also, that target has its effects negated. Alright, it's not a quick effect though. If this card is destroyed and sent to the graveyard, destroy as many monsters on the field as possible. Then you can banish one level 8 or higher dark monster from your graveyard and special this card from the grave. Oh, dude, this thing is so cool. What a freaking way to start. So the negate and attack blanking is pretty good, right? It kind of like blanks cards that have effects during the battle phase and allows you to run over basically anything that's in attack position. Ridiculous. The second effect is like better than destruction prevention because it just banishes probably the material that you sent and then floats back into itself while board wiping. So it's kind of like Mirror Jade, but like a little bit better. I think that this is sick. The second effect, by the way, not a freaking once per turn. I just noticed that. Holy cow, not a once per turn. So if you have multiple level 8 or higher dark monsters in your grave, and if like you can keep popping this thing, because it doesn't say if it's destroyed by your opponent, by the way, it just says if it's destroyed. So you can just keep like popping this guy and then floating him, wiping your opponent's field like multiple times per turn. That is awesome. The card artwork is crazy. Love the colors, love the Konami orbs that were like super prevalent at this time. Moving on to our first main deck monster, we have Predaplant Moray Nepenthes. Oh my guys, it's going to be like this the whole episode. This is a level 4 dark plant effect monster with 1600 and 1000 and has the effect. This card gains 200 attack for each predator counter on the field, okay? I know that Dragostapelia throws out counters, so maybe the counters are like a little bit more relevant than that. When this card destroys an opponent's monster by battle, you can equip that monster to this card. Cool, so it kind of like prevents floating. Once per turn, you can target one monster card equipped to this card by this card's effect, destroy it, and if you do, gain life points equal to its original attack. Basically, you spread a bunch of predator counters and then you run over something by battle, which like it can do, right? It's like 1600. So if you've got like 4 predator counters, it goes up by 800 and then becomes like 22 and you could run over something. If the predator counters are even like remotely easy to spread, I could see that being pretty powerful. The effect itself is kind of mid. It prevents floating in the grave, which is fine. and like is a life point gain at the cost of giving your opponent their card back, which is like mediocre. It's okay. The card artwork is super threatening though. I don't want to know what they've been eating. Our next monster is Predaplant Squid Drosera. Is that like the One Piece arc? Isn't that like an arc in One Piece? This is a level 2 dark plant effect monster with 800 attack, 400 defense, and the effect. You can send this card from your hand to the graveyard. Oh, it is a freaking hand trap. I love that. We are getting in archetype hand traps. In archetype hand traps are so good. Altergeist Conqueror is like one of the coolest cards of all time. Then target one face-up monster you control. This turn, it can attack all monsters your opponent controls with a predator counter once each. Okay, that's less good, but whatever. If this face-up card leaves the field, place one predator counter on each special summon monster your opponent controls, and if you do, any of those monsters that are level 2 or higher become level 1 as long as they have a predator counter. That is really cool. I don't know if it's strong. It's probably, I mean, like, it's clearly not strong, because the problem is the second effect to actually place a predator counter is really bad. If this card leaves the field, place one on each special summoned monster your opponent controls. So like, it doesn't affect normal summoned monsters, and it is only one. So like, if your opponent has 4 special summoned monsters, you'll get 4. But like, if your opponent has 4 special summoned monsters and you're relying on the effect of Predaplant Squid Drosera, I don't know that you're like in a good spot. Besides, if you're using this thing as fusion material, which you probably are, right, then it's not going to be on the field, or you don't want it to be on the field. You want to like send it from deck or send it from hand. So I don't know how often you're going to get this guy on field. Obviously, the level modulating effect at the end is super strong and super cool, and something that I do know that they do. The card artwork is slightly more Lovecraftian than I expected to get this early into the archetype. The whole like carnivorous plant aesthetic is fine and all that, but why the hell does it have eyes? Oh my gosh. All right, our next monster is a pendulum. That did not take very long at all, which I guess makes sense because this is an Arc 5 archetype. There was going to be pendulums. This is Predaplant Triantis. This is a plant. I just cheated. I looked ahead. It's a plant. I don't know why it's not an insect monster. That is a dark level 8 plant pendulum effect monster with 2400 and 1000 defense. So when the first fusion monster was asking for like a level 8 or higher, I'm guessing this is because they're like similar release date. This is one of the ones that it was talking about. Yeah, that makes sense because its pendulum text says, while this card is in your pendulum zone, if you fusion summon a dark fusion monster, you can also use cards in your pendulum zone as monsters on the field as material for its fusion summon. I like that a lot. I feel like it's pretty easy to get multiple pendulum monsters into your hand. I feel like a lot of pendulum support has been focused around like getting you a bunch of scales as quickly as possible. So I think that this thing allowing you, not just itself by the way, it also says you can use cards in your pendulum zones as monsters. I think that that's super good. Then the monster effect says, if this card is sent to the grave or added to your extra deck face up because it was used as fusion material, ooh, here we go. You can choose monsters on the field up to the number of monsters you control and place one predator counter on each one. And if you do, any of those monsters that are level 2 or higher become level 1s as long as they have a predator counter. This is a really good way of spreading predator counters. No, dude, hell yeah, this is sick. Okay, so like I'm already putting it together in my head. You essentially go like Triantis and Moray Nepenthes, and you make a greedy fusion dragon, and then you pitch Squid Drosera, and then you could just roll over your opponent's entire board because they've all got predator counters on them. That is pretty sick. I think that this is a very good initial pendulum monster. I like this card a lot. It's absolutely freaking terrifying. Don't know why it isn't an insect, but my god, if I ever saw a plant like that, you would get me as far in the other direction as humanly possible. All right, moving on, we have the one and only, oh wow, ooh, I don't like this thing at all. I don't want to talk about this. Oh my god. Predaplant Banksy Ogre. What the fuck is a Banksy Ogre? What is a Banksy Ogre? Oh my gosh, this is a level 6 dark plant tuner, level 6 tuner. Oh my gosh, let me see that special summon condition with 2000 attack, 100 defense, and the effect. You can special summon this card from your hand by tributing one opponent's monster with a predator counter. Oh, that's so cool. If this card is sent from the field to the grave, place one predator counter on each face-up monster your opponent controls, and if you do, any of those monsters that are level 2 become blah blah, as long as, okay, that's fine. Wow, that's sick. So basically, if you can get a predator counter on your opponent's monster, this is just a kaiju, right? Because it's not an effect. doesn't start a chain. You can special summon this card from your hand by tributing one opponent's monster with a predator counter. I don't think that starts a chain. This is basically just like a kaiju. Yeah. And then you synchro summon this guy and you just get to spread even more, or you fusion summon it. Like, who cares? Wow, I do not want to look at this guy's card artwork anymore. I do not like what it makes me feel. However, the effect is super cool. And he's just like a 2k beater for no reason. And he's like half of a Wave High King Caesar already because he's level 6. You can use like him and Engraver to make a Wave King. That's pretty sick. Predaplant Patera Patinence. Oh my god. You guys have been doing this to me all week. Oh my gosh. Is Predaplant Pterodactyl. Pterodactyl is a level 3 dark plant with 300 attack, 2100 defense. It makes sense because look at him. He literally is a pterodactyl. Oh my god. Hold on. Look at him. Other than that like giant gut, which I've never seen pterodactyls designed with, look at those wings. This is for sure a pterodactyl, dude. This guy has the effect. When this card inflicts battle damage to your opponent, you know, with all that 300 attack he's got there, you can target one face of monster your opponent controls, place a predator counter on it, and then all the other thing. Once per turn, you can target one monster your opponent controls with a level less than or equal to this card's. Take control of it until the end phase. That is really cool. Kind of wish this card was a tuner. I feel like it might have more utility if it was a tuner, because then you could kind of like do more with that. But that's really cool because it on itself isn't doing anything. That first effect is never resolving. There's no way, because when this card inflicts battle damage to your opponent, that's only ever being done if their opponent has an empty board, in which case they like won't have a face-up monster to target and place a predator counter on. Yeah, that's terrible. But the second effect is just like Brain Con, which is like, okay, I think this card's really bad. I think you don't play this at all. Although the card art is super cool. It's like not terrifying, but is super sick, dude. I would keep one of these. If I caught this on like Route 3 of a Pokemon game, I would keep it at my party, 100%. Moving on to a card that I actually know about. This is Predaplant Dragostapelia. This card was released in Soul Fusion in 2018, is a level 8 dark plant. Oh, an extra deck monster that is a plant. The Greedy Venom is a dragon, but this one is a plant. Has 2700 attack, 1900 defense, very, very strange stat line. Requires one fusion monster and one dark monster, which is why it has been a super poly target for a very long time, probably as long as it's been around, right? And has the effect. Once per turn quick effect, you can target one face-up monster your opponent controls, place one predator counter on it, and it does the level yoinky sploinky. Negate the activated effects of your opponent's monsters that have predator counters. Oh my gosh, what a boss monster. This card is so sick. It's basically like a bit of a more roundabout negate, because if you're not playing this in a deck that has predator counters, so like you're not playing it in a more dedicated Predaplant strategy, you're basically just going to have the predator counter that it places. However, if you are in like a more dedicated Predaplant build, which why wouldn't you play? These cards are awesome. Then you can have a bunch more negates. It's like a bit more of a board wide negate. Not only that, but as a quick effect, modulating your opponent's monster's levels is super powerful for interrupting like extra deck plays, because if they're like a synchro or an Xyz or something like that, then you can just like screw up their levels and they can't make them. Not link monsters though, so that's why people have been fighting about them for the past 3 days. Crazy card, crazy awesome. I love the card artwork. This guy's just nasty. Kind of everything you want from a plant-based boss monster. I'm going to say early, I don't know if their extra deck options ever got better than Dragostapelia. I think this card is fantastic. However, time waits for no man, and we cannot wait for Dragostapelia, so we will move on to the next monster. This is Predaplant Flytrap. Ooh, oh my gosh, what a nasty little guy. Doesn't he look like he's kind of just like whining? Oh, I don't like that card artwork at all. This is a level 2 dark plant effect monster with 400, 800, and the effect. Once per turn, you can target one face-up monster your opponent controls, not a quick effect, place a predator counter on it, and then does the thing. At the start of the damage step, when this card battles a monster with an equal or lower level, you can destroy that monster, then increase this card's level by the original level of the destroyed monster. Huh, okay, so it's got the like Shadal construct destroy pop effect that basically lets it run over everything as long as its level has been reduced. The thing that I think is interesting is that the predator counter level modulation it seems to be attached to the monsters. Like that doesn't seem to be a thing that predator counters do on their own. It seems to be a thing that like predator counters do as long as there's a Predaplant monster on the field, which I think is really interesting and bad, but it is still interesting because they can just like out your Predaplant and then still do their extra deck plays. Not with Flytrap though. They're not outing this thing by battle. This is super bad. Okay, I was going to save this one for last because of all of the discussion that's been going on. However, Predaplant Verte Anaconda is a dark plant Link 2 monster with 500 attack, has a downward left and right pointing arrow, and has the effect as though any of us needed to be reminded. You can target one face-up monster on the field. It becomes dark until the end of this turn. Surely that's why everyone played this card, right? You can pay 2,000 life points and send one fusion or polymerization, normal or quick play spell from your deck to the grave. This effect becomes that spell's effect when that card is activated. Also, you cannot special summon monsters for the rest of this turn. You can only use each effect of Predaplant Verte Anaconda once per turn. Now, at the risk of bringing the Nightmare Unicorn phobic back into this video, which is meant for the cool Predaplant loving individuals, this card is cracked, right? Like, it's busted. I think that it has an effect that was kind of broken from the very beginning because it allowed you to ignore the cost associated with the fusion or polymerization spell you sent. So with something like Red Eyes Fusion sent to make Dart Dragoon, it didn't have to be the only summon that you had that turn, even though you were still locked by Verte's special summoning restriction like afterwards. This card is ridiculous, probably very strong in Archetype. We haven't actually gotten to an Archetype specific fusion spell, but I'm sure that we will at some point. Unfortunately, Link 2s like this, which are super generic to effect monsters, this was always going to be a problem. The second that it actually had something worth summoning off of it, and it got something worth summoning. Even amongst Predaplant enjoyers in this chat, I gotta say this guy was probably a problem. However, what was not a problem and was instead super based was Predaplant Chimera Rafflesia. I think I got that one. This is a hell of a cool looking Vileplume-esque level 7 dark plant fusion monster with 2,500, 2,000, requires a Predaplant monster and one dark monster. See, just as good a super poly target as Dragostapelia, and has the effect. Once per turn, you can target one monster on the field with a level less than or equal to this cards, so basically anything with a predator counter or anything that's just like naturally lower level, banish it. Look at that, dude. This is Malice support. This is like Malice Predaplant because they're all darks and this card will banish the lower level Malices. I'm thinking. When an attack is declared involving this card and an opponent's face-up monster, you can activate this effect. Until the end of the turn, the opponent's monster loses 1,000 attack, and if it does, this card gains 1,000 attack. Why does this have a weaker battle phase effect than Flytrap? What's the deal with that? Oh, I guess it doesn't require that monster to have a predator counter on it. Yeah, that's probably why. Once per turn during the standby phase after this card was sent to the grave, so like even as fusion material or link material or whatever, you can add one polymerization spell card or one fusion spell card from your deck to your hand. Oh, that's crazy. That is cracked. Okay, so that it doesn't say one polymerization normal spell, so you could add like super poly, right? Branded fusion, although I guess the fact that it requires one Predaplant monster and is too high a level for something like instant fusion means that maybe you're only making this in Archetype, but still, the fact that this can just be like sent off as the material for some other kind of extra deck summon, and then, or if your opponent just destroys it, you can still get value off of it. I think that is super cool. I like this monster a lot, and it looks really cool. Our next monster is a biggin. This is Predaplant Trifioverutum. Yeah, that's the one. This is a level 9 dark plant fusion effect monster with 3,000. Big stat line. Look at this beast too. Look at those thick thighs, man. This guy's a monster. He requires 3 dark monsters on the field. Very specific summoning condition. So you can't use anything from hand or from Pendulum Zone. If I remember the effect of Triantis. Triantis says that you can use pendulums as monsters, so that's fine. Yeah. This says gains attack equal to the total original attack of all other monsters on the field with a predator counter. Nasty. You can only use each of the following effects once per turn. When your opponent special summons a monster from their extra deck while you control this fusion summoned card, you can negate the summon, and if you do, destroy the monster. Hell yeah, it's like Solemn Judgment. Crazy. That effect is awesome. If your opponent controls a monster with a predator counter, you can special summon this card from your graveyard in defense position. Oh my god, it says you can only use each, not you can only use one. This card is so cool. So this is like a big, beefy monster that gains like a shit ton of attack, so he just becomes huge, right? And he negates the summon of your opponent's extra deck monsters, and then if you get over this guy, let's say he ends up in grave because he doesn't have any protection, right? Dies to fissure, all that. You can just bring him back if you get a predator counter on your opponent's monsters, which you will, because like half the damn cards in this deck spread predator counters. Ironically, he doesn't. Trivia Verutum does not spread predator counters on its own, which is like unfortunate, but still super cool. This is for sure the payoff. Runs over the whole damn board, right? Because if you use something like a Squid Drosera and pitch it, this thing can just attack over everything. Nuts, dude, nuts. Love that. What a monster. All right, we are going to have to start picking up. My God, there are a lot of these guys. Up next, we have Predaplant Spider Orchid. This is a dark level 1 plant pendulum monster with 0 attack and 0 defense. That's fine. Pendulum monsters tend not to care about these things. It is a scale 8 and has the pendulum effect. During your main phase, if this card was activated this turn, you can target one other face-up card in the spell and trap zone, destroy it. So basically, you use that to like put another scale into the extra deck so you could pen summon it later. That's fine. Or you use it to like pop a spell that wants to be destroyed. And has the monster effect. During the end phase, if this card was normal or special summoned this turn, you can discard one plant monster, add one level 4 or lower plant monster from deck to hand. Oh, that's crazy. So if this thing was summoned at all, because it's normal or special, if you get this guy on the field, you can pitch a plant to add a plant of your choice. I think that's pretty strong. It's not like the best search in the game because it's like during the end phase and it requires you to pitch a card, but I don't think that's bad at all. I think that this card is fine. It's actually not a high enough scale to get like Triantis out, so maybe you're not doing any pendulum summoning in this deck, but that's fine. I hate the mouth, dude. It is kind of cool that it looks a bit like a spider, but it's also like very clearly a mouth. Our next monster this is the card that everyone said sounded like an STD, I can tell. This is Predaplant Chlamydu Sundew. Oh my. This is a level 2 plant effect monster with 600 and 200 and has the effect. Monsters with a predator counter that you use as fusion materials are treated as dark. Okay, so if you are going to super poly or use like your opponent's monsters some other way, then this allows you to treat them as dark. During your main phase, you can fusion summon one dark fusion monster from your extra deck using this card on the field and monsters from your hand, field, or monsters with a predator counter your opponent controls as fusion materials. Oh, that's super sick. Oh, I talked a little bit too early. That's nuts, man. Unfortunately, it doesn't spread the predator counters itself, right? So like one of the things I'm noticing about this archetype is that the cards that you want to use the predator counter effect of and the cards that spread predator counters are not the same cards. So they kind of like rely on each other. There aren't really any cards that do it all yet, obviously, except for Dragostapelia, which is amazing. I think you played this a lot. We haven't seen a lot of ways to like swarm the field or spam monsters yet, but I think that you absolutely use this thing. This is like a polymerization on legs, and it allows you to use your opponent's monsters if you have predator counters on them. I think that's super sick. Our next card in this monster of an archetype. Whoa, why is he so mad, dude? What is he so mad for? Predaplant Cordyceps is a level 1 dark plant monster with 0 attack, 0 defense, and has the effect. During your standby phase, you can banish this card from your grave. Okay, then target 2 level 4 or lower Predaplant monsters in your grave, special summon them. Also, for the rest of the turn, you cannot special summon monsters except fusion monsters, nor normal summon set any monsters. Oh, I was so on board up until that very last effect. Man, is the setup required to get this into play worth not being able to normal summon? Like, I guess we haven't seen a ton of very powerful normal summon effects yet. Like, there isn't like a Luber that's just like a go-to normal summon that I've seen. So maybe the grind game is good enough that you just sacrifice it. I don't know, man. That's super interesting. Nothing in this deck comes free, right? Everything either requires counters but doesn't place counters, or it has like some kind of downside that makes it like not obviously good. I think that it's probably pretty easy to get it in grave, right? Because you can use it as fusion material, but the effect is kind of limited at the end. Although if you use Cordyceps to bring back the like chlamydia dude that we just talked about, he can fusion summon using your opponent's monsters, and maybe that's good enough on its own. Our next monster is, holy cow, this guy looks like a baby Dragostapelia, right? Isn't he? He's kind of green, more green than purple, but this is Predaplant Drosophilum Hydra. Okay, this is a level 5 dark plant effect monster with 800 and 2300, so a big booty, and has the effect. You can special summon this card from your hand by tributing a monster on either player's field with a predator counter. So it's another one of those. The other one was level 6. You can only special summon it once per turn this way. If this card is on your field or in your grave, quick effect, banish one other Predaplant monster from your grave, target one phase-up monster on your field, it loses 500 attack. This card is terrible. This card is awful. Really, really bad. Yeah, it's like a kaiju, which is fine or whatever, because you can just put like predator counters on your opponent's monsters and tribute it, but it's not as good as Khorne, right? Like the Banksy Ogre, I think, is clearly better. If it had said like banish a Predaplant from grave to target a card on the field and it gets a predator counter as a quick effect, I think that would have been good, but like who the shit cares about losing 500 attack, man? Not me. Not me. What a letdown. Not worth all the effort to pronounce. Our next card is Predaplant Spinodionia, I think. This is a level 4 Dark Plant effect monster with 1800 and 0, so you're just normal summoning this guy. I'm guessing this is your normal summon. 1800 0 is a good normal summon stat line. It has like a freaky basket on its back, dude. This is a very hard-working Predaplant. This is the one that gets all of the work done, and so has the effect. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can target one face-up monster your opponent controls, place a predator counter on it. That's fine. We read another one that had that effect. And then it has the effect. After damage calc, if this card battled a monster with an equal or lower level, you can special summon one Predaplant monster from your deck. Interestingly, this says if it battled, not if it destroyed. So it's like, okay, I believe if this thing crashes into like a level 1 that's been modified with a predator counter, even if it gets destroyed by the battle. I believe that's the case. This is really good. I think you definitely play this. Like, there aren't a ton of times where you're going to, especially in the modern game, normal summon an 1800 beater and then do battle with your opponent's monsters, right? Like, that's just not likely to happen. But I think that there's probably a way to navigate that effect that makes it pretty strong. We haven't seen like many other ways to swarm the field than that. The next card is one that I've heard of, but I've never read. This is Predaplant Darlingtonia Cobra. This is a dark level 3 plant monster with 1000 and 1500 and has the effect. If this card is special summoned by the effect of a Predaplant monster, you can add one polymerization spell or fusion spell, any of them, from deck to hand. You can use this effect once per duel. Well, once per duel is probably right. This is the best effect that we've read in the entire archetype, other than Dragostapelia and Verte. I guess it doesn't make a lot of sense to say that after reading those two cards, but this is still crazy because you can like summon this guy off of Spinodionia after it does battle, and then because it was special summoned, you can just add any polymerization or fusion spell. So you're basically guaranteed to get into your monsters. This effect is nuts. I'm going to have to read as we go forward. Like, any effect that has the ability to special summon a Predaplant is now like infinitely better, right? So like the effect of Cordyceps in grave to banish it and then special summon 2 Predaplant monsters from grave is now significantly better because Darlingtonia Cobra exists, which means that you can like special summon it after it's been sent to grave as fusion material, and then you can like search an additional spell. And it's not during the end phase, by the way. It's just like when it's special summoned. This effect is awesome. This card is freaking amazing. Our next effect, you guys are fucking with me. I'm not saying this. There's no way. I'll try one time, okay? Predaplant Heliamphorinchus. Okay, that one actually wasn't that bad. Heliamphorinchus. It's a lot of letters, dude. There's like 7 H's in there. This is a level 8. Hey, we're back on the level 8s, which means it can't be pendulum summoned, by the way. Level 8 dark plant effect monster with 1224. Kind of a disappointing stat line for its level, and has the effect. If your opponent controls a monster with a predator counter, oh baby, give it to me. You can special summon this card from your hand. Hell yes. If this card in your owner's possession is destroyed by your opponent's card, I believe that means by battle as well, you can target one dark dragon or one dark plant monster in your grave, special summon it. Oh, that's kind of mid. Oh, that's kind of super mid, right? Like reasonably easy special summon condition within the context of the deck. However, no payoff. This card is really bad. Like, you would have to, even if it works the way I think it does, you would have to like crash into something and then you could get back a fusion monster. But like, it would really only be Dragostapelia, right? Because Trifiovarudum can special summon itself back like super easily. Maybe Chimera Flesia, but like, I don't know, man. I think that's not good at all. Our next monster is Predaplant Bofalicula. Bofalicula. What a freak, dude. Holy cow. Look at the mouth on that guy and the freaking ponytail. He looks like me, dog. This is a dark level 1 plant pendulum monster with 0 attack, 0 defense, and this is your 0 scale. Okay, so you do have a 0 scale and an 8 scale, so maybe you can flood the field a little bit better. With the effect, during your main phase, you can fusion summon one dark fusion monster from your extra deck using monsters from your hand or field as fusion material. This card does not allow you to treat pendulums in the pendulum zone as monsters, so you would need to have both of them out in order to use both of them, but he is basically just a fusion spell on his own. And then has the monster effect. If this card is sent to the grave or added to your extra deck face up because it was used as fusion material, you can add one face up Dark Pendulum monster from your extra deck to your hand except itself. That's okay. Like, we've only seen 2 others so far, Triantis and Spider Orcus, and they're kind of like fine. I guess you might want to use Triantis because you could fusion summon using it, because it is counted as a monster. I definitely think you want both of these in the Pendulum Zone. Make sure you guys let me know. I don't know how important the pendulums actually are to this deck. They seem pretty important so far. Up next, we have Predaplant Orphis Scorpio. This is a sick looking little scorpion dude that is a dark level 3 plant effect monster with 1200, 800, and has the effect. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can send one monster, not Predaplant monster, from your hand to the grave, special summon a Predaplant monster from your deck, except Orphis Scorpio. Holy cow. You can only use this effect once per turn. Wow. Okay, so you could like send a hand trap, right? Let's say you're playing like modern day Predaplant and you have Orphis Scorpio and then like a Mole Charmy, and you're going first, and so there's like no point in using the Mole Charmy. You could just normal summon the Orphis Scorpio, pitch the Mole Charmy, and then what's the other one that you get from deck? Is it Darlingtonia Cobra? Yeah, if it's special summoned, you can add a polymerization or fusion spell. So you just like normal Orphis Scorpio, or summon it anyway, because it's not just on normal summon. So however you summon this guy, maybe you summon it off of the effect of like Cordyceps Engrave, and then you pitch a card and then get Darlingtonia Cobra, and then you get the whole freaking access to the fusion. I still have not seen a Predaplant fusion spell, so I don't know what fusion spell you're adding off of this guy, but I guess it doesn't matter particularly. Maybe even like old school polymerization is good enough if you can search it. Up next, we have Predaplant by Blisp. Ooh, I don't like that second B. What is that in there for? Speaking of which, this thing is a bee. Why is it a plant? Oh my gosh, but I'm getting ahead of myself. This is a dark level 1 plant effect monster with 0 and 1900, and has the effect. If this card is sent to the grave, including as fusion material, or as like if you foolish burial it or whatever, you can add one Predaplant monster from deck to hand except itself. Nuts. If a monster with a predator counter is on the field, you can special summon this card from your grave, but banish it when it leaves the field. Oh, this card's crazy. This card is insane. What a good foolish burial target. So you like send it, and then you add like Orphis Scorpio, Darlingtonia Cobra, then you make like Dragos Stapelia and use its effect to place a predator counter, and then you special this thing from grave. And then I don't know what you do with it next, but you definitely have it. This card is a crazy card. I think you play, do you play one of it? Do you play 3 of it? I think you play 3. While it doesn't do anything on its own, I think you have enough ways to get it into grave that it matters. I think that this is a super valuable part of the strategy. Okay, it's been a little while since we've gotten a fusion monster, so I'm kind of excited to get back into some of the extra deck payoffs. This is Starving Venom Predapower Fusion Dragon. Predapower. Now, I think someone had said that like Predapower is a different thing entirely, but I don't see anything else about that, so I'm just going to ignore it. This is a level 10 Dark Dragon fusion that requires 1 Dark Fusion monster and then 1 Fusion monster. Ooh, okay. So pretty tough to make. You're going to have pretty specific conditions in order to get into this guy. This card is always treated as a Predaplant card. Makes sense. Once per turn, when a card or effect is activated, quick effect, you contribute 1 monster on either field with a predator counter, and if you do, negate the activation. It's not an Omni that has like no conditions. It requires you to have predator counters, but like it's because of that, it's a bit of a stronger negation, right? Because you can tribute your opponent's monster in order to get a negate. So it's like a double negate. Pretty good. If this fusion summoned card you control is sent to your grave by an opponent's card, you can target 1 dark monster in your grave, special summon it, including itself, right? You can only use this effect once per turn. Am I crazy? It just says target a dark monster in grave, so that can be itself. So whenever this thing is sent to grave once per turn, you can bring it back. So it's like a walking Omni plus tribute a monster on your opponent's side of the field, and it floats into itself. I think the fact that it requires such a tough fusion material might make it not worth it, but like 3600 body brings itself back. Everything in this archetype dies to fissure, but like they all float, so who cares? This is like the only archetype that we've covered so far that can wear the like I die to fissure shirt proudly, except I guess maybe Gradle. Maybe the Gradles get to do that too. Pretty cool card. I don't know if it sees play. Oh, finally, we're getting into some spells. This is the first spell that we've looked at other than the Pendulum monsters. This is Predaponics. This is a continuous spell that says, once per turn, you can special summon one level 4 or lower Predaplant monster from your hand or grave, but negate its effects even if this card leaves the field. Once per turn during your standby phase, pay 800 life points. This is nuts. Holy cow, this card is great. It doesn't place like any lock on you. It negates the effects, but doesn't like lock you into Preda monsters or anything like that. And is just like free recursion from grave. I was talking earlier about like how I didn't think there was enough swarming in the deck, and I think that this is a great form of swarming. It's really, really good. It's super simple. It makes sense, right? Preda, like hydroponics, except you're growing Predaps. I think that this is a fantastic card. I'm really glad that we started these spells off as strong as we did. The next card is Preda Pruning. Oh my god, what is going on in the artwork of this card? This is clearly the, what's the boy's name? Squid Drosera? This is clearly Squid Drosera. And it's like being grown, but I don't know by who and I don't know why. This is an equip spell, that was a little unexpected, that says activate this card by targeting a Predaplant monster in your graveyard, special summon it and equip it with this card. When this card leaves the field, destroy that monster. I don't think you play that at all. It's like a special summon from grave on an equip spell, which makes it a little bit more searchable, but as we just saw, there are like other ways to special summon from grave in this. It is kind of cool that it affects like the big guys too, because it just says Predaplant monster, it doesn't say like a normal monster, so you can like theoretically just bring back your big guys, but this is like Yu-Gi-Oh, man. We have enough ways of special summoning a monster from grave. I don't know that that is good enough. Our next card is Predaplant Saraceniant. I believe that's it. This is a dark level 1 plant with 100 to 600 and has the effect, when an opponent's monster declares a direct attack, you can special summon this card from your hand. Crazy. What a guy, just jump in right in front of the blow. After damage calc, if this card battled an opponent's monster, you can destroy that opponent's monster. Okay, but they get like a redeclare if you activate this effect, right? You special summon him and then he gets a redeclare. If this card is destroyed by battle, or if this card on the field is sent to the graveyard by a card effect, you can add a Predap card from your deck to your hand. I don't think that matters, because like unless your opponent thinks that they have game, they're not going to fall for it. Like you have an empty board, they attack direct, you special summon this guy, they read it and they go, oh, okay, never mind. Like it's going to destroy my monster and it's going to allow you to search. I think that they're probably just going to find another way to get over this guy, which like maybe is good enough, I guess, because if it's sent to the field at all, like if your opponent is responsible for this guy leaving the field at all, then you get that search. So maybe it's not worth it, but I don't know. I think it's probably okay. The fact that it only triggers on direct attack though means I think that you don't play this at all. Up next, we have the Fusion Monster, Predaplant Ambulomelides. I have seen this card a lot because I think it was like a common in Dimension Force, which I opened a bunch of. This is a level 5, so it is an instant fusion target, Dark Plant Fusion Monster with 1000 and 2500, and has the effect, if this card is fusion summoned, you can add a Predaplant monster or Predap spell trap from your deck, graveyard, or face-up extra deck to your hand. This card is insane. Are you kidding me? You can target one monster your opponent controls with a Predator counter or one monster you control, tributed, and if you do, special summon one Predaplant monster from your deck. Holy cow! How have I never read this guy before? I've held this card in my hand so many times because of all of the like bulk that I've gone through with this thing in it, and I have never read it once. Is this card why Predaplant players are always like complaining about instant fusion needing to come back to 3? I freaking believe you, dude. You go instant fusion for this guy, you get to search your entire freaking deck, and then you can just like tribute this guy, get rid of your opponent's monster, and special summon anything you want from your deck. So you can just go like tribute, clear a monster, go into like Darlingtonia Cobra, and then do that whole thing we were just talking about. This thing is crazy, man. And he just looks like an angry freaking Ivysaur, dude. This is so cool. This is probably one of my favorite cards in the deck that we've read so far. I like instant fusion and I like instant fusion targets, and so I have a special soft spot for this guy. All right, is that the last monster? It is the last monster. So now we're going to get into some spell traps and then we're going to talk about the deck. Up next, we have Predaplanning. This is a normal trap card with, is that Trifioverudum just losing his mind, like turning into a full freaking Godzilla villain in the background? Insane. This card has the effect, send one Predaplant monster from your deck to the grave. So you can send like Bye Biblisp in order to get the search. That's nuts. Place 1 predator counter on each face-up monster on the field, and if you do, any of those monsters that are level 2, it does the thing. If you fusion summon a dark monster while this card's in your grave, you can banish this card from your grave to target a card on the field, pop it. Ooh, I think maybe you play this one. I know that like in archetype traps are kind of hit or miss, but I think this is sick. I was worried it was going to say like place a predator counter on each monster like for the level of the monster that you send. So if you send like Biblisp, you would only get like 1 predator counter. No, man, this is just like full opponent's field predator counter placing. And you can like banish this to pop a card, which I don't think is like super relevant, but your opponent is 100% going to forget about that effect. I think if we're trying to like aim for a world where every in-archetype trap card is not just like an Omni Negate, then I think we have to like cards like Predaplaning. I believe that. I stand by that. The next card is Predaplast. I don't know what that means. This is a quick play spell that says, reveal any number of Predap cards in your hand, then target that number of face-up monsters your opponent controls. Place a predator counter on each one. Not good. If your predator monster would be destroyed by battle, you can banish this card from your grave instead. This card's bad, right? I don't think that's the best way to be getting predator counters on your opponent's monsters. It's like they have to be in your hand, and then it has to target, and then it doesn't even do anything special. It just like does the thing that the predator counters do. I don't think this card is good at all. I think that there are other better ways of doing that. Finally, we move on to a fusion spell. Look at that. This is Predaprime Fusion. This is a quick play spell that says, if a Predaplant monster is on the field, fusion summon 1 dark fusion monster from your extra deck using monsters from either field as material, including 2 or more dark monsters you control. So what, this is kind of like super poly, but worse? Am I crazy? Unless I'm wrong, it's not like more searchable than super poly. I guess it doesn't have like a discard cost, but this feels so restrictive. First off, you have to have a monster on the field in order to use it at all, I believe is the case. Yeah, which I guess like isn't super tough, because if you're gonna like summon Darling Tonia Cobra to add it, you're gonna have a monster on the field. I think this is a very bad fusion spell because it has to be 2 dark monsters you control. And if you look at some of the Predaplant fusion monsters, they're very specific on what they require. 1 fusion monster plus 1 dark monster. It's not like plus 1 or multiple dark monsters. I think that is a bad fusion spell. I don't like it at all. Up next, we have Predaplanet. Oh, we get a little peek into what the world these guys live in looks like. Oh my gosh, I did not think that Spinodia was that big. It looked like a little guy to me. What an absolute freak. This is a continuous trap that says, if a monster with a predator counter leaves the field while this card is face up on the field, add 1 Predap monster from your deck to your hand. Okay, so if you run over or tribute any of your opponent's monsters with a predator counter, you get to add any Predap card you want. Pretty good. You can only use this effect of Predaplanet once per turn. You can banish this card from your grave, fusion summon 1 fusion monster from your extra deck using monsters from your hand or field as fusion materials. So like only Predaplant monsters can be used as fusion materials for a fusion summon using this effect, because God forbid a conditional graveyard fusion summon be generic. I think that this one is a little bit more questionable. Like the first effect is super strong. Anytime a monster with a predator counter leaves the field, which you have a dozen ways of getting, you get to search like any Predap card, which means the spell traps or the monster. So it basically gets you access to your entire archetype. On the other hand, it's like pretty conditional, and I think the second effect is just completely useless. I don't think you use that at all. I don't know. It's searchable enough because everything in this archetype that we've seen so far is pretty searchable. So I'm not 100% sure if you played. Let me know. The final card in this entire enormous archetype is Predapractice. This card says, special summon 1 Predaplant monster from your hand, then add 1 Predap card from your deck to your hand except itself. Also, for the rest of the turn after this card resolves, you cannot special summon monsters from the extra deck except fusion monsters. This card is insane. This card is awesome. This is a special summon from hand, and you can add any Predap card you want. What a consistency tool. Holy crap, do you know how many decks would kill for a consistency tool like this? It like helps you swarm the field. So if you get stopped after it's like normal summon Orphis Scorpio and then you get like impermed or whatever, it's just like more extension, and it gets you basically any card that you want. What a way to end this archetype. Holy cow. So what are my thoughts on the deck? I think the power disparity between its best cards and weakest cards is enormous, like so many other anime archetypes in the past. Show filler and big dramatic bosses are the nature of these kind of decks, and it shows. The fusion monsters are nearly all grade A best in show plants, and the worst main deck monsters are but weeds. The ability to play nice with basically any fusion or polymerization spell has helped contribute to the deck's stints of playability over the years, and have even led to its cards ending up up on the forbidden and limited list. A worthy anime deck to join the ranks. I hope that you guys enjoyed today's video. Leave a like if you liked, comment if you have anything to say, correct my awful first takes and pronunciations. I know you guys want to. Shout out to our first channel members, Tidal Rex, Ben Hart, and Ruru Atori. You guys help push the quality of this channel forward. As for all the rest of you, remember to wash behind. Nobody likes reptiles. With the exception of possibly insects, they're about as far as you can be from a human. They lay eggs, eat eggs, and can't even stay warm without laying in the sun half the day. And just look at those eyes. The lizard lovers among you may disagree, but if you want proof, look no further than the greatest reptile haters of our time. Konami. Their disdain for scale kind runs so deep that they printed possibly the greatest support spell of all time in Snake Rain, and then proceeded to never print a competent reptile archetype. They made one of the strongest generic rank 4 searchers in the history of the game in King of the Feral Imps, and then it gets banned for the sins of Mitsu Raizio. Criminal. Today, however, we will show the love to reptiles that Konami won't. Welcome to I Refuse to Read, the series where my community votes on which archetype we are going to cover every week. Ogdoadic. Took me like 7 tries to get that name right. This archetype of ancient reptiles debuted in the TCG set Ancient Guardians, fitting considering their visual theme. These scaly snakes draw their visual aesthetic from something near and dear to Yu-Gi-Oh! Ancient Egypt. Like putting on a warm pair of socks for us veterans, yeah? This is a reasonably sized archetype at 16 cards, and includes 10 monsters, 4 spells, and 2 traps. Though it isn't archetypal, no coverage of any reptile deck would be complete without first addressing Snake Rain. Released in 2007's TCG set Tactical Evolution, this normal spell has the effect: discard 1 card, select 4 reptile monsters from your deck, and send them to the graveyard. No level restriction, no once per turn, nothing. Foolish Burial is at 1. Foolish Burial, but 3 times as good, but for snakes, that's been free its entire life. And you know why? Konami has never made a single competent reptile archetype. Or did they? Let's dive in today and find out with the first of the level 4 monsters, Phlogos, the Ogdoadic Boundless. This is a level 4 light reptile with 1800 attack, 1400 defense, and the effect: if this card is sent from the field to the grave, or special summoned from the grave, you can target 1 face-up monster your opponent controls, and 1 monster in their grave with an equal or higher attack than that target. Special summon that monster from the grave to their field, and if you do, send that other monster they control to the grave. Wow, what a complicated removal. If this card is in your grave, you can send 1 card from your hand to the grave, add this card back to your hand. Okay, and then you can only use each effect once per turn. That's unfortunate. I was hoping that it was going to say, send a card from hand to the grave in order to special summon this card, because, like, theoretically you could Snake Rain it, and then send a card from hand to grave in order to special it back. This card is strange. I don't understand that removal effect at all. Like, presumably the idea is that if the monster has a higher or equal attack, then it's at least as strong as the target that you're sending. And so it's not just like pure advantage, but surely you just wouldn't activate that. Like, you're not going to give your opponent a better monster than the one they have. So I wonder if there's a way to like modulate attack in this deck, because that is definitely a costly form of removal. Although it says if this card is sent from the field to the grave, not like if this monster. So I wonder if it's detached for an Xyz material, if that effect still triggers. The card artwork is awesome. I love the World of Warcraft armor. I love the weapons, look like something straight out of Zul'Farrak. This thing is super intimidating and really cool. I like the like Guardian of the Tomb vibe that it's got going on. We move on to the next level 4. This is Zoha, the Ogdoadic Boundless. Okay, cool. All right. I wonder, are they all Ogdoadic Boundless? Is that the full archetype name? This is a level 4 dark reptile with 1500 attack, 1700 defense, and again, super sick card artwork. I like that he traded in the 2 one-handers for a 2-hander. What a freaky guy. It makes sense because he's dark, so he's a little bit more menacing. This archetype actually doing the light and dark thing properly, unlike Amazement. This card has the effect: if this card is sent from the field to the grave, or special summoned from the grave, you can activate this effect. Your opponent draws 1 card, and if they do, you add 1 Ogdoadic monster from your deck to your hand, except itself. Then each player sends 1 card from their hand to the grave. If this card is in your grave, you can send 1 card from your hand. Okay, it's got the exact same effect as Phlogos. Very interesting. I I don't know that that first effect is great. Like, it allows you to search, but you have to discard as well. And presumably, I mean, it's modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Your opponent can just like hitch a card to grave that they want in grave. So I don't think that that's pretty strong. Although it does, oh no, it says Ogdoadic Monster, not Ogdoadic Spell Trap. Ooh, I don't know. I'm not sure on this one. Maybe you play it just because it's a level 4, and I know that there are like a lot of good rank 4s in this game, and I mean, King, obviously, King of the Fair Limps is banned, but I know that there are like level 4 reptiles that special summon themselves from grave, so I think level 4 is probably a pretty important level. The second effect is fine. I'm sure that there are like more cards that want to be in grave. It's unfortunate that these cards say if this card is sent from field to grave and not field or hand, because then you could plus off of the you can send one card from your hand to the graveyard effect. So that is a bit unfortunate, but I'm not sure. I think you still play it. So that is the first one. We'll move on to the next level 4. So we've gone light, dark. Let's go light again. This is Nunu, the Ogdoadic Remnant. Okay, so they're not all Ogdoadic boundless. This is a level 4 light reptile with 0 attack, 0 defense. Does that make it a Piri Reese map target? I can't remember. Do you Piri Reese map for this? Regardless, it has the effect. You can send this card from your hand to the grave. Send one dark reptile monster from your deck to the grave. Oh, sick. If you control no monsters or you control an Ogdoadic monster, you can special summon this card from your graveyard, but banish it when it leaves the field. Ooh, that does not trigger if it's sent as Xyz material. I know that for a fact. So you could special summon this thing from grave and then overlay and then detach it, and then it won't be banished. That's super sick. Also, you cannot special summon monsters except reptile monsters while this card is face up in the monster zone. That is fine. I guess that makes sense, because otherwise you could just play it as like a level 4 starter in basically any rank 4 deck. I'm fine with that. It's not a full turn lock, which is super cool. And then you can only use each of these effects once per turn. This card is really, really strong. Oh my gosh, because you can just pitch it in order to send any dark reptile monster, which, like, if I remember correctly, they made a generic level 4 reptile that I believe special summons itself if it's sent to grave. That's pretty sick. I know that the Reptilians play pretty nicely with that. I think that's super strong, and it's just like a free level 4 extender. This card is awesome. The card artwork is crazy. Is this like the thing that they all worship in the temple? Because it's got like the super elongated headdress. This is just a snake, by the way. This is not a snake person. This is like a full total snake, because I think that whole thing behind it is just like an elaborate headdress. Super cool, but this is an Ogdoadic Remnant. So do we have another Ogdoadic Remnant? We do. We do indeed. All right. It looks like these come in 2 named pairs. The next one is Noya, the Ogdoadic Remnant. This is a dark level 4 reptile effect monster with 0 attack and 2000 defense. Big ass on this thing. So what? Each monster comes in a pair of 2s, light and dark, with the same like sub name after Ogdoadic, and they kind of share the same visual design, right? Because this thing is a snake, but it's like a 2-headed snake, I believe, and the first one was just a regular snake, and the Ogdoadic Boundless was kind of like a shadow version of the same thing. So I wonder if the spell traps kind of put a little bit more into that, but I think that's the idea that I'm getting so far. This card has the effect. You can send this card from your hand to the grave, send one light reptile. Okay, so it's like the inverse. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can add one Ogdoadic Spell Trap from your deck to your hand, and then you can only use these as once per turn. Ooh, that's really sick. Okay, so this card doesn't have a special summon condition of its own, unfortunately. I really wish that it had Nunu's special summon from grave condition, but that might be a little bit too strong. And unless I'm wrong, no, we haven't seen a way to special summon from grave yet, except for Nunu special summoning itself. So at present, this is just like the best normal summon in the entire deck, because I haven't read any of them yet, but I know for a fact we've got 3, 4, 6 spell traps. So presumably some of them are going to be busted, and this is just like the way to get into them. And it's a dark level 4 reptile, so you can do all of the same things with it that you could with any of the other ones. This one's super sick. I like this card a lot. This is probably I think the strongest one. The remnants are definitely stronger than the boundless, unless I'm missing something. Oh, and just like that, we are done with the level 4s. Okay, that went pretty darn quick. Up next, we have a host of level 8s, and they are, let's see, light, dark, king, queen. Okay, we're going to start with the light, because that's the way that we've been doing this. This is Curse, the Ogdoadic Light. This is a level 8 light reptile effect monster with 400 attack, 2400 defense, and does he have a bunch of hands or a bunch of heads? I can't, or are his heads hands, or his hands heads? I don't know, dude. He looks menacing, though. He's got the effect. If this card is in your grave, you contribute 1 monster. Cool, not like 1 reptile, just any 1 monster. Special summon this card, then your opponent can special summon 1 monster from their grave, but negate its effects. Ooh, so you're just giving your opponent advantage. Okay, I mean, he's a level 8. We'll have to see what the second effect is. If this card is special summoned, you can target one level 4 lower Ogdoadic monster in your grave, special summon it, but banish it when it leaves the field. Okay, so you like theoretically tribute an Ogdoadic to get this guy, and then you special summon back the Ogdoadic that you tributed? Or like theoretically, you could go, oh, hold on, wait a minute, I'm thinking. My brain is working. You could go like Noya, pitch itself, send this guy, and then tribute another monster, special summon him, and then special the Noya back, and then you get the special summon effect in order to search a spell trap. Maybe that has like something to do with it. This card is not as strong as I'd like it to be for a level 8, right? Because it's a 2 tribute, and its special summon condition only functions if it's in grave. Although I guess with the discard effects of the boundless monsters, you could probably get any monster you want from hand to grave pretty easily, right? And so I wonder if like the theme in this deck is like the graveyard is like a den of snakes. You know, it's like this pit where all the snakes live. I think that this is fine. I'll have to see if the dark one plays nicely with it, because right now it's like a special summon condition that gets your opponent to body, but you haven't really seen any way to benefit off of giving your opponent to body. Super sick card artwork though. I love the distinction between the lights and the darks in this deck. Speaking of which, the next monster is that just Alert? Alert, the Ogdoadic Dark. Oh my gosh. This looks like a freaking World of Warcraft monster, dude. I think I said that earlier with the Ogdoadic Boundless, but like, there's no way. This is just for sure something you would fight in like Mana Tombs or something like that. Wow, what a freak. He's got the red eyes that normally I would put on him, like in the thumbnail anyway. He's already got those. That's kind of funny. This is a level 8 Dark Reptile effect monster with 2,000 attack, 800 defense. Okay, at least he's got some attack. Still low for level 8. And has the effect. If this card is in your grave, you can tribute one monster, special summon this card. Then your opponent can add one monster from their grave to the hand. Oh my god. Hope that you have not been hand trapped. Could you imagine getting like ashed, and then you go to use the thing's effect and your opponent gets to add back the Ash Blossom? Ooh, that's messy. If this card is special summoned, you can target 2 of your banished monsters, including a reptile, return them to the grave. Oh man, that sucks. Is this guy ass? Don't tell me this guy is ass, man. That would be so disappointing because he looks so cool. No, I don't think this is good at all. Other than just like getting a free-ish level 8 body out, I don't know what exactly this thing does. And it's not even free because your opponent is going to like get a card back off of it. And they don't have any extra deck monsters. I don't know if there's any like crazy reptile level 8s or if you're just like making Dingirsu with this thing or what. But okay, that's a little disappointing. The light dark duo is not as strong as the level 4s thus far, but we still have the other 2 level 8s. And so we're going to begin with the light one. This is Aaron, the Ogdoadic King. That makes sense because he's got the staff of Aaron. It's like a biblical reference, sure. Oh my god, holy cow, wait a minute, look at that. His upper body kind of makes him look like he's just like a dude, but his lower body is just like a freaking house. Dude, he is wide. That is a wide base on this man, my god. This is a level 8 light reptile with 2,500 and 2,800, so we're starting to get up there in terms of attack, and has the effect. If this card is in your grave, you contribute 2 monsters, special summon this card. If your opponent adds a card to their hand, except during the draw or damage step, you can send 1 random card from their hand to the grave. Okay, that's decent. If a monster your opponent controls is sent to the grave, except during the damage step, so not if it's run over by battle, or is that different? You can add 1 light or dark reptile monster from your deck or grave to your hand. Oh, this is really good. I think this might be the best high-level monster we've seen so far. So it can be special summoned by tributing 2, and then it basically makes it so once per turn, it's not permanent. Your opponent has to randomly discard if they add, which kind of keeps them from getting the hand advantage that they might want. That's really good. And then if you send a card, which plays into like Flogos, because Flogos sends a monster to reborn a monster, then you get to add any light or dark reptile monster from your deck or grave to hand. That's nuts. That lets you search like Venomenaga, right? I don't know if there's any benefit to doing that, but it's just any light or dark reptile. That's so generic. I think that there's enough restrictor plates on this to like keep it from being too crazy, but that is nuts. Oh, and also, I believe it's if your opponent uses those as like link material or something like that. If they like link off something, it's still sent to grave. So it's just like free advantage. I think this is the best high level monster that we've seen. And he looks like crazy. Hopefully his queen is as good. Up next, we have Amunessa, the Ogdoadic Queen. This is a level 8 Dark Reptile with 2700 and 2100, so not quite as good stats, and has the effect. If this card is in your grave, you contribute 2 monsters, special summon this card, sure. If a monster is special summoned from your opponent's grave, you can send 1 card they control to the grave. Okay, that's good. At least you get to pick. It's not random. I don't even know how that would work. If a monster is sent from your opponent's hand or deck to the grave, you can special summon 1 light or dark reptile monster from your grave. Interesting, there's no level restriction, and the cards don't say, like, you must special summon this card this way. So theoretically, you could use Amunessa's effect in order to special summon Aaron. So you could, like, get both of them on the field for free. Maybe that's the idea, is like they special summon each other. And they kind of play into each other, right? Because it's like if a monster special summoned from the grave, which like your lower level cards do, then you get to send a different card they control. And if a monster is sent from your opponent's hand or deck to the grave, which they will likely do by themselves, but even if not, Aaron can do that with his effect, then you just get to special summon from grave. I think that's pretty sick. I think that the ceiling that I've seen so far is pretty low. Like, I don't know what the payoff to all of these cards is. They're definitely working towards the same goal, but I don't know if it's like a good enough goal. The card artwork is pretty sick. She's like the most human looking that we've seen so far, and I like all of her Medusa heads. I think those are super cool. The last 2 main deck monsters, these are the big boys. We'll begin with the first of the level 10s, Ogdo Abyss, the Ogdoadic Overlord. Hell yeah. This is a level 10 light reptile with 3100, there we go, and 2200 defense, and has the card effect. If this card is in your grave, you contribute 3 monsters. Ooh, that's like an Egyptian god card, man. Special summon this card. Once while this card is face up on the field, quick effect, you can send all monsters from the field to the grave, except face up monsters special summon from the grave. You can only use each effect once per turn. So you are for sure only summoning this guy off of the effect of like the queen that we just talked about, right? You are never tributing 3 monsters in order to get this guy. I can't imagine that that's something that would be worth it. At least it doesn't like give your opponent some kind of plus. The board wipe is fine, right? Like, I mean, we talked about that during Goaty. Board wipes are still strong. I just don't know that it's worth building a game plan around. It doesn't really have any protection. Something dies to fissure. And I think its special summon condition is kind of weak. You would hope at least like this card is a special summon from hand or grave. But again, like I'll have to play some games with it and see if you can reliably get monsters in grave. Obviously, again, Snake Rain is pretty nuts. Other than that, I think that this card is a little disappointing. It's pretty big. It does special summon itself technically, and it does have a board wipe, but I just don't know that's enough. Let's look at the dark. If I am thinking correctly, the darks have kind of been a little bit better than the lights, like overall so far. This is Nephthal Abyss, the Ogdoadic Overlord. This is a level 10 dark reptile effect monster with 2200 attack, 3100 defense, and the effect. If a monster is sent from the hand or deck to the grave, while this card is in your grave, except during the damage step, you can special summon this card. That's crazy. Also, you cannot special summon monsters until the end of the next turn, except reptile monsters. Ooh, this is the first like real lock that we've seen so far. I know that Nunu locks you, but it's like a super temporary lock. This is a massive lock. If you control this card that was special summoned from the grave, you can target 1 monster in your grave, except itself, special summon it, and then you can only use each of these effects once per turn. Okay, man, what an aggressive lock, but this is probably the strongest special summon condition that we've seen so far, right? If any monster is sent from the hand or deck to the grave while this card is in your grave, and obviously you want to send cards to the grave in this deck because that is what the card that started this whole deck does. And so many of the level 4s allow you to pitch a card, so I feel like you can get into this guy pretty easily. But the problem is, once he's on the field, he's just like a monster reborn, but like a conditional monster reborn. The ceiling is so low, like I don't want to be a Debbie Downer or anything. And I mean, look, they look super cool, but what's the payoff? I don't understand what an end board with these looks like. Maybe the traps are crazy because they're searchable. So like maybe they just flood you with advantage, or they play nicely with some other reptile archetype that I've never heard of. But I mean, I'm looking, they play decent with Venoms, I could imagine, because nothing in here is generic. And if I remember correctly, all the Venoms are darks. But yeah, kind of a disappointing end to the main deck monsters. I'm not going to lie. And there's no extra deck monsters, right? So I think that the low-level monsters are pretty good. I think that some of the level 8s are pretty strong, but the level 10s just don't seem decent to me at all. Well, we are going to move on to the spells next, of which there are 4, and we're going to begin with the field spell, as we are wont to do. Let's see if this can kind of shed some light on the playstyle. This is Ogdoadic Origin. This is a field spell that looks super sick. Oh my gosh, this is like epic Mickey ink blackness in the background. My gosh, the pit from which all snakes arise. This card states, if a face-up reptile monster you control is destroyed by battle or an opponent's card effect, you can target one card your opponent controls, send it to the grave. Fine. If this card in your field zone is destroyed by your opponent's card effect, you can send cards from the top of your opponent's deck to the grave, equal to the number of reptile monsters with different names in your grave. Man, I'm trying to be positive here, boys. So a face-up reptile monster has to be destroyed, and then if it is, you get to send a card that they control to the grave. But they're going to know that just by reading this, so they're going to try and avoid destroying it. There's so much non-destruction removal that they just won't do that. And then if this card is destroyed, let's say they go like, oh, I want to out the field spell before I run over your monsters, you get to mill. It says you can, it's not mandatory, so maybe you just never activate that effect. But you get to mill your opponent by like 5, which is almost always something they want. Imagine you like think you're playing reptile mill, which I know you're not, but you mill 5 and now your opponent has like an ice barrier in there or something like that, or a harp horror. Why would you want that? Why would you want that? This is sick card artwork, but the effect is not really something to be desired, at least not that I can tell. The next card that we have is Ogdoadic Serpent Strike. Oh man, is this a Gaia card? It looks like a Gaia card because the monster on the card artwork, oh wait a minute, the monster on the card artwork is Aaron. Am I correct? Yeah, that's Aaron, dude. I didn't realize Aaron looked very wide in his artwork and he looks very long in this artwork. I don't know if that's like an inconsistency or if it's a different thing and I'm just completely wrong. No, I think that the Gaia cards have like serpent strikes, or is it spiral strikes? I'm not sure. This is a continuous spell that says you can send one monster from your hand or field to the grave, then target one reptile monster in your grave with a different original attribute. So presumably in this deck, it's like send a light, get a dark, send a light. Yeah, special summon it. During the main phase, if a monster is sent to your opponent's grave, so like off any of the effects of the main deck monsters, you can send one reptile monster from your deck to the grave. Okay, this is really strong, and then you can only use each once per turn. This is very searchable in the deck, as all the Ogdoadic spells are, and I think that that is a pretty strong effect. So this spell is another way to get Ogdoadics in grave. If you don't have any of the Ogdoadic Boundless cards in rotation, you can just use this one, and that's pretty sick. Although the wording on it makes me feel like you need to have another reptile monster with a different attribute to special summon, so I'm not sure about all that. Yeah, because the sending a monster from hand or field to the grave is not cost on its own. Like the entirety of that line, including the targeting a reptile monster in grave with a different attribute, is all cost, so you have to be able to do that. I think that this card is pretty good. It's not like as free as it sounds at first glance, but then again, neither has anything in this deck been so far. I think you for sure play that. The next spell that we're going to take a look at is Ogdoadic Daybreak. Wow. What a card artwork. Is this like one of the best card artworks in Yu-Gi-Oh? This is like actual art. That's insane. This is like a Magic the Gathering looking card, and I actually mean that as a compliment for once. This is a quick play spell that says tribute one reptile monster. For every 2 levels that tributed monster had on field, okay, special summon up to 1 Ogdoadic token. During your main phase, you can banish this card from your grave, then target one of your banished reptile monsters, shuffle it into the deck, then you can send 1 reptile monster from your deck to the grave, and you can only use each effect as a once per turn. Oh, this card is nuts, right? This is just like Scapegoat. Is this what the deck does? There's no lock on this card whatsoever. So you can like play around, get a level 8 on the field, tribute it, and get 4 tokens, and then just make a generic extra deck link monster. Is that essentially what we're doing? Because there are no Ogdoadic extra deck monsters on their own. So did they just use this to get into the generic link monster pool for their extra deck? If so, I actually don't hate that. I know that we've been talking about that recently. I don't think that that's a bad thing at all. I think that that is a super cool effect. This card is nuts. This card is really, really nuts. Am I wrong? Is this ass? Does nobody play this? That the way that these videos typically go, that's going to be the way that it is that this is actually like the worst card and no one plays it. I like the recurring like lily visual that they've had so far, because there's like lilies on Nunu and on Noya, and there's lilies floating in the water on Nephlibis, and now there's lilies in Ogdoadic Daybreak. I think that's super cool. Oh, and actually the very last spell that we're going to take a look at is Ogdoadic Water Lily. Here we go. This is a normal spell that says, send one reptile monster from your deck to the grave. Nice. Then, if you have 5 or more reptile monsters with different names in your grave, you can special summon one reptile monster from your grave. Oh, that's nuts. So this is meant to work with Snake Rain for sure, because Snake Rain sends 4, and this says send 1, and then if you have 5. So like Snake Rain plus Water Lily would equal 5. And then you can special summon any reptile monster, no level restriction, nothing. So that lets you get into the big guys basically for free. That kind of changes things, because you could theoretically send like Ogdo Abyss off of this, and then just special it for free. And this doesn't lock you for the rest of the turn, by the way. So it's absolutely free. That is really, really cool. And the card artwork kind of makes it look like it's been raining. Maybe it's kind of playing into the Snake Rain aesthetic. Oh my gosh, the back end of these spells have absolutely carried. My goodness. Ogdoadic Water Lily is crazy. I love this card. We have 2 cards left in this entire deck, and we are going to get into the traps. The first one is Ogdoadic Calling. Oh my gosh. Does this imply that the 2 Ogdoadic Boundless monsters are the same guy? Because they're both clearly on this, and it looks like maybe he's like sending himself, or are you just being attacked by both of them at the same time? I don't know. This is a normal trap, however, that says special summon 2 Ogdoadic tokens, or if you have 8 or more Ogdoadic monsters with different names in your grave, you can apply this effect instead. Special summon 2 reptile monsters with different names from your grave. This is not very good at all. It gets you 2 tokens on your opponent's turn, and if I remember correctly, the special summon condition is not a quick effect. No, it doesn't look like any of the special summon conditions on the high level guys are quick effects, so it's not like you can use this to get them out on your opponent's turn. So you would have to like set this and then wait for them to pass turn back to you. And if you have 8 or more Ogdoadic monsters with different names in your grave, that would basically be all of them, right? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. No, it's almost all of them. I don't think this is good at all. That's not a strong enough payoff. Double Monster Reborn, which is only a +1, although you're presumably plussing off the monsters that you summon. Because let's say you grab like Noya and then you get to add a card or whatever. I don't think that's good at all. That seems really bad to me. All right, last chance. We have Ogdoadic Hollow. All right, there's like a big freaking guy in the background. I don't think I've seen him on any of the card artworks. Is that like a different guy? I'm not sure what's going on in this card. This is a continuous trap that says, during the main phase, you contribute 1 reptile effect monster, then target 1 monster in your opponent's grave. Special summon it to your field, but send it to the grave during the end phase. All right, so it's like bad change of heart, because you tribute 1 reptile effect monster, so not even like a token, and then you get one of their monsters, but it's not even permanent. You can only use this effect once per turn. Oh, if this face-up card is sent from the spell trap zone to the grave, send all face-up non-reptile monsters you control to the grave. Oh my gosh, I was like, maybe it board clears your opponent, but it doesn't. It board clears you. This card is terrible. This card does nothing. You tribute a monster in order to special summon from their grave. At least it doesn't negate the effects, but like, who cares? I don't understand the purpose of that second effect at all. You're already going to be sending that monster back to the grave during the end phase anyway. Why does it matter if this face-up card leaves the field? Like, just pass turn, it's going to be fine anyway. I don't think either of the traps are good, but hey, listen, some of the spells were fantastic. My gosh. So what do I think about the deck? Honestly, I don't know, which I know is boring, but what is there to say? The cards all play nicely with each other, but seem to be aiming too low in what they hope to accomplish. The end board pieces are kind of weak. There isn't a lot of quick effect disruption, and honestly, the attack values are way lower than you might expect, at least to me. If I were to give these guys a little something, I'd start with a series of rank 4, 8, and 10 extra deck monsters. Maybe let the low rank ones rank up into the big ones like the Spider Xyz. Maybe give them a trap that does something, like tribute a number of reptile monsters to pop the same number of cards your opponent controls, and then foolish a number of reptiles equal to the number destroyed. I don't know, I'm just spitballing here. They were fun to read, and I'm looking forward to playing them for the follow-up video. I hope that you guys enjoyed today's vid. Remember to like if you liked, comment if you have something to say, consider subscribing or becoming a member if you want to be a part of the channel. Shout out to our channel members Tyloo Rex, Ben Hart, Ruru Atori, and Sterling. You guys keep the channel moving ever forward. As for the rest of you, remember to wash behind your ears.